trees.
Rah, rah, rah. I jumped off of Teeter's mic today. I killed myself. Rah, rah, rah. Because Overwatch is dead. Hi. I found him on my desk. I came in here and there was a splotch of... I used the sticky tack to stick him onto my microphone. And my sticky tack was torn up and he had some around his ankles. And there was some on here and he... falled onto the desk. He got reaped. Does he have any, does he say anything when he dies or revives that's funny? Do you know? Born again! No, wrong game. He bled out. Die, die, die. I don't know. I don't know if I want to put him back on though, to be honest. You know what I think did it? I managed to hit him the other day. I don't remember how. I think my microphone was like off to the side there. And I went to reach for something and I kind of like hit him. And then I noticed his goop was like cracking, so I tried to readjust him. But apparently, I don't know, something metaphorical about cracks ruining stuff. It wasn't even a love tap, I hit him. It was more than a glance, it was more than a tap. I hit him. I'll admit it. It wasn't on purpose, but it did happen. Although, now my mic looks kind of naked, you know? I got so used to him being there. Looks kind of naked without him. I'm trying to think if I have any other expendable game characters that would be relevant to games I intend to play. Because I don't think I'm going to stream Overwatch all that often. I mean, even if we do play it, it's not like I'm going to stream it, so... I think I was just super into Overwatch for a little while, so... I wanted to have a little bit of Overwatchliness visible, but... I have other, like, Funko Pops and stuff, not too many loose ones that I can think of. Not that you're not enough of a looker. Oof. Yeah, apparently people don't say looker anymore, huh? Who'd I call a looker? I called someone a looker the other day. Oh, was it Gamecast? No, I called someone a looker, and then I got chastised for it when I went to someone else's stream. I don't know. Calling someone a looker is like the most blasé way of saying that they're attractive or whatever. You know? I don't want to call someone cute or hot or handsome or whatever. It feels a little too on the nose. So I just playfully say it. You're a looker. You're a looker, Harry. Wait. Maybe not. Harry was too young. Unless he went to Mara Hogwarts. Hogwarts Alago, then maybe Hagrid would say, "You're a looker, Harry. You're a child, Harry." Yeah. Hogwarts Island. I think did Hogwarts exist? Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say, did Hogwarts exist on its own island? I don't remember where Hogwarts was. I don't think it was connected to like England though, was it? In the year of our Lord 2025, or the year of our Lord post like 2012 or whenever J.K. Rowling came out as a bigot, we don't really talk fondly of Harry Potter, but I am curious. Not enough to like look it up or whatever, but... Anyway, Rip Reaper. I could put something else back on my microphone, I just don't know what. Doesn't have to matter that much, I mean, as long as I just have something here, you know? I'm playing with the putty now though, because I think the putty's starting to dry out from being exposed to the fresh air all the time, as opposed to just like sandwiched between a thing and the wall. Weeper, Reaper. I didn't even play Reaper when we played Overwatch. Like, I would try him every so often, but I wasn't too fond of him. The only reason that I had a Reaper thing is because of the Overwatch Funko Pops I have. He's the only one that came out of a box. Because I got him in like a loot crate bundle or whatever. Overwatch you? I know. I know. You don't like video games, JR. You don't like your friends. I know. All this peak bullshit or whatever. Heck yeah. How was Peak last night? You played with Giggly, right? I had people coming to my stream last night yelling at me because I was supposed to somehow know we were playing Peak. I didn't get the memo, so... You want slop? No balls, right? Yeah, yeah, right, no balls. I don't understand this we ping thing. Pinging everybody does not ping me. And pinging that one chat that you guys talk in all the time. The whole reason I only respond to you guys once a day or whatever is because I have that chat muted. So it's a lucky coincidence if I happen to scroll it and have something to say. Because all day it's just memes and stuff. I don't thrive in group chat. So I saw you guys posting the reminder like we said it here and I was like, oh yeah, I don't usually see that. And then people pinging everybody. I have at everyone muted in every Discord I'm in. Because a lot of times people do at everyone when they want to announce stuff for their stream. And like, I don't want that. I don't want to know what every streamer I happen to be in the Discord for is announcing all the time with a push notification. I want to know. Like, if I want to know, I'll go look. I'll peep their announcements channel or whatever. But for the most part, I don't want to be at everyone and get a push notification that someone's stream time gets pushed back 20 minutes or whatever, which happens all the time. So... no favoritism or nothing. I just, every time I join a server, I robotically go into my notification settings and change it to mentions only, mute. And that's it. Then stupid shit at everyone? Yeah, exactly. People overuse it. And they use it in different annoying ways, so I don't bother. Actual weather updates keep the character. I know, I saw you added everyone yesterday to be like, go outside and look at the lights or whatever. And then people making jokes about light pollution or something. Anyway, Reaper's dead. I guess that's not news, huh? It's like his whole thing. I could try putting him back on there, but... people can use you in real weird ways. I'll keep that in mind for next weekend. That's still a thing. Imagine Reaper being dead, I know. I was perturbed when I walked over to my desk today and I saw something next to my mouse that wasn't my mouse. And it was my little fella. Wait, it was Reaper. Hi Riley, do you know what the early stream? Yeah, I'm not working today, so. I took today off because I have to work this weekend, and fuck working in general, but especially fuck working on the weekends when you work a 9 to 5 also. I literally put that in my, well not that, but I put that in my time off request. I said, taking a personal day in preparation for having to work this weekend. Just true. Pretending that this is my Sunday. Because I'm not going to get off of work on Sunday until like 2 in the afternoon, and by then it's basically 5 p.m. and after 5 p.m. it's just another weeknight, you know? So, what Sunday? My little fella was on my desk, yeah. Golly, imagine calling it a little fella. And you from your early morning boredom? Ew, yeah, it's not even 9 yet. What are you doing awake? And then for the last 2 weeks, you're hosed? You worked weekends? Ugh, I had to work weekends the last couple weeks too. But it wasn't really, like, I'm not working the full weekend, it's just I gotta log in Sunday in the morning and do like 15 minutes of work and then monitor my email and shit comes up, so I have to actually do more shit. Been awake since 4:15? Ew, man. You good? I know you said you're an early riser or whatever, but that's the time I go to bed, so it seems unfathomable to me. You work 5 to 2, that's right. You work East Coast times or something. 8 to 5 or whatever. You know how you're awake? Blanket's kinda in the area of Reaper, but Reaper was up front of the foreground. I know. And he'd move when my mic would move and stuff. I didn't ask him to leave. He jumped of his own accord. Slept about 3 hours? Ew, dude. Go back to bed. Riley started using your new rice cooker yesterday. It made tasty rice. People say if you like rice, you gotta get a rice cooker. I've always made it on my stove and it's always come out, I'm not gonna say good, but sometimes it's good. For the most part, it's good. And then other times it's like, fine. Good enough, you know? And that's what we settle for around these parts. Good enough. Good enough. It tends to be good enough. You're lazy and incompetent when it comes to cooking, so rice cooker. I think moreover, people just say that rice cooker is the way to go. Slop enough. I do throw things together and call it food more often than I actually cook. That is true. Slop is probably canonically accurate. Or whatever. Good enough. Yeah. Good enough. I'm hearing crunching sounds outside. Should I investigate what's happening outside of my property? The last like week or whatever, I've been hearing crazy, just unrecognizable sounds outside my house. And I don't know why. I'll just be chilling and all of a sudden the corner of my room outside will go like thunk. I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then I won't learn what it was. Just thunk, you know. You guys want in on this sick action that's happening outside? Am I gonna dox myself if I show you a portion of my property? Look at all this sweet action. Hold up, how do I do this? I gotta lower my brightness. My house is getting broken into right now. Look at it. Do you see that? You also see my game, sorry. Reflections are a thing. But you can sort of make out what's happening, right? There's grass in a mailbox in the street. And nothing else is happening. Look at it. That explains all the noise I'm hearing out there. Hog found me, yeah. Jared's gonna show up on my doorstep next weekend. I'll be like, egad, how did you get here? But it'll be like after I give you my address or whatever. And wait, 8 o'clock, not even 3 hours, like 2.5, you woke up at 10:30? 8 o'clock a.m. you went to bed? You scrub. Someone chewing on my fence? I don't have a fence out front. It couldn't be that. Beepsy! What's up, twin? How you be? You jorking it? It sounds very, aggressive, man. Hope you're okay. Grass is tired of waiting on me to touch it. It is terribly overgrown. Our snow melted. Did you notice? Did you notice how in that little thing I showed, there was no snow? The rain came and washed it all away, as it does. Now is the end of time. A fool and his legacy are gone. But yeah. I had half a mind to go out and like be productive today, but I was like, fuck that, man. We're taking today to reclaim our weekend, and I angy about having to work. The sun came and melted it, what-oh? Woke up so late, you're only just having your coffee and brekkie at 5 p.m.? What are you, the rest of us? Minus Riley, I guess, who gets up at 4 a.m. Gets up a cheeky 13 hours earlier than you. Hi, Toady! Black Label Society announced a 2026 tour with Zach, Sabbath, and Dark Chapel. What are those things? Zach Sabbath, Zach Wild, Black Sabbath cover band? And I don't know what Dark Chapel is. What's that? But I love me a good Black Label tour, yeah, man. I still gotta don the Black Label Society sweater. That'll come. That'll come. That could have been today, but I'm rocking just like a normal wintry mountainscape sweater today. Haley, you want to take a bath, you know, that make you pass out and have a shit fit? Yeah, don't shit in the bath, Haley. Bad enough you're stewing in your own dirt. Don't shit in it. Like putting a bay leaf in a stew, you know? At least scoop it out before you consume. But don't shit in the bath in the first place. Casey, what are you having for brekkie? Also, cheers to the coffee bit. I'm having coffee right now. It's just too hot to drink. 25 days of Teatsmas. Yeah, except I've been wearing sweaters since the start of November. So, we're having Christmas on the 25th, fam. Mark your calendar. Although, you know, you're right. I'm not streaming every day. If I stream 25 times between now and Christmas, it'll be a Christmas miracle. Also, Tony, you showed up late, and Meeps, you showed, not late, sorry, but you weren't here when I said, when I started my stream today, I found Reaper on my desk. He jumped off. So, I think the putty that I used to stick him on is, dried out or whatever. I've contemplated putting him back, but, as I prepare to do it, I'm wondering if I shouldn't, you know? Teeter, what is this? What, me streaming during the day? I took the day off because I gotta work on Sunday. You're all caught up. I'm pissy that my corporation makes me work weekends when I already work 40 hours during the normal work week. I already sacrifice a majority of my existence to work for their stupid fucking company. And they're like, okay, but once in a while you also have to sacrifice the free time you get, and then after your free time you have to come back to work. You work 5 days, and then you work 2 more days, and then you work 5 days. It's like, what? Excuse me? I'm supposed to, like, have a life or whatever? So, we are rebelling, and I took today off. I even put it in my time off request. I said, taking the day because I gotta work this weekend. Fuck you. With a slightly less colorful language. Haley, your body's feeling nerve shit from yesterday? Shitting in the bath is the least of your worries at this point? Maybe you should, like, open up your skin and shit on your nerves, and then maybe coating them in something will prevent them from, like, reacting to stuff. Meeps, you have some rich tea biscuits and a pan au chocolat? Nice. Bon appetit, Meepsy. Favorite kind of chocolate? Pain! Chocolate pain! Can't get enough pain! I like chocolate. Anyway, Haley, you have little zaps or something just going up your spine? Damn. You gotta figure out something for that. I don't know. Nicola shitting in the toilet? What are you, established? Reaper came alive, was like, let me cast my die. I know. That's what I was saying. I was like, does he have any death sayings or whatever that he would say? As he plummeted to my desk. And then I just said, die. You having it yesterday too? Your hands were on fire and you were so close to chopping them off. Yeah, we know. Surprised you didn't commit. Nicola, you're excited? Less than 12 hours away? Yeah, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you fucking uninstalled Warzone. It's literally the only game we play together. Uninstalled our together game so you can solo a multiplayer game by yourself. How pathetic. No, I'm kidding. You got other friends. We had a good run, you and I. Enjoy COD or whatever. Oof, Shakira Law yourself or whatever the kids are saying. What? Shakira Law? What? Shakira Law yourself. I imagine Shakira Law means kill, but how does Shakira Law mean kill? I don't speak child. Relevant to cutting off the hands? Does Shakira not have hands? Or is that like a racist thing because she's from Colombia, so they're saying the law in Colombia is to chop off your hands? Wait, is she from Colombia? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. Where's Shakira from? I forget. Riley, you were just explaining our pain points for our infrastructure to your new boss. After a long conversation, he said, ah. Good boss. He's really bossing. He just goes, ugh. Well, I'll be honest. If I was sleeping in that next room and in the middle of the night, I just heard like a microscopic, ugh. I'd be worried. Legal reasons or whatever, that's a joke. Yeah, in Minecraft or whatever. Can't just cut your body off. Yup. Too much lore here? Alright, I don't need to know. Curious just because the name is spelled similarly? The what? Oh, you told me the rules of engagement for Warzone, you're only playing it because Black Ops 6 says was at the end of its content cycle. So, I didn't think you'd uninstall the game, though. You didn't say that. You didn't say you wanted to get the Battle Pass done so you could never play it with me again. I thought you were just saying your focus was going to shift a bit to Black Ops. I didn't think you were going to completely fall off, man. But it's fine. I won't lose sleep over it. I might have to start playing Warzone on my own, though, because you quit, and then also my British friends are all playing Arc Raiders now. So, seems like Warzone is the ill-forgotten goods or whatever. Threw the baby out with the bath water. Threw the baby and the poop out with the bath water. It's a mess of an environment. Yeah, you know, corporations or whatever. Got your own version of Toy Story happening while I sleep, I know. I got a new toy, Reaper. I don't play Overwatch. I don't need to play with you anymore. And then I slow motion drop him into a garbage can. While all of our time together flashes before his eyes. I'm pretty sure I've played Reaper for a cumulative total of like 30 minutes. So it would be a very quick visual montage for him. AI Raiders? Junk game? AI is shit? Is it an AI game? What's all this about AI? Can't find someone to do voice acting? Arc Raiders uses AI voice acting? Does it even have voice acting? I mean, does it have voices? They did find someone? Yup. Huh? I haven't seen any complaints about it being an AI slop game. People tend to flag that stuff. Tony, you're dramatically or drastically malnourished in terms of Overwatchies. Well, you know, start pinging the channels or whatever. Go to Haley's Discord and start asking people to play Overwatch. I think people still play in secret. I won't call anyone out, but I think people still play it around. They also got the consent of the voice actors to AI generate it, so they don't need to call them back. Oh, that's not good, actually. AI trains on real voices, but using it is still AI. Yeah. That's an interesting loophole. People don't like AI voice work because it takes away jobs from voice actors, but if they pay voice actors to let them AI-ify their voices, I mean, is anyone getting scorned? I mean, I don't know. That's a gray area I didn't consider. I don't like it personally, but like, you're commissioned to draw something and they train an AI on it and use that to make more art, you feel like that's stealing from you? Yeah, but if they slide a contract across a desk saying, that's exactly what we're gonna do with your stuff, and you say, okay, and then you sign the contract, can you be mad about it? Doesn't they have a clause where every time they generate a new line they get paid? Yeah, like a royalties thing, I would imagine, because why the fuck else would you sign a contract like that? Haley, you, but no one ever pings. You don't have the actual desire, so nah. Well, that's the second half is the real kicker. No one actually wants to play it, so. Don't sign the contract. Don't use my art for your AI bot. Well, that's the thing. People are feeding it, I guess. Is theft of potential the same as theft? I don't know. Depends on who you ask, I imagine. Under the law, though, I'm not sure. Probably not, because you can't really gauge potential or whatever. You sell your car to me, but if I buy someone else's car first, did I steal from you? Wait, huh? What's that have to do with potential? It's such a stupid fucking thing to even have to be fought. Why is AI taking our jobs? Do you actually want the answer? Because it's more obvious than you'd think. Anyone wants to feed anything, feed me, says JR. Yeah. I need to go shopping too. Stole your sale? Oh, I thought you said I already bought your car and then I bought someone else's car first and then also bought your car. Stole your sale? No, that'd be like saying if you're getting, you know, if you ask 4 contractors to give you a quote for your garage roof and then you go with one of them that you stole from the other 3. Is that the same thing as what you're describing? Because that's certainly not illegal. You stole my sale. Buying a car is not the same as making a car? I don't think that was part of it, but people don't want to work, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I was saying. It's going to happen whether people want to continue working in these spaces or not. It's because it's cheap for companies to do. People don't want to pay workers. People don't want to cover healthcare benefits. People don't want to whatever. If you can replace a human with a robot that won't ask questions and will just do what they're told, that's literally the whole reason people are doing it. Why pay an artist if you can just go to ChatGPT and shit out some kind of art? They took our gerbs. Back to the pile! But interesting, I didn't know that about art creators. I mean, they got paid to record sample voices that they put into their AI generation machine, which is wild, because who will consume if no one is working and not making money? I don't think they're thinking that far ahead. I don't think people are worried about, like, future economy. They just don't want to spend money now. So, I watch a lot of Arc Raider streams, to be honest. Yeah, I bought it. I played the tutorial and I hated it. So, I will probably only play it on a when people ask me basis. And I don't intend to stream it because I will be bad at it. It seems like the next best thing when it comes to shooters, which doesn't happen too often. There aren't too many shooters that actually come and take off and people, you know, are all actually hype about it, and that hype stays. You don't like the game because it took all your friends? Oh, it works, man. Surprised you didn't hate Peak because it took people from Repo or whatever. Now we hate RV There Yet because it took people from Peak. And now we're gonna hate the next Friend Slop game because it took people from RV There Yet or whatever. Also, the things that'll be generated is for when they add new creatures, the static voices aren't AI generated. I don't really care to split hairs on the topic, it's still weird. Riley, you refuse to watch it, you don't even know what it is? Okay. It's an extraction shooter, you're all caught up. Just that they do stuff that people are enjoying. Like game format wise. That's it. If you don't like Escape from Tarkov or you didn't like the cycle, then you're not missing out. Meeps, you don't think you'd enjoy it solo, but in a group it looks fun? Hard to say. I guess when you play solo, it's more friendly. People just use the solo lobbies to loot for the most part. I'm sure that's short-lived. But, you don't get griefed that much in solo, I guess, is what people say. Haley, ugh, you do? You absolutely understand not wanting to. I was there not having the ability to. I'd be so happy to get back into a fucking Wendy's kitchen. Oh, I missed the original message. Sure as heck don't want to work. Ah, yeah, me too. Haley, you do? Ugh, that's so crazy to me. I know you're bored or whatever, but... I had a debate with someone one time at when I first started working where I work. They said that if they won the lottery, they'd get bored and then retain a job. I was like, bro, if I won the lottery, I'd have so much shit I could go do that isn't slaving away at some corporation for no reason. I could actually, like, go experience life. Not that you're just bored. It's not even the slightest of it. Why do you want to work? Like, of all the things you could be doing, instead of doing nothing, why would you choose to go work? Yeah, you're stuck in bed, so I wish I was stocking shelves. Like, why don't you wish you were, I don't know, going to Puerto Rico, or like jumping off a waterfall, or learning how to play guitar, or whatever. Why are you like, oh, I'm so stuck in bed, I wish I was a corporate slave. I wish I was washing dogs again, for money. If you had the ability to work, you'd have the ability to do other things, right? Yeah, but you're saying, ugh, I wish I could work, and not, ugh, I wish I could do the other things, and that's what's baffling to me. Anyway, my story, I was debating with this guy. He was like, yeah, if I won the lottery and I could do anything in the world, I'd still get bored after a little while and go back to working. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? If I never had to work again, I wouldn't even think about it. Working is such a waste of time, and it doesn't benefit you or anyone you know in any way. You're just lining the pockets of corporations or feeding back into economy that fucks everyone over. Why would you ever want to willingly work if you didn't have to? I don't understand it. If you're just a capitalist bootlicker and the whole reason you want to work is because you think you're a temporarily embarrassed future billionaire or whatever, then, you know, and go live your delusion. But for the most part, no one actually needs to work a real fucking job for a corporation. It doesn't help anyone. People only do it to make money. I got messaged by a solicitor or whatever the other day on my phone. I got my phone number or whatever on LinkedIn, so every so often people will message me saying, hey, we're a recruiter for LinkedIn. A company wants to talk to you about a job. So I entertain it, because who knows? Lady asked me that the other day. Asked if I'm, like, free to talk about job opportunities. I'm like, yeah. She immediately gives my number to someone else, and they're like, so-and-so told us you're interested in this job. I was like, I told them I'm willing to hear about a job. They didn't tell me the context of yours. Then they described some like sales position to me that uses like AI and creation engines to like help promote brands or something. And for 30 to 60 minutes a day, I can go on their website and like do something to improve the visibility of advertisements so that people will buy corporate slop or something. And I responded, I was like, oh yeah, without the context, I wouldn't have been interested in this. And now that I have the context, I'm not interested in this job. Thank you. And then here's the kicker, man. Actually, I blocked the number so I can't see it. She responded to me and said, I understand you're not interested in this type of work. However, we're all just in it for the money. So are you willing to do the job? And I said, that's a disgusting way to try to get people to sign up for your job. I decline your offer, and then I blocked her. We're all just in it for the money from a job recruiter. It is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. It's a scam. It's a pyramid scheme. I don't know what it is, but it's something that LinkedIn is pushing, which is crazy, because that's like a valid job searching site, I think. Not that they necessarily vet the jobs that are on there, as far as I know. But yeah, I don't know. All this shit about working is bullshit. And that was such a crazy conversation to have. What's up, Glenn? Happy Thursday, bud. You hate working too? It's the topic of conversation. I'd be so happy to get back into a Wendy's kitchen. Get into your own kitchen. RV there yet? It's honestly horrible to play. I haven't picked it up. Of all the Friend Slap games that have come out, that one hasn't really looked all that interesting to me. Tony, now they're fine because the whole gang shifts to them together. The issue herein is that everyone but me moved on to Ark. Well, why but you? Legit took days off this week to game with the boys, and then they all got on Ark and left you high and dry. Oh, and then you didn't reach out to your B tier friend group to play Overwatch? That's cringe. Tarkov's on Steam in 2 days? Well, too late. I already bought it when it wasn't on Steam and then never played it, so... fuck Tarkov. Glenn, you work 3 days a week listening to customers moan that there's no loose potatoes on the shelf? Nice. 3 days a week, huh? Not so bad. Play the single player co-op mod? How does that work? Single player co-op? If it's single player, we wouldn't be playing it together. Riley, I'm just tired of low-effort games coming out that are almost all the same, that use the same 2 Sketchfab assets and some 11 Labs voice that speaks broken English and people just get away with it. I don't think Arc Raiders is that. I understand you don't like it because they use AI voice work or whatever, but I don't think it's just a thrown-together slop game. I think it's actually a game that people like for good reason. Creative work needs soul. You just saw a video today of how the top country song of the year is AI. Yeah, it is. What do you mean it's crazy? It's not like you're just bored. Oh yeah, I already read that. Riley, if you won the lottery, you'd do so many things. Yeah, if I actually had money and I could exist with agency in the world, I would be doing so many things that aren't licking a boot for a corporation and like lining their pockets while my life passes me by. I don't know why that's such a crazy thing to say. Nicola, you say, to be fair, doing a half-time job for shits and gigs could be fun. Why? You do a job because you want to, not because you need to. Why would you want to? Why would you want to go stock shelves somewhere or be someone's fucking guitar tech or whatever if you could, like, go do actual things that, like, appeal to your interests and, like, better your lifestyle and stuff? Bit of a waste of time, if you ask me. If I didn't ever have to work again, I'd never think about it again. It's sort of a hobby, yeah. I mean, you could just go get hobbies, though, and you'd have all the time in the world to do so. Haley, yeah, this is work. Literally 24 hours a day, laying in bed and hurting, being sick. So much rather have a job. I mean, I think we're jumping here. Like, if you wish you could function, it's not so that you could work necessarily. The only reason you want to function so you could work is so that you can make money. Which I guess is valid, but that's a terribly capitalized perspective to have. Like, ugh, I wish I wasn't sick so I could be a slave to capitalism. I understand you're saying you want to contribute to, like, your income or whatever, but I don't know, just reads funny. I wish my body worked so that I could have a job. Money's your whole issue, know everything about your issues and whatnot. Yeah, well, the whole reason you don't have money is because, well, we already talked about it. It's not just the fact that you can't make money, it's whatever. I won't get into it. But yeah, I know. I wish your body wasn't busted too, and I wish that they diagnose you with something that they could then treat. Scam. Scared to look into remote jobs because of shit like that? I mean, if you could do any job remotely, then you might as well. Even if it's short-lived or whatever, just to get money. Man is reaching a point where he can either live in automated luxury or suffer in poverty while greedy fucks use robots to live like gods. Well, they're trying to tip the needle in favor of that second half. For most people. I mean, it's not hurting anyone. What wasn't hurting anyone? That weird call I got? It is. Peter telling a woman to get in the kitchen? I didn't say that. I just said if you want to work in a kitchen or whatever. Two of you said that I said the get in the kitchen thing? Haley said she wants to work for Wendy's. I was like, just do shit in your own kitchen if you want to be in a kitchen. I didn't say get in the kitchen, please. Tony, not your thing. Never got into extraction suitors. Not trying to drop another cool 40. Yeah, it is a waste of money. You would have if you yourself played any Overwatch, but alas. But you're sitting here saying you want to play Overwatch? Anyway, I'm not interested in a single-player co-op mod. That makes no sense. A thing called SPT, which means single-player Tarkov. There's a mod that allows it for co-op. What is single-player Tarkov? You just fight scabs or something? On health reasons, boring, really, don't get older. Ugh. My one hope in life is that one day I stop getting older. Don't ask for clarification if you don't get it. Nicola, it's funny how music artists, I really enjoy using generative AIs for brainstorming. Ugh, I know, dude. Fight scabs and AI PMCs. Okay, so it's just shitty Borderlands then? I'm good. That's such a zoomer take, says boomers who worked the same job for 40 years and retired with a pension now make 6 digits to do nothing and vote for Republicans. Yeah. They grew up in a different world that let them establish themselves, and now every little piece of the economy for young people is like fucking brutal. So people can't afford school or food or where they live or their health care or a car or to feed their kids. And they can't get SNAP benefits, and you know, people can't imagine retiring and having a savings. People can't imagine owning a property in 2025. Tony, part-time work would be fun if it wasn't work. I mean, working part-time, as long as you could cover your bills or whatever, seems like it would be better than working all of the time. Pray for you when you get to 48. Well, time will tell, I guess. Haley can't even conceptualize 48. Haley can think of the entire life she's lived up until now and double it, and she still wouldn't reach 48. To be young. To be honest, being stuck about all the time is also a massive waste of time, huh? Ugh. Well, yeah, but I mean, if it's what you kind of have to do, then, you know, it's not really a waste of time, I guess. If it was, hey, go fuck around in the park for 4 hours, I'm there. Maybe pick up some trash or something while I'm out there. I would love having one of those, like, low-effort, technically government jobs where they, like being a garbage person or whatever those are called seems great. I would love to just ride on the back of a garbage truck, dragging plastic bins to a truck for, like, 4 hours and then be done for the day. Being paid a full-time job for working until, like, 11 a.m. That sounds nice. I'm sure there's caveats, but the over-under sounds pretty good. Make money for being in pain. There are industries for that. I wouldn't seek them out though. Meepsy, the problem is unless you win the lottery, you have to work to have the money to enjoy your hobbies, but then you don't have the time or energy really to enjoy them. Yeah. Because in order to work to get enough money to have hobbies, you have to work full time. And then, you know, half the time when you work full-time now, you can't even afford to do your hobbies because even with your full-time job pay, you can't afford your rent or your groceries. So if you're barely paying your rent and your groceries, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, having a full-time job, you're not going to have expendable money to go on vacations and whatever, take up whatever expensive hobby you want to do. But like, hey, report to me on this and meet the quota on that? Nah, yeah, corporatized stuff is stupid. Gotta fit 1 sleep and 1 work and 1 play into a 2-slot box. Well, technically that is 3 slots, but like, notice how you didn't say anything else. And by play, you mean like everything that's not work and sleep. 8 hours of work plus commute and prep time and detox time and 8 hours of sleep and then residual amount of hours for, you know, your appointments and your housework and your hobbies and spending time with your family and developing your relationships and developing skills and detoxing and chores and travel and whatever. Knots is treatable, don't be a wuss. Is that what they tell you? Glenn, your dad worked for 60 years, he struggled with money and health, now he's 74, retired, and doesn't pay any money out, he's loving life. Yeah. Now, fast forward to like one of us, right? We'll work for 60 years and struggle with money, and then we'll get to 74 and still not have money. And if we're in America, we don't get free healthcare, so we'll just be kind of on our ass. And then we'll go to the store and we'll file for SNAP benefits or whatever so that we get, like, you know, government approved amounts of food just to barely keep ourselves alive, and then we'll learn that our government shut down and isn't even providing those anymore. So then you'll just like starve to death as an elderly cripple or whatever. But this is America. I want garlic knots. Funny, if I can't fix my typo by try to, that's no longer your problem. Garlic knots, nota, nota. Get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. I said no such thing. I don't even have shit in my kitchen with which to make sandwiches, so that makes no sense that I would say that. Will you even make it to 48? Doubtful? Is it doubtful? Have you received any word from any doctor that says that whatever you've got going on is like life-shortening? Average combo between me and Teeter, get in the kitchen. Yeah, you'd be saying it to me though. You assert that you're the alpha. Funny, I can't believe we chose this route as a species instead of eating berries in the forest. We'd run out of berries. You're a garbage person. That's not what I was saying, but... Expensive hobby check. Yeah, CJR gets it. Settle all your credit card debt and pay most of your mortgage if you sold your sealed Zelda collection. Sounds like course correction to me. Fuck Zelda. That's a hot take. Zelda's fine. Haley, you just spiked a fucking fever and you're sweating so much your nose is running? What? Why do you have a fever? What's going on with you? Probably because you only slept for 2 hours. Maybe you go rest it off. Only in full-time work isn't full-time, it always pulls time. It's always plus time, sorry. Never 8 hours, 8 plus an unpaid lunch, plus commute, plus stressing about it during your free time. Yeah, exactly. But you can actually quantify that, and people just consider that commute is like a normal part of work. Which I guess is true in a sense, because like, you agree to be at a place on time every day. You're not exactly saying that the effort to get there is a contribution to actually your agreement there. So I guess I get that to an extent, but it's shit. I don't remember how I had this fucking guy on here before. I'm just gonna smear this white shit around his feet and hope that it holds him in, and when it doesn't, then we'll abandon. You good, fam? Lock it the fuck in, Reaper. That's what I'm told all the time. Lock it the fuck in, whatever that means. I'm made of flesh and that's about it. I don't have pieces that lock together. I still seem a little woozy. Die, die, die. Whatever. He's there for now. He back. Try, try, try again. Born again! Again! Should we pivot to rivals, fam? Should we be a rivals playing people? Really make Tony miss Overwatch by me being a rivals player? Nurse Deadite said, well, we don't think you have pots, so might as fucking well have, yeah. Riley, you did, but you ate your last sandwich yesterday? You did what? Had enough in your kitchen to make a sandwich? Yeah, that's why I'm not telling you to go make a sandwich. No, but you're 100% having another open heart by the time you're 40. Yeah, it's probably a good reset. Probably have enough to buy another house if you graded and sold your collection. JR, you should just sell all your shit and then move to the States and live with me. And then with all of your whatever sales earnings and all of my actual earnings, we'll just like thrive. I'm not gay though, and I don't know if you are. So it'll have to be like one of those, what's that one thing? What was that one show from back in the day where two not gay people like lived together and it was a whole thing? Three's Company or something? I forget what I'm thinking of, but it'd be like that. Oh, we're talking medical stuff. Functional bicuspid aortic valve and repaired coarctation of the aorta. Yeah, it sounds like you'd enjoy all that. Bicuspid will just need to be fused again. Super easy surgery for open heart. That's good. I should grind Black Ops 7 with you. Play the original slop. Nah, I'm good. Move to the States? Why would somebody do that? Because I already own a property. That's the whole reason. Wouldn't have to buy a new house. I have a decently new house wasting away around me. But you would be in America, yeah. I don't actually want to pitch to anyone come to this fascist state, to be honest with you. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry? Well, no, because they were pretending to be gay. I'm not saying we'd pretend to be gay. We would just exist as two straight people under one roof. That's all. We could pretend. That would be, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry, yeah. Three's Company? No, what am I thinking of? Or there was something called like Strange something or something? I don't remember. Let me look it up. Old show about two straight guys living together. Odd Couple. Do they pretend to be gay in The Odd Couple?
Trees.
Two divorced men, a neat freak and a slob, must live together despite their differences. I think our case would be two slobs. Correct me if I'm wrong, JR. Also, Perfect Strangers? But that's a movie. No, it's not a movie. And they were cousins. Or we could be like Full House, where for whatever reason Joey lives there. Joey, who people call Uncle Joey, who is never referenced as Uncle Joey. That guy. Be my Joey, JR. Maybe the J in JR stands for Joey. Have a live-in Joey. We'll never know. Birdcage? Eh? Is that a show? That's not for the contract, just for fun. Yeah, that's what was done when you were 3 months old. Your aorta was the size of a mechanical pencil lead. And you weren't getting blood and your aortic valves were leaking. You have a tricuspid aortic valve. You have a bicuspid. What's the difference? 2 versus 3 what? Branches or something? What's a cuspid? Kind of mechanical pencil? 0.0 or 0.7 or 0.5? 0.5, yeah. Can't use those, you break them. I think that's the point. I think that's the point of the comparison. 3 valves versus 2. I see. I see. Anyway, yeah, fuck working. I'm not working today, and I don't want to work this weekend, and that's about it. Let's play games now. I talked for an hour. Congrats. Should I start doing like the Jetpack Paul thing, where like every day I intentionally talk for an hour, and I make everyone wait for the game, and then after an hour we start playing? Should I start doing that? Because lately I've just been yapping. Preemptively took a day in exchange for future work. That is correct. I have to work this weekend, which is some bullshit. So I took today off. Thought I worked last weekend? Ha! No. I worked the previous 2 weekends. This past weekend I didn't, but the previous 2 we worked in preparation for this upcoming one. No games this weekend, Sag. I mean, I only have to work Sunday morning, but it's enough of the morning where it's gonna eat into my whole day and ruin my whole weekend. So, fuck them. You know? Psychic Girl's kind of hot, yeah. Yeah, they made her a bit of a, yeah, whatever you call it. When is the first official Duck Gang gathering? You bought the game yet? I considered gifting it to you, and then I saw Meepsy also hasn't bought it, and I wasn't ready to peel open my shit and buy a game for other people. I should do it, though. I should buy you both a copy, and then you guys could play games without me. Because I'm not interested in duck shit. I also gotta buy fucking GTFO to not play it. I should refund Arc Raiders, actually. And then I could use that to play or buy a bunch of other games I'm not gonna play. getting GTFO? I think so. Danny, Meepsy, and Cappy were all talking about like playing it sometime in my general chat. I have a few other friends that play it too, but I've never played it. What was it called again? See how it is? It just doesn't look interesting to me, man. I don't know. I'm gonna be a little bit of a boomer with all the different games that are coming out. You know? For example, like, I bought Clover Pit, and then I was gifted Megabonk. If I wasn't gifted Megabonk, I wouldn't have played Megabonk. And then Bollocks Pit came out, and I want to get it, but I haven't pulled the trigger because it's just another game. And fucking Die for the Lich just came out, and I want to get that right away. But like, you know, it's just so many games, dude. Just so many, too many. Is Arc Raiders worth it? You're watching a few YouTube shorts earlier. It seems kind of fun. I don't know. Do you like extraction shooters? Did you ever play Tarkov or The Cycle or that one Call of Duty mode no one plays or whatever? People are saying it's doing stuff right. That's why everyone's flocking to it. I bought it and I played the tutorial or whatever and I didn't like it. But I have a couple friends that are going to play it like all the time, and I used to play Warzone with them every week, so to placate toward that or whatever, I might give it a shot. But I'm a little bit of a doomer or whatever as of right now, and I just feel like I mean, I can afford it. I guess it's not a waste, but I feel some kind of way just constantly buying shit I know I'm not going to play. But also, I just spent like, I don't know, 40 bucks or something on Fanatical bundles, and I didn't install a single one of the games I got. So I don't know why I'm acting like it's a big deal to buy games I'm not going to play. I could buy this duck bullshit and play it once and then be upset that it was a waste of money. And then I could do that for Arc Raiders, and I can do that for a bunch of other games, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. The world over seems to be enjoying Arc Raiders, to answer Glenn's question. I don't know what makes it so special, unless people are just fawning over the loot chicken that they have. I don't know if it's the community that people like the fact that people are playing solos in a way that's like respectable to each other, and no one's like, for the most part, people aren't griefing each other. Or if it's actually like mechanical things in the game. I'm not sure. Chicken is so stupid you literally don't even ever see it. You see it when you go to like upgrade weapons or whatever. You're at all your workbench stations. That's about it though. Duck gang, Meepsy, yeah, be a duck. What? There's another chest already? If I get all the black chests, then I'm not going to have any of my weapons get nice and strong. Not even in the game, like running around while you play? No, I know. They literally just exist as like a menu. I understand. Man, I'm about to go to the fucking hospital. My body can't figure out what it wants to do, if it's hot, cold, alive, or dead. Did you feel better after you took a shower or whatever yesterday? Maybe do that again if it worked. I mean, what would going to the hospital do? Do you think they'd actually do something for you? If it seems like a useful option, I guess you could exercise it. I would never go to the hospital. Yeah, they'll bill you. True. That's why I would never go. Gotta love America. You ended up doing shit yesterday. You were going on and you got up to go upstairs and your hips said nah. Oh, you got Shakira lawed or whatever? Your hips lied to you? Or no, your whole body lied to you, but then your hips wouldn't lie and they told you the truth that you shouldn't go.
Word is traveling. Ambition is stirring in
what's up,
distant
Flans?
cities.
Thank you so much for the raid. We're gonna hop right back into the game because I'm playing something that's like active or whatever. But what's up? Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name's Teeter. We play all kinds of random games. Today we're playing a like Vampire Survivors clone called Let Them Come Onslaught. Come! It's been fun so far. But we're just kind of casually playing and complaining about capitalism. So you've come to the great place if you hate working and spending money on everything. Zaz, what's up? How was your stream? What were you playing today? More, oh, Hyrule Warriors? Yeah, that's what I thought. How's that game treating you? Pharaoh, what's good, man? Thanks for coming by and crashing the party. That's right. Ready for a good time? Well, will you settle for a mid time? I don't know if I can promise a good one. But yeah, welcome, man. We play all kinds of random stuff. I'm gonna be playing multiple things today. I don't know what's after this. But I have to play this for a service I use called Dare Drop, which basically, if I do certain tasks within games, I can get extra copies of the games to give away. So we're vibing in this for a little while I do what I must do. I'm trying to get my character to level 55. So we're trying to just kill a bunch of stuff and get XP and buy upgrades that boost my XP earnings and stuff. And then after that, I have to try to beat the first boss without having any upgrades, which will be a nightmare if I'm honest, but we do what we can. Certified employment haters, that's right. We hate corporations around here. That's about it. Yeah, they got up from your chair and your hip popped out? Nice. Then back in just as quickly? You collapsed and laid there for 5 minutes? Cause, oh, what? Yeah. Should collapse into the bathtub. There you go. Twofer. Well, talking about spending money, you need to get your dog from the vets. He's been there for 9 hours? 9 hours? Alright, man. Good luck with the pickup from the vet, though. Hope your dog's doing alright. Appreciate you hanging out for a little while. Be well, take care. Barry, you'll settle for mid, thank you. Appreciate it. Played Megabonk, yeah. Good friend of the channel who was lurking earlier, Danny T, was kind enough to gift me a copy, and then I was briefly addicted. And then once I beat a run, I was kind of, whatever about it. I got really mad at the, if you haven't reached the end of Act 3 yet, I won't spoil it, but the last boss of the game is really gimmicky.
Now you see me?
And I feel like the gimmick doesn't really align with how you make builds in the game. So I got kind of pissy when I learned that you have to make builds around the actual final boss fight. And stopped playing it for a little while. It is a vibe though. As far as modern Vampire Survivors-esque games go, such as this one, Megabonk is definitely a different formula, which I can appreciate. The 3D atmosphere in Megabonk and stuff is kind of cool. The final boss is what made you stop playing. It's just super gimmicky. It's gimmicky and it invalidates like 3/4 of the different types of builds you can make in that game. So I just don't like it. It feels like a bit of a cop-out. Things being different is cool, I guess, you know, but there's a difference between variety and like completely invalidating different run archetypes that the game kind of nudges you into making. But I guess that's the case whenever games like for example, if this game put me into a boss fight and then there were suddenly no more enemies to hit, but I had, say, like lifesteal, or if you hit a bunch of enemies in a certain period, you get some kind of damage perk or whatever, all of that would go out the window if I was shooting a single target. And that more or less is what happens at the end of Megabonk. You no longer see waves of enemies, you just fight one enemy. So I hope you didn't have lifesteal, I hope you didn't have chaining effects, I hope you didn't have, like, if X number of enemies are affected by stuff. Cause yikes, man. Sucks to suck. Yeah, now I know how tier 3 boss works. You don't get a certain character is supposed to accomplish what it asks. Yeah, exactly. It's stupid, if you ask me. Because that's why I say it completely invalidates certain playstyles, because the games there's certain things in the game that are meant to scale in certain ways that just don't vibe with having to fight a singular boss. And also fight a singular boss where all your shit gets taken away for the first part of the fight. But like that alone is enough of a gimmick. But the real gimmick is the fact that you can't do things that like chain. If your whole build was strong because you were chain lightning killing people, Yikes, sucks to not have chain lightning anymore, you know? But whatever. Waiting for Teeter to bust out Hades 2. Teeter wasn't terribly fond of Hades 1. So I'm not exactly busting down doors and sprinting to go get Hades 2. Also, if you have no jumps, you suck and die? Yeah, because all of a sudden there's forced platforming. True. Also true. Although, I'll be honest, I tend to grab jumps anyway, because they allow you to move more quickly. You move faster in the air than on the ground most of the time, so hopping around like a lunatic is usually a good thing for any character. Riley, you've beat Bonk twice as a fox. You can't imagine doing it as a sword, dude. There are perks that boost your swords that you can hit tons and tons of people. Like, getting area effects on sword is really good. Like, if I had a sword right now and I could cleave through, like, 40 enemies at once, that's a good thing. Also, you're not just stuck to using sword. You can get other abilities on top of it. So, also, remember how my coffee was too hot to drink earlier? Now it's cold. Cheers, Meepsy, even though you're probably done with your coffee. But yeah, I like Mega Bonk. It's alright. I'm not addicted, though. Haley, yeah, collapse into a tub of water. Nice warm water. Exactly. You should do that. Oh, I am mostly caught up. Who knew? Make a whole build based on something, then it physically can't work at the end? Yeah. Were you watching my stream the first time I hit the boss? Were you there when I got really mad at the gimmick? Because I literally could not do it. Riley, you're suddenly so hungry you're sick? Oh, better grab some food. But yeah, I didn't like Hades, Zez. And I'll tell you why. I play a lot of roguelikes like that. Not like Hades necessarily, but with the same structure. And they have a lot of variety, and that's usually what keeps me engaged. Because I like that each run is different, and every time I start a new run, I have to actually pay attention to what I'm doing, and I have to adjust to like every item I pick up, dramatically changing my run. And I found that in Hades, all of the pathing is the same. Every boss you see is the same. The sequence is the same. The biomes are the same. The enemy types are the same. When you get an upgrade, you either get a dash that inflicts fire, or inflicts poison, or inflicts lightning, or inflicts some other shit. And then you get your little gem thing that you shoot out, and your gem thing that you shoot out can inflict poison, or lightning, or fire, you know? And then your primary weapon can inflict lightning, or fire, or poison. And, that's all great, but, like, it's just different flavors of the same thing. And if your builds were pretty much all the same, and there was a variety of enemies and bosses, I'd be less bothered by the sameness of all the builds. But it's the fact that all the bosses are the same, all the biomes are the same, there's no alt pathing, so you have to go the same way every time. If I ever have to fight that stupid grinning guy and his stupid bull ever again, I don't know what I'll do. And then once you start beating Hades, they introduce an artificial difficulty where you toggle on stuff that says, same thing, but now they have a shield. Same thing, but now when they die, they come back to life. Same thing, but now if they hit me, they inflict elemental effects. And that just seems gimmicky and not like true difficulty spiking. Whereas in other games of that type I've played, they introduce all that stuff organically. Never in The Binding of Isaac have I needed to toggle on enemies have an extra shield just so that the game is harder. If you want the game to be harder, you go down a different path that has different enemy types and different things to see and different bosses to fight. And if you feel like you're well equipped for one path over another, you go a different way and experience different stuff. So the first Hades game to me, I appreciate that it was well received, and I appreciate that it opened people's eyes to the genre, but I did not like it. I have like 1,200 hours or something in The Binding of Isaac. I have like 600 plus hours in Enter the Gungeon, like 100 hours in Nuclear Throne, and 30 in Hades. So, just isn't really for me. I don't know what they iterated from Hades 1 to 2. I'm hoping they changed stuff. But given my experiences with the first game, I'm not, like I said, knocking down doors to go try Hades 2. And the fact that Hades 2 has been received well doesn't really mean much to me because the first game was received well and was equally not for me. No hate on it though. Like if people are enjoying it and they're not kind of bored by the same things I'm bored by, then I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum. I just recognize it's not really for me. Anyway, yeah. Meeps, you tried several times in Mega Bonk with different characters and builds and just couldn't get anywhere with it, which just kind of took all the fun out, made the whole 40+ minute run thing useless or pointless. The thing in Mega Bonk is you can succeed with any character if you spec into the same build, and that build is dependent on luck and XP and increasing difficulty so that enemies drop more XP, and with those 3 tomes attached plus one that's your favorite, you just rake in XP and get strong as shit. Also, every time you go to a Moai head, you use your rerolls on it, so it gives you purple and gold items. And then you just build your runs around whatever gold item you get at your first Moai head. Those are the strats. And they're very boring. Barry, you were just about to say that. Oofy poison dude, anyone who does melee. If it negates all your weapons, you have to use your starting weapon, so Oofy is stuck with the sword. Yeah, that's fine. If you get enough, you still have your tome effects. So if you have like a size tome, for example, then you could kind of just walk around the guy that sits in the middle, and the size of it will still hit him without you having to face him. Having to face him is kind of bullshit, though. And then if you upgrade your sword enough, or you have like a high projectile count or whatever, you'll just go like and you'll just attack a bunch. Melee stuff is viable in Mega Bonk. You just have to build a specific way around it. Not the cold coffee. Hey Leo, what if you didn't have to go upstairs to begin with? You need a stair lift? GoFundMe Heli stair lift. Yeah. You should get one of those, I think, in general. Riley, you want to get mods and do a custom build with like a 30-minute timer per level or something? It's a weird take, but the thing I just like about Hades the most is that the character wanders around mumbling to themselves all the time and it mutes the music and interrupts the vibe. Joke's on you, I mute music in my games all the time anyway. But yeah, that is kind of a weird sound balancing thing. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always hungry and always sick. True. I may like Hades 2 based on what I said. Why? What does Hades 2 do that's different from Hades 1? Also, Zez, lol. It's true, man. If Hades 2 happened to fall in my lap, I'd be obligated to play it. Which reminds me, I didn't open the Epic Games launcher and see what games are free today. Also, if people like free games, listen up. If you aren't completely disgusted by the Ubisoft launcher, the way that I am, you can get, what's it called? Immortals Phoenix Rising, or Phoenix Immortals Rising or something, for free. It's free now through December 2nd, apparently, on the Ubisoft Connect app or the Ubisoft store. That game looked cool, so I nabbed it. I don't know what's free on Epic though, and when I went to open the Epic launcher, it said, my launcher needs an update, relaunching in a little bit. A new version of the system software is available. Continue, and then it closes. Are you downloading the... Are you updating? Okay, I'm just gonna leave it open, and we'll see what happens. I want to see what the new free games on Epic are. They've been kind of mid lately. Tony, never really watched much of one, catching just a tidbit of 2 lately, but nothing invested. Never played them myself, not my kind of game, but a neat watch, I suppose. They're 100% my type of game. I love the dungeon crawly, combat-based, upgrade your character with random shit, and then each combat encounter is different because you have random shit to work with type games. I play all kinds of them. I've played first-person shooter ones, I've played ones where you farm robots, I've played ones where you hack and slash, or you like make your way through dungeons, I've played deck building ones, I've played gambling ones. Or this format, this is kind of the same thing. You have to take from the upgrades that are presented to you and thrive. I like random stuff. You like that? Just not a fan of bullet hells or anything similar? Well, there are different versions of them. Like Hades isn't really a bullet hell one. Although any game that has a dodge in it, where you have a period of invincibility, then that usually implies that they're gonna bullet hell you, because if you have the ability at any time to temporarily be invincible, then they're gonna throw enough stuff at you where you have to use it sometimes. Gungeons like that. Enter the Gungeon is like that 100%. A lot of the bosses have bullet hell aspects and stuff because you have a dodge roll. Iframes, game not for you, yeah. But like the Binding of Isaac, for example, doesn't have any dodge mechanics. It has some sequences that are bullet helly, but they're very, very infrequent. The thing in a game like Isaac is the fact that you have to learn enemy movement pathing. And, you know, if you're unfamiliar with how enemies move, you can get yourself cornered a lot, and then you feel like it's unfair. But it's not actually unfair, it's just a matter of, like, you know, especially because the room tiles and stuff are always the same. If you play enough runs in that game, you'll just kind of inherently know, like, oh, and I'm in this room, and if I go in this corner, I'm fucked. So maybe don't do that. Don't willingly get fucked. But, no, I get it. I get not liking bullet hell games. I like bullet hell games, personally. I like pattern recognition and stuff. And that's kind of what bullet hell games kind of require, is that you recognize the movement of the bullets and you can find a way to, like, weave between them. That's kind of how these types of games work, too. Especially if you're not, like, at a point where you can just walk forward and kill everything, kind of like I'm doing right now. A lot of times you have to kind of, like, pixel step your way through stuff because everything's living around you. So it takes a little something. I've never re-rolled in this, but I just did. Oh, and all of these are worse, dude. What's up? See, it seems like it takes a lot of failing to learn. I don't know about everyone else, but I like winning when I play a game. Well, you play Overwatch, dude. End of sentence. You like winning when you play a game. You fucking play Overwatch, dude. You solo queue Overwatch. I don't want to hear you like winning when you play a game. Ouch, my pride. It hurts because it's true. I'm literally gonna say something about Overwatch? Yeah. And you're a Hanzo main? Yeah, except he's a good Hanzo main, alright? We can't give him shit for being a Hanzo main. I've played with enough Hanzos to know what bad Hanzos look like, and Tony's not a bad Hanzo by any degree. Night falling with arrows sticking out of a meme. I used to be a game winner like you, and then I took an Overwatch to the knee. Did someone mention Musu games? I think Tony did. I didn't read it because I didn't know what that was. What's up, Caesar? Caesar's a champ. He was hanging out on Super Gamecast stream unprovoked the other day. That was pretty cool. And then I peeked his, like, his player card or whatever, and I saw that he's been followed to him for 2 years, which is wild. What a homie. It makes me happy when I raid people, and people I know like people I know because I like people that I know. And then I see them, like, hanging out in each other's streams and stuff. It's cool. Even if you don't live there, it's just kind of cool that you're, like, continually familiar, you know? Feels good. I had nothing to do with it, in a way, but also it feels good. That might have actually been your first time in chat. You definitely remember following him a while back. It was more than a while, man. It said like 2022 or something, 2023. I was like, damn. JR, you've been known to know you? I don't know myself sometimes. Sometimes I sit there and I think about it, and I reflect on who I've become over the years. I'm like, damn, who is this guy? Zaz, thanks for checking in. Thanks for the chicken. But yeah, I don't know. Takes lots of failing to learn. I mean, isn't every game like that? Like, let's continue talking about Overwatch, right? You don't know what character you like until you try them, and if you suck as them, you move on to another character. And then if you find a character you sort of fuck with, you have to learn how to get good as them by continually trying to play them and being bad at them, and then learning what to do and what not to do, and what things you vibe with and what things you don't. Garama! But you don't like playing games where you fail a lot and have to learn through your failings, right? You don't like games with runs You don't like playing Repo because when you spawn in and don't know what the monsters do, you don't know how to react to them, but then 20 runs in, you know how to avoid the huntsman guy who shoots at you when you talk. I think you always gotta learn from what you're doing. I think the thing you don't like about it is that it brands itself as that being the whole purpose, which I think is fair, but I like that every time you start up, the things are different, and every time you play, you have to just, like, incrementally adjust to stuff. So that's what I've always liked about roguelikes, is every time you acquire something, it's new. You say again, give me Musu. I don't know what this is. You just don't want to win? Or you don't just want to win? You want to stomp on people? Yeah. You can do that in these types of games, though. I mean, that's exactly what the Vampire Survivors games are. You're stomping on enemies, but they're not real people. Dynasty Warriors and the like. Shout out Zez because he was just playing Hyrule Warriors, which I guess is a Zelda-style, Dynasty Warrior-style game. Or we go chase that link that came in from the raid and go watch Zez play Dynasty Warriors Zelda Edition. The game where you typically lose at least 50% of the time? Yeah, Overwatch. Or Marvel Rivals, who has like scripted losing or whatever with the way that they do matchmaking. At least the ads have good Christmas music. Oh, they're over now. And y'all are gonna get it for calling me out in such a reasonable and accurate way. Hey man, if we do anything here, it's we point out faults in people that they present, you know? You come in my chat and you mention something about yourself once, and then I brand you with it, and then in the future, if I can use it against you, I'm gonna bring it up. Haley knows. Haley knows. She's often a victim of this, drinking her ranch or whatever. Tony, your only thing is that you buy a lot of Fortnite skins and you like Overwatch. Barrow yesterday mentioned that he likes League, so we're gonna hold that over his head, you know, whenever possible. Except when other series make a Musu and adapt it to their style. I don't know what Musu is, man. Nicola, man, I think someone's making burgers outside. You want a hamburger? You should shout outside and be like, do you have an extra for a neighbor? Persona 5 Strikers, Hyrule Warriors, Naruto, Unimpact? I don't know those. You need to play Hyrule Warriors? So do. Burgies. Speak for yourself. Normie's 50%. Heh. Alright, man, pull up your profile and screen grab your win percentage. I'd love for you to prove us wrong. Nicola, I can't brand you with anything. I know that you're a COD sweat and you like farming simulator games. There's not really a lot of depth there, so I can't really judge you. I remember one time you struggled to retrieve a sweater from a trip abroad, so I can make fun of that, I guess. Brand, I'm great value? Ew. I understand you're saying you're like budget buys, but why'd you have to pick the Walmart brand? Great value? Please. At least be like an Aldi brand or something, you know? Something reputable. Mama Cozy's over here. Hey, I don't buy Fortnite skins anymore. Now I buy Overwatch skins. Tony, if I rope you into playing Fortnite with me because, you know, this month they're doing a Simpsons Battle Pass I gotta grind, and you're like, ooh, I like the Simpsons or whatever, I reckon you'll peep the shop and buy a skin. It's like hack and slash, I guess, but with hordes of enemies, like you're fighting 1,000 goons on a map. I see. I have a Dynasty Warriors game, I think, on PS2. I'm intermittently working on setting up a like retro games room that I could stream from downstairs. And if I do that, maybe I could play old games I've never played before on PS2, like Dynasty Warriors, and see how shit they are. Or how shit I am at them. But I need to get a TV. My mom has one in her basement, and I'm not eager to go through the effort of getting it in my house, so I haven't told her I'm ready for it yet, even though I am. Meeps, you want the new Mythic Lifeweaver skin? I haven't seen it. My most recent weekly report has a 100 win rate because you haven't played. I ain't got nothing on me. Yeah, true. With what, 0 games? 1. Oh, okay. Why you won't play Fortnite anymore? Because it's too easy to buy skins. Yeah, it's too bad you can't disable that stuff in these games, actually. People that have no impulse control like yourself, it would be nice to be able to just like disable all the advertising in the games. Well, like if you could do that, then games wouldn't be, you know, basically clones of like mobile games. Their egregious advertising or whatever. It's not really looking like I'm gonna level up a bunch and get to 50. I needs to, but it's not looking like it's gonna happen, by the way, if anyone was curious. Doesn't really look like it's in the cards. Mostly because I am not getting options to increase my XP gain. Also, I guess I'm not getting a lot of weapons online, so maybe my, like, the amount I'm killing stuff is low. Not sure. Ask me later. You have 1,400 hours in Stinky Dino game? Wait, what's all this? What are we talking numbers for? I'm not a COD sweat, I just have a lot of hours. On Steam, only 800, give or take. On Steam, yeah. And you can't check Battle.net, but if you could, it would probably be pretty high, huh? So, sweat. Also, it's the fact that you buy every COD release that makes you a COD sweat. And that you, like, marked your calendar and you've been foaming at the mouth because they're releasing another COD game. It's like, chill, man. It's the same game as the one you bought last time. Why are you so excited? Christmas is coming and mommy's getting you another pair of socks. It's okay. Only 800. The exact same game. Well, you know, they make micro adjustments or whatever. New COD fans are excited that they're making Omni movement a permanent enough thing that games like Apex are going to start to copy it, but like, you know. And they're going to have different guns. Different guns are fun, you know. I've been playing Warzone and they added 2 new guns with the latest season release or whatever. The Dresden is OP. Yippee. Or whatever. What's Omni movement? You've heard of movement. Now imagine movement plus plus. Introducing Omni movement. You can look in any direction while dodging, jumping, and bouncing off of walls and the floor and the sky and whatever, like an action hero in any direction. Being able to run in any direction and slide in any direction, that's right. Sick of running in whatever, forward or backwards or whatever? Introducing omnidirectional movement. You can now dodge forward and backward and diagonally. Wow. Now I need the Ready Player One treadmill thing for VR. They do make some pretty crazy VR setups. They exist, but they're clanky? Yeah, man. They do exist. That is true. Guys, we're at 41. Wait, this is possible. We're at level 41 and there's 4 minutes left. I think I can farm enough XP for 9 more levels. And then I'll only have to do, hopefully, 1 more run of this, but I think it'll probably be more than 1 run. I gotta get strong as shit, though. I gotta find good weaponry next run, just, like, slower. Deploying a drone, follow the drone. I always try to go ahead of the drone, and then I don't find what they're leading me to. I gotta get caught up on chat, sorry. I'm trying to actually play this game, though, because the sooner I get through this game, the sooner we can play games that are actually fun to watch. I'm sure literally no one is into me playing this game, I'm just doing it because I has to. I don't have to do it today, though. I just wanted to get it over with, because it's, like, easy. Y'all understand. Y'all understand that I'm capping, right, blood? Red gun. Alright, Let's see if I can get caught up while also not taking too much damage. Let's see. Sloop, 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 sloop. 0 games played, right. How many out yourself? I always use my Magic Arena as a baseline to test sweats. I only have 600. Only 800. Well, you know, when people are clocking 1,000 hours average per game, I suppose only 800 is valid. But you know, people in chat that have families and like jobs and stuff are sweating in their like 4 hours of games played a week. Sitting like, damn, I couldn't imagine 800 hours on a video game. And then me, I got this game 2 days ago and I look at my hour count in it and it's like 30 or whatever. I'm like, damn, there hardly even been 30 hours in 3 days.
These corrupted
Who's subbing? War? Weird it lets me share this because I sub with Prime. What do you mean? You don't think you can't normally put a sub message in when you sub with Prime? Thank you for the sub with Prime, man. You could use that anywhere. I'm tickled pink that you would do it here. You tickled my pink. What's up, War? Happy Thursday, man. Hope you're doing all right. How was getting the kid to bed last night? Uh oh, wait, I'm only 44 and there's only 2 minutes left. Hold on. Okay, wait. I gotta slaughter the Bug Queen real quick. We're 100% gonna slaughter her. You didn't resub just yet? Just said to share your 9 month? It says War resubscribed with Prime. They've been subscribed for 9 months. You mean you didn't just resub? The notification I got says you resubbed. K-Paw Soul, fam. Alright, 5 more levels. Can I do it? It'll be close. I have 1.5 minutes to get 5 more levels, and I gotta fight this fucking queen first. I think I'm gonna run around in the circle and as I kill stuff, try to pick shit up from them. Can I please pick up a thing that will like increase my pickup range or whatever? That would be great. I gotta gain 3 levels in a minute. You think we can do it? I'll get a hefty chunk of change if I kill the boss. So I guess I ought to kill the boss. Kill the boss, kill the boss. She's not taking any damage. Why is her health bar not going down? Hello, game. Kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss. Hello, game. Well, I'm level 49. Hold on, it's possible? Because my character's blindfolded and she can't see what the hell she's doing. Honestly, valid. Okay, 20 seconds to fill this bar to 50. Can I do it?
Home, such as it is.
What the fuck is happening?
Lands, they are yours now.
Leafsy subscribe with Prime. Can I tickle the pink too? I mean, I don't know. We are twins. There are some states in America that allow for that, I guess. Also, nobody knows what you're up to in the womb. Thank you for the Prime sub, Meepsy. Lord. Weren't you from like Georgia or something? You know. Anyway, what a great thing to have to include in my Daredrop clip or whatever. Look at that. We, does it say? Where does it say? Level 51, fam. And we won. I don't think I had to win a run. I just had to get to level 50 in a run. So there we go. Level 51. Dare done. Tickled pink. You can't just aren't you Southern, bruh? I know. It has to specifically be Alabama. I know. Okay.
Tokens of hope.
Are you sure you want to refund all upgrades?
Dark.
Uh-oh, what is this? Gifted subs. Gifting 5 subs? In this economy?
Trees.
Thanks, Riley. Mingo Rita got one. Mark got one. Hammy Boy. I actually recognize most of those names. Now you go into a meeting? Boo meetings. Well, thank you for the gifty. Hey, now you can trees again? Oh yeah, that's right. You need a sub in order to trees. That's cringe. Alright, kids. I guess we'll, get caught up on chat while we're hype training. Zaz, already time for me to head out and get a bagel sandwich. That sounds nice. Have a great rest of your day, okay? I'm having a good day. I'll be sure to keep it going. Thank you so much again for that raid. Do enjoy your bagel sandwich. Appreciate you coming here when you could have gone anywhere. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much. Enjoy your foods. Good luck with the meeting. Yeah, boo work, boo meetings. You can just say it. To be honest, what I should do when I do this shit is give you... Oh, I don't have one of those. A Ko-Fi coffee thing. So you want to get 100% of the money instead of Bezos? I do have a tipping thing through Stream Elements, I think, where I retain like 90-some% of it. But I don't really forecast that. Because I don't like people giving me their money. Speaking of VR, have you seen the lot? Have you lot seen the Stream Machine? Oh, dude, I have. Not looking forward to it unless it's uber cheap. I like the idea of hooking up Steam to a TV. But I don't know if I want to do that. It depends how much it costs, right? If it costs as much as a PC, then I would just get a second PC. Why the fuck would I buy a box that wants to be a PC? Oh, that new Steam shit looks kind of cool. Me neither. I think I'm gonna stick with a Quest, says Caesar. I don't really care about VR personally. Already have a big screen beyond 2E on order. What is 2E? Don't need standalone shit because PC's better than some iPhone-ass low-power crap. The new Steam thingy does look interesting. I'm curious what the specs on it and stuff will be. Thinking of the Steam frame, the Steam machine is the console killer, right? Slower than base consoles from this generation. I'm gonna be curious about the specs or whatever of it. Anyway, thank you all for the hype train. I literally wasn't doing anything. You guys just happened to sub or whatever at the same time. But I appreciate the hype. This happens like once a year or whatever, so let's all cherish the moment. Riley said I prefer base station tracking to Inside Out though. I have FBT with my index and some HTC trackers, and with the BSB2E I'll have eye tracking. I don't speak this language, this isn't for me. This was for the homies in chat. And if I want, I can get an open source mouth tracker thingy, or you know, they can just install me a needle thing in my spine like the Matrix. That'd be cool. We'll get there one day. Tony, you have to go check your playtime of Overwatch and get home? Yeah. Haley, only game I've come close to 1,000 or more in is, other than Skyrim, is Apex. Yeah, Skyrim, for sure. No, he didn't. Didn't resub? It quite literally says you resub with Prime, and that's also why a hype train started, because 2 people subbed, and they're like, uh-oh, multiple subs, 1 more is gonna tip the thing. But I don't know, if you didn't have to pay or get rid of your Prime, then cool, go use it elsewhere too. I don't know. It says you did. But yeah, boo meetings. About to go into a meeting with the CIO. I'm not nervous, you're nervous. I mean, is it just you and the CIO? Whatever, I'm sure they like you.
Welcome home, such
What?
as it is. These corrupted lands, they are yours
Caesar
now.
resubbed with us with actual money? That's crazy. Subscribe for a full year, dang. Happy anniversary, yeah man. Thank you for the year of subs. That's crazy. Big numbers. Appreciate it. Maybe so your highest game time on Steam is 2.3K on Ark Survival? Not sure I would have clocked that you play stuff like that. That's cool. Riley, also, dude, I can't stop craving spaghetti lately. What the fuck? I'm actively choosing it over tacos for my weekend meal. It's like a crime. I'd probably consider that a crime personally, but spaghetti is really good. So, new all-time record for my hype train? That's crazy. Thank you, guys. It is true, though. I actively tell people not to sub or whatever, so we don't get hype trains all that often. But that's awesome. Thank you all so much. How far behind was I? We'll get to the bottom of how this website works someday, right? Well, they keep changing it for the worse, so we'll never have a clue. Oh yeah, all the stuff in response to Meepsy tickling my pink. Wait, Riley's still here? Hi, Riley. What happened to your meeting? Ignoring the CIO, are you? What I should do when I do this shit is just give you coffee. Oh, yeah. Doesn't have the bluster and trains and things. I know. People sub for the recognition, not to actually help streamers. They like seeing their name on screen and being the reason for temporary joy. I understand. It's a validation thing more than an actual support thing. I understand. I'm being facetious, if it's not obvious. Also, I keep doing this where I give subs to a streamer, not to myself. Yeah, true. Quick, somebody give Riley a sub, even though the hype train's over. I'm kidding, don't. So just click the YouTube link. I'm muted so I can't hear anything, but still talking. Nice. Valid. I don't mind because ads aren't an issue. Right, that's true. Ad blockers exist. I earned a hype chest? Is that... Never mind. I was gonna say something gross. About Meepsy tickling my pink and there being an exchange. But we're related, and I respect Meepsy, so I'm not gonna make that joke. Hey, I don't know what's happening, but I can't do any art for shit today. I'm trying to do some Grizzly emotes for Giggly, and it's not coming, I just can't. That's okay. Pivot to something else. Make a different kind of emote, and maybe, you know, maybe trying to make a specific dog or whatever's too hard. Pivot to crocheting your ranch bottle. That's mechanical. Just kidding, your hands don't work. Maybe don't crochet today. Hi, B. Sorry, I'm behind. Can't you tell? Last played H-Rot? What the hell is that? B, how are you? Thanks for giving me the tips for B-Carbonize earlier. Maybe I'll play that today. I don't know. I don't know what's coming next after this game. Crochet a ranch bottle? Yeah, that's my latest suggestion. I told her to crochet an emotional support ranch plushie because she was talking about how she buys stuff for plushies. Or, what did you call them? Stuffies? Haley, ever do art streams like with Picardo on here on Twitch? I do Picardo sometimes, not recently though, because all I do is comics for some reason. Thought about it, but no, I get nervous. When I get nervous, I can't think, so I can't draw, I'm sure. Yeah. I've done art on stream before, but I'm not an artist, so it's been embarrassing. Oh shit, Laura left for an appointment. Sorry, love you, bye. Sorry, I'm behind. Thank you for your sub that wasn't a sub that was a sub. Enjoy your appointment or whatever. You have to do an appointment? Wait, are you a doctor? Huh? Whatever. Good luck with it. We'll miss you. Come back and tell us how it was, I guess. Or don't. You don't have to. But we'll miss you. Thank you again for your stuff. I guess those people you know, though, it could be fun. They could feel your inspiration and whatnot. Yeah. Is it a coincidence that TSB and Sir BT names are similar and the same color? It is a coincidence. As far as I know, they don't run in the same circles, or unless it's here. I've pulled them from different corners of the internet. So it is a coincidence. Choo choo. Oh, shot macro emo. I'm gonna spam this one in Phil's stream. Does Phil not like moving emotes? Hey, that $2 gonna help you pay a bill? It could. It might. I do have bills. Crochet a ranch bottle, yeah. Did I see your doodle? No, where did you post it? You've drawn him before? You just don't know why it's not happening right now? It's a cartoon Grizzle with an emotion. Oh, wait, you mean the dog? I think I've seen your dog sketches. Hurry slowly. Happy to be of assistance? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It's not H-Rot. I thought it was an acronym. I'm not even gonna pretend that I can read check, so... But it's for tip, spike, or point. It's a local boomer shooter set in the late communism Czechoslovakia where aliens landed. Nice. I like boomer shooters. Local boomer shooter. That's fun. Did you enjoy it when you played it? I don't know if I posted it, to be honest. I sent it to Giggly, but I don't know if I shared it in any Discord. You'll send it? Oh, okay. I don't know what this weird emote is. It looks like someone trying to, like, choke you out or blind you or something. Yeah, that was the hype train reward. Yeah. Yikes. Everybody getting choked out. It's you tickling my pink. True. The pink tickling emote. When they're famous, they just let you do it. Type of shit. It's fairly decent. That's good. I hadn't heard of it, but cool to see you playing it. 22,000 credits? Okay, so we have to, for my dare, I have to win something with no upgrades. Here's the proof that all of my upgrades are shut off, and also my, like, base character stats on the bottom right. I am gonna use the Psychic, though. I don't know if the Psychic counts as an armory unlock. Also, my game just, like, stuttered. Because technically I'm in the armory now, and she was, like, an armory unlock, but also you can choose her, and you can choose a starting weapon when you start a run. So I'm assuming it just means no upgrades. So we're gonna do no upgrades with the Psychic. Has to be Crash Sight. My weapon of choice, I mean, the answer feels like the Blaster. So I think we blast her. Hardly know her, but we blast her. It shouldn't? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how... It depends on who's reviewing your shit. That seems to be the real kicker. Some devs are fussier than others, and if they're the ones reviewing the dares, then you are at the mercy of their judgment. That's one thing that I have learned in my time doing dare drop stuff. Sometimes you are subject to the div. Or whatever. But yeah, so I have to beat the final boss in this run with no upgrades, is the gist. So we just have to build a really strong run. I think early on I'm gonna spec into Volt Discharge just because it kills more enemies. So the more we kill, the more XP will drop. And thus I can level up quickly and get my weaponry online quickly. I'm gonna prioritize projectiles, I think. Someone declined a dare. Darn, I didn't have that happen to me once. Yeah, I've had them rejected before. Which is stupid because I always make it a point to 100% capture the thing they're talking about. I had one time that got rejected because I accidentally linked the wrong clip. Which 100% fair, and then I linked the right one. It was fine. I had to bicker with someone once about one I did for Isaac. Because I did one where you complete a room without taking damage. And I had a familiar, or like a little companion guy, that the whole gimmick was that if he touches an enemy, he will die. And then you basically have to, like, keep him specifically away from taking damage. So if you take damage, like, he hangs out or whatever. But I had him get close enough to something and he died. So the person reviewing my clip said, you got hit in that room at this timestamp, and it was the timestamp where that little familiar of mine died. So I resubmitted the same clip and I said, this was previously rejected because they said I got hit here. But if you look at my health bar and my character himself and stuff, you can see that I don't flinch or lose health or actually take damage because I didn't get hit, my familiar did. I had to, like, make a case for it, which was stupid. And I had a few other ones that said, like, you know, the actual criteria for this is different than you understood. Which, you know, then make your criteria clearer. Like, it didn't hide you an achievement and your wording was vague and stuff, but, you know, it was my fault. It's only happened like 2 or 3 times total, I think. I think those were all 3 times where I had an invalid clip, and, or, you know, I posted the wrong clip, and then I had to, like, debate because of the Binding of Isaac and whatever. I think one of the ones was for a game where I was like, this is a 50-50. I either did the right thing or I don't understand it. And they were like, yeah, you didn't understand it. I'm like, okay, well, I'll try again, I guess. Some of them I've rejected myself because they didn't seem possible to do. I played an AI slop game one time whose name I don't remember. It was like Sancticide or some bullshit. And they told me to like find a certain item and do something. And I played through the entire demo twice, which was a fucking slog because it was AI slop garbage. And I couldn't do the thing they wanted. It didn't seem like it was possible. I think it was like find and kill a specific NPC or whatever. So I played through the demo twice looking for the specific NPC, and they just did not exist. I talked to every corner, I scathed every corner of the map, I talked to every normal and unimportant NPC in every town, etc, etc. They just like didn't exist. And then I tried looking, I think I like Googled it or something, and I saw other people questioning it, and just kind of chalked it up as something that wasn't possible to do. But then I obviously couldn't submit a clip for it, so I rejected it and then found some other thing I could do. Which I don't even know why I did that, because I didn't really want extra copies of that slop garbage game to give away. So why would I go out of my way to get them? But that's the story. I have had some failings on Dare Drop, but it's to be expected as with everything else or anything else. Also, I've not been paying attention to the fact that I've been waltzing through crowds taking damage, and I am in a bad state. B, if you're gonna play this, because I think I started before you, I have tips for progression if you care to hear them. I don't think they're spoilery. It's just certain maps are better for progressing certain things if you're interested in knowing that. This just dawned on me because I realized I'm having a rough time on this map, and I was like, oh boy, I wish I was on map of choice for unlock preference or upgrade preference. Go for it. So the first map here is very normal, commonplace, whatever. You run into stuff every so often. The second map has chests like everywhere. When you get on the magma crater map, like everywhere you go, there's pools of lava that have chests in them. So if you're trying to upgrade quickly or whatever, that 100% is the map for... Like if you're doing a dare to get all of your guns prototyped, that's probably the map of preference for it. Because prototyping is what happens when you get your guns to level 8 and then open a black chest and it drops a red gem that turns your gun into like its highest level priority or whatever. So if you're trying to do that, then the maps that just have chests everywhere have more black chests to find. So if you get to level 8, you'll be able to prototype immediately. Or if you just find those black chests, they're immediate weapon upgrades. So if you're trying to upgrade your weapons, second map 100% is the better way to go. Or if you're trying to do the weapon unlocks where you level up your guns to level 8 in the first place so that you can start with them, once you get to the second map, that's the one I would probably use to farm that. And then if you're trying to get blueprints for the upgrade tree, the third map is good for that, the Science Center. Because the way that there's different, like, what do you call it? Like points of interest or whatever. And there's a repeatable point of interest in that 100% of the time spawns a blueprint. So if you're looking for blueprints to, like, get through your upgrade tree faster, just go on the third map and take movement upgrades and just try to run around the map looking for blueprint drops. Things I wish I would have known sooner. But also, you don't have to do that to thrive. Like, I've only played a handful of runs and I basically have everything unlocked. So it's definitely not necessary, but if you feel like your progression has been a bit of a slog, those are the things I wish I would have known and like leaned into a little bit more in my time with the game so far. But yeah, nothing too spoiler heavy, just like some maps have certain benefits that others don't, that are worth knowing. That is all. Also, for funsies, on the fourth map, the boss at the end is different than the other ones. Or, like, the boss format is different, but not in a way that is shitty like in Mega Bonk's third tier. Just is different in a fun and digestible way. Speaking of blueprints, there's one right there. I'm a little bit surprised I still need blueprints. Because I'm pretty sure I had the entire upgrade tree unlocked, but I guess maybe not. Alright, I gotta get to this black box as well. I am not killing things. Let's freeze everybody. And then we thrive. Thanks, you installed the demo, so you're looking forward now that you forward to it now that you hit 17 in Deadwall with Becarbonized. Did you get all the achievements in Becarbonized like you were trying? I know you said you got the under 60. Was that your last one? You had a couple left when you posted that one screenshot. I didn't remember what the other ones were, though, offhand, to know if the 60 was the true barrier. Oh, no, you still gotta do the 20 in a row. Yeah, that's right, because you were saying that. That dawned on me right before you typed it. 20 in a row. I do think that's boring. When I was reading through the achievements and I saw that was one, I sighed. Because that just feels like a play my game more kind of cop-out. Or do something you do 5 times a run, 500 times. Which is just secret code for play 500 runs. It's like, I don't feel the need to do this. I know you want me to or whatever, but I don't want ya. Alright, I need to level up more so I can get myself a whatchamacallit, a prototype gun. Oh, I should have used that little side blast thing on the... Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, we'll remember that this thing is here, right? We'll remember that this black box is right above this little science area. I'm gonna go get this blueprint. 80 meters away. Shout out Meepsy, who likes when I do that. 80 meters. Walter. There's just so many enemies, dude. I don't feel like I'm on track to kill the boss. I don't feel like I'm on track to live, actually. The fact that I actually have to use my side blast is a problem. Next weapon upgrade, I get repulse. Because I'm struggling. One of us, one of us. Gooble gooble. Gooble gobble, gooble gobble? Wait, what? What is gooble gobble? Is that like a chant? Is that like a cultist chant? Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. Uh-oh. Okay, stand still and kill things. It's off of South Park. One of us. Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. I should know that. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh god, pixel walking champ, never mind. Oh, but I lost the blueprint. Does that mean it's gonna go away? Oh, it is, because it's just like the zone. Okay. It's from the 1935 film Freaks. So it was a movie spoof South Park episode then? When Butter's parents try to kill him. Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. I've been starting to forget South Park stuff. It's sad. I gotta start watching South Park again. Oh, fuck. I thought I could fit between them. No! Oops. Hold on. I didn't mean to go to the armory. I think the blaster wasn't actually in the move. I think repulse is gonna be the move. Rip. Gooble gobble, gooble gobble. Golly, the repulse is slow. Come on now. Come on now. After stream, it's sleep all fucking daytime for Helly. Yeah. Lucky for you, I'm not streaming like all day because I have dinner to go to in like 4 hours, 5 hours. So you can have a nice 5 p.m. bedtime. Or whatever. Belly?
Trees.
I don't see how that would be a fitting nickname, to be fair, so. It's almost Helly bedtime. What, 5 hours from now is almost? Damn, dude. I get to the last hour of work and I still don't think I'm almost done. It's like the last 15 minutes of work and I'm finally like, oh, the day is almost over. Thank fuck. Belly. Cody Bellinger. Okay, this zone control is actually serving me really well. 5 minutes before the bell rang at school, you're like, you have so long left. Yeah. But you know, it's almost bedtime or whatever. So you see how things are different on this map from the last one? On the last one, I was constantly schmoovin', trying to pick stuff up, and on this one, I'm just sat still trying to kill stuff. It's partly because running around schmoovin' is not serving me on this map. And secondly, there's nothing really to go get compared to the last map. We're trying zone control stuff. I think I'm gonna do repulse, electric grenades, stasis mine, and maybe flamethrower. I do like the rockets though. But stasis mine like sucks everybody into a central point, which is really useful. Flamethrower, you can eventually get 2 of them, like 1 on either side of you, which is good for zone control or like enemy control. So I was walking around people like that. You're cooked, bruh. And then of course when I see stuff I don't want, I have to pick other things. The character ability, like Mind Blast, only goes up to level 5 when you upgrade it. So if you upgrade it all the way, it'll stop showing up in your upgrade pool. That's one thing about these games that people don't tend to recognize, which I think is silly. But like in Vampire Survivors, for example, sometimes I would get an item I didn't really want. And then every time I'd get an upgrade, I would like avoid picking it, but it would keep showing up in my upgrades because I wasn't upgrading it. So in this game that happens too. If you pick up like the Stasis Blast thing, which is the character ability, and then you never upgrade it, then every time you look at your upgrades, you're gonna see, oh look, Mind Blast, over and over and over. So I am gonna pick weapon upgrades and stuff when I can, because I need to just be killing stuff. But generally speaking, if I get other upgrades I don't care about, I will instead pick the like an upgrade I'm forced to take, just so I can burn through them and never see them again. Bean, let them what now? You get it. You should have seen my title yesterday. My title was something like, who am I to deny someone a good time? Let them come onslaught. Who am I to deny someone good fun? What's up, Bean? How's it going, Mang? Last played Void Train? What kind of game is Void Train? Sounds gnarly. What's up, Mang? Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. Let them come! Dare drop in. That's right. This is a dare drop game. If you like Vampire Survivors game, this one's available. Another survival crafter, but you're on a space train. Oh, I see. We love trains. Kind of like Raft. Space Raft. Hell yeah. You played some Void Train? What'd you think of it, Meepshi? God damn it, I gotta stop walking into things. Was that one clip, or that one voice thing I said? I'm blowing myself to bits. God damn it, I'm blowing myself to bits. Okay, here's the box. It's not going anywhere. We'll stand here and kill people until I get a weapon up to level 7 or level 8, and then we'll turn it red. Got more interesting once you got the grapple thingy and let you explore off the train. That does sound interesting. It's really cool. Get to make a long train with multiple carts, automation in the works. People do be loving automation. That's true. I guess I'll start taking armor plating because I do be taking hits sometimes. Okay, remember that this box is here. We gotta come back for it later. Because I gotta go chase this other black box that's like a limited time thing. Also, I hate these elites, so we gotta kill this guy before I do anything else, because he's gonna keep shooting me, and I don't appreciate that. Oh, he's getting shocked or whatever. We press on. Ow. Give me boxes, please. I like money, I like health. Ow. I like health, but not enough to stay healthy. I played a game, this isn't at all the same thing. Oh, this isn't where I need to be. Oops. I thought it was. I played a game somewhat recently, I forget the name of, where it's Spacely, but I didn't hate it. You have to maintain like a ship. Like you and a group of people just exist on a spaceship and you have to maintain it and you have to go like travel through space, getting off the ship to go do quests and stuff. I played it with the Dizzle Bizzle. I played the demo for it some months ago. It seemed kind of promising. A roguelike? I don't think so. I think it's just like a survival style game. I wish I could remember what it was called. Hold on, let me check. Let me check my Steam library right quick. And see. Did I uninstall it? DEMO. Shit, I don't have it in my library still. Like on a blimp? Not a blimp. Definitely a spaceship. Golly, how long ago was that? It must have been several months ago. Wait, maybe if I search Play Night for demo, it'll find stuff that's no longer installed. Jump Ship. It's called Jump Ship. Not to be confused with the ex-Play Dead devs who defected from the dev team that made Limbo to go make another Limbo clone that was no good. More radius on our nades. I like the sound of that. Nades me, mommy. Okay, we gotta go back to that box. Also, I gotta get my nades to level 8. Ow, I need to stop taking damage as well. What the fuck? Yeah, it was supposed to be fun, but you didn't know anyone else who got it, so you didn't. What, Jump Ship? Yeah, I had it for a little while. I might get the full release when it comes out, but it depends on how many people I know play it. Which probably won't be any. I don't think that's a game I'd play alone. That's 100% like a team-based game. Don't die, 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 don't die. Why am I struggling to get through runs with no upgrades? It's almost as if this game requires that you get meta progression. Also, I don't remember there being enemies that shoot shit at you on the first level. But there have been. Void Crew is a similar one, but it's a little roguelike-y. I have, that, I think. I think I picked it up in a recent Fanatical bundle or something. Think, methinks. Brother, I am struggling. I have to keep using the thing that kills everyone around me, and then I don't get XP. That lightning strike was super useful, though. I mean, we have to take the flamethrower, even though I would love some health. Did I happen to snag swap meat? What is swap meat? And where would I have snagged it? Was it like free or something somewhere? Can't say I have. That's that roguelike where you kill things and they drop body parts and you can equip them to yourself to get different effects, right? I've heard of that. That looks cool. I think I watched Gojo play that. Was a Keymailer? Oh. No, I haven't looked into Keymailer yet. I'm not sure if I should. Part of me thinks I should, and then part of me is spending all my time playing Daredrop games already, and I have a backlog of games I'm not playing that I'd like to get to someday, so I feel like I should stop signing myself up for specific games and just play the ones I have sometime. But also, you know, I accept almost every Dare Drop campaign that comes out if it's even remotely interesting to me. Or if it's interesting to people I know. Because I'll slog through a game just to get a free copy to give to someone. Just easier in terms of content. You just stream it, no upload or anything, no quests. Do you get anything for doing key mailer stuff, or is it just the fact that you get the keys and you can show off the game? Is that the full trade? Because Dare Drop is like that plus, because then you get extra copies to give people, which I like. I mean, for Dare Drop, you can accept really simple quests and do them and just say basically that you played the game, which is what you learned when playing Lost Eidolon's Veil of the Witch, because you did a quest that you could do in your first battle encounter during the tutorial. But I like doing the full grindy stuff because, one, I do actually want to experience the games for the most part. But I also like getting more games. Increase the percentage, get more games? What do you mean by increase the percentage? I like getting more keys through Dare Drop, but sometimes Keymailer gives you a 4-stack up front to show off the game. Yeah, but usually that's for multiplayer games, isn't it? Your personal completion percentage rate? Oh, I see. What does having a higher personal completion percentage do for you? If I get shot right here, I'm dead. Just FYI. I gotta pixel walk a little bit. Yeah, only for multiplayer? Well, that's it. It's so that you can play the game then. It's not like it's a show-off perk. It's literally like, this is a game for 4 people, so here's 4 copies so you can actually get 4 people to play the game. Otherwise, you can't play the game. There's a higher chance to get keys when you apply to them? Oh, I see. You don't meet the social media numbers or average Twitch views? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one bad thing about Dare Drop is that they rely on concurrent viewer count, which sucks. I used to be able to accept 3 dares a game, and then Twitch did all that shit where they invalidated lurkers, and now my concurrent viewer count's lower than 15, so I can't accept 3 dares per game anymore. There are certain dare things I can't even opt into with a concurrent viewer count lower than 15. It sucks. I don't know what you gotta do to boost your concurrent viewer count. I do know that all the followers I've gotten over the years have been over the years, so there's probably like a mass percentage of people that follow me that don't even use Twitch anymore. So I can't expect them to show up for stream. I'm having a really hard time doing this. Let's see. Let's start with a different weapon then. Because Repulse wasn't actually helping me like I thought it would. Bolt Discharge is good for group control, which I guess is what I want. I really wanted something that would be good for groups and also for the boss. I really thought that the blaster would do that, because if you stand still, you just like shoot everywhere. I like Rocket Barrage too, but I don't like starting with it is the thing. We'll try Volt Discharge this time. Tell people their view doesn't matter unless they chat every half hour? Yeah. I don't know if that's effective or not. It got me to start chatting again in Mama Patats because I feel bad. Not that I feel bad. I don't feel guilted. But I am reminded that my view doesn't count even though I'm lurking. And I'm not often reminded of that. So I often just pull up people's streams and vibe and don't count. So being made aware of that makes me do something about it, I guess, but I also don't want to force people to change their like viewing behaviors on Twitch just because Twitch is fucking stupid. I'm not going to impose a problem for my viewers because Twitch did, you know? You lurk so often in Starks, you literally sit there and never say a word, but now you at least put a lurk up, because what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, it's dumb. I don't know. This is you not writing anything? Thanks, Mark. I don't really know what to do. Like, should I make a chat command or something that's like, you know, people can type a chat command just to have typed in chat, but they don't want to be acknowledged in any way, so I'll turn a blind eye to it. And then people can just, like, contribute to chat without being acknowledged, you know? I don't know. I don't know what the trick is. Some people just want to just like exist in a stream and enjoy the content, or like silently support without being acknowledged by the streamer or anyone in chat. People all have their social preferences or whatever, and that's all valid. Unless you're a corporation like Twitch wanting to force people to watch ads and prove that they're watching ads by proving that they're at their computer by typing into it every 30 minutes. Because that's what it is, right? They can't guarantee that people are watching ads. So, to like prove that people are watching ads, they have to talk within like the range of an ad timer and say, yeah, I'm still here, actively in chat, watching your ads, Twitch. And then they're like, okay, thanks, fam. You count then. Good shit. Notice me, Twitch Senpai. Notice me watching your ads. Good soup. Everyone's been talking about soup lately. Am I out of the soup loop? What's all this about soup? Bastards make me post to social media and flood my friends' feeds. Yeah, that's true too. Forced engagement. It's dumb. We have enough forced engagement in our lives. Nobody move. I'm shifting into soup mode. What? Soup or Saiyan? Successfully added command. I'm here. Damn, that's weird. I didn't know you could do that. Nice job. But it doesn't do anything. Change that if you wish. I don't know if I can, because it's not something through StreamerBot or Twitch. It's through Stream Elements. Let me see if it shows up in StreamerBot now. Commands. Nope. Maybe one of the secret ones then. I'm here and I'll never watch your shitty ads. Yeah. Shitty ads. Shitty. See, like, I'd prefer to make a channel point redemption, but then it wouldn't actually count as viewer engagement. I don't think it has to literally be a chat message, which is stupid. Also, I have to, like, tab out of the game and then still use a controller on it in order to see ghost chat. Noah Roxon, thanks. Also, why do I get that? I'm a 22-year-old female. You could be a female and get ads for, erection ads. If your partner struggles, then you can suggest, hey, I saw this thing that could apply for you. You know? You see ads for stuff all the time that are meant to be like gifts for people. Not every ad is meant for you. It's just meant to make you buy things. Or meant to make you or people around you buy things. So, you get your ads for them penis pills, Haley. I wish I could make some derivative of heli that has to do with erections, but I'm falling short. My brain is running flaccid. How about tickling pickles? Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was our pickle tickling talk that made you get a Roxon ads. I can only imagine what Meepsy's ads are like, goddamn. Ugh. Only thing you came up with is hell action? No, I hate that. It means something else? Yeah. You want to get elected for something? In hell? Also, I need to upgrade this stasis mine so it stops being basically useless. Being level 11 with 15 minutes left feels low. Hi, JJ. Is it lunchtime? Everybody cry for JJ. She had to go back to work today after an extended period of time not working. Boo work. Hella boo work. We hate work around here. That's why I'm not working today. Boo work. Yeah, it's lunchtime. Do you have a good lunch today? Are you picking something up or whatever? Eating well, I hope. How has the return been? Boo work. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being like worst day you've ever had, how bad has the return been? Brought a salad? Nice. But I can't kill anything or exist anywhere. I gotta start walking in a bigger circle and just hoping I could pick up XP. 4? 4's not too bad. Out of 10? That's not too bad. What? He didn't even touch me. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. I thought killing more enemies would net me more XP, but I think taking the stasis mine was the wrong move. I thought it would level up faster and actually be useful soon, and it hasn't been. Really hasn't been too bad at work, but you missed the kids? Yeah. I would imagine that. I think I have to get Blaster. I gotta kill more stuff. I said not killing anything. We die. We go to hell and we die. Okay, wait, I'm sitting on a stasis mine. Hold on, this might be chill. Just kidding, that made me move. What I should do is I should probably seek out frenzy zones. That might be where I've gone wrong, is I'm not seeking out enough frenzy zones. I should also increase my max health for how often I'm taking damage. Alright. Let's go to this defense system. The defense system kind of acts like a frenzy zone, sort of. Gets a lot of kills. Well, I'm glad the work itself hasn't been too bad, JJ. I wasn't sure if it would have piled up or whatever. Hopefully that hasn't been the case. But yeah, I would probably fucking hate going back to work after having the glimpse at not doing it for a little while. So life draining. We were talking about how much we hate work earlier, too. Very relevant. Not for your team, that's good. Boo work! We hate work. We like paychecks, we hate work. Oh god, I guess I take shield because I'm getting hit. Some of the time I am getting hit. Come on, Blaster, get to work, get to work. I'm seriously shocked at how much I haven't been upgrading. Alright, man, I gotta pick up some of this shit. I want this weapon upgrade real bad. I need one more Volt Discharge upgrade in order to prototype it. Come on. If I get to that box, we'll prototype it. Rocket Barrage! Barrage Obama. Alright, we get to this box and then hopefully we start slaughtering things, because the prototype versions of weapons are way stronger than the normal ones. But if I can't slaughter normal ass enemies, like I'm getting got by fucking spiders right now, then I fear what's gonna happen when I actually have to fight a singular boss. Alright, give me this black box. Stat. That's no good. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I didn't realize that would hurt me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, golly. Got a party pooper over here. Box me. Box me. I didn't even read what it does. I just know that my kill potential is going to go up by like a ton. Instantly reactivates your shield. Now I need health regen. I don't think I've had any health regen. Oh my god, there's danger everywhere. Please. Boy, this is a frenzy zone. Okay, hold on. We'll slaughter once this fills up. Slaughter for a little while. I can't see though. I can't see though. Uh-oh. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. Yeah. What the fuck, man? Why can't I do anything? I didn't realize how much this game was dependent on the meta currencies, because if I can't even beat the first zone as the stronger of the two characters, with everything I know about the game and all the weapons I have available, this is wild. I love that emote. Broken teacup. The stasis mine I think is good, but not until it actually starts sucking things in and damaging them. I'm gonna take it early and then just hope I can get it online more quickly, but I have to be able to kill stuff, and that's where we're failing. So new plan, we use frenzy towers left and right and see if that's the secret hack. And we get rocket barrage online immediately. More weapons sooner, is that the key? I don't know. We'll see. And then yeah, I just seek out boxes and frenzy towers. Once you start doing the meta progression stuff, I feel like I never rely on the frenzy towers. Oh, we have a black box. Nice. I'm not going to take it yet, though. I just have to remember that it's here somehow. Although, I could take it before I get to level 8, I guess. Because it does take way too fucking long to get to level 8 on any of your guns. Especially when you're not leveling up at all. I guess I'll increase Mind Blast so I can finish upgrading it like I was saying earlier. Oh, that's important to do. Just this activation timer and the fact that this doesn't really do damage is what's troublesome on the mines by default. Gotta boost their effectiveness or they're not effective at all. I guess I blaster as well. I do really like the blaster, but it hasn't really been serving me in these baby runs that we're doing. See how long I can sit in place for. It'll be until something has projectiles. I think that's the answer. I did just burn all of my Mind Blast things, my ability that like insta kills things on that mini boss guy with the health bar. Most of my weapons do work at range. The exception being the stasis mine, but then it puts a little barrier around me, so I think I'm okay. And then I'll level up a handful of times when I walk in a circle. And then if I ever get my weapons to level 8, we can pick up that black box that's right next to me and prototype it, but I don't think that's gonna work. I'd have to get really lucky rolls to get my weapons to level 8. You can definitely feel the lack of XP scaling though, because one of the things from the armory is that when the XP gems first drop, when they first drop, they're worth like triple the amount or something, and then after 3 seconds, that amount dwindles to nothing. Okay, there's a black box down and to the right of me as well. So if I have to use my other one prematurely, then we'll at least have another one to rely on. Okay, there are many enemies. I'm gonna actually pick up all this shit now. Mine level 2. Void discharge. Void discharge. Mind blast. Maybe I should take normal damage boost and stuff. You sure your little sub badge thingy wasn't activated? Which one? The 2023 one? I saw your other one. The little, like, Fisher-Price looking dude I made. Your little teeter-tot or whatever. Wait, it's not pointing to this one, right? That I already knew the location of? No, it's pointing to a different one. Okay, we will open this one and go get the other one. I just took damage from something and I don't know what damaged me. Oh, really? It wasn't showing for you? Yeah, it popped up for me like the second you subbed. I noticed it. We take mine. One of these minutes, the mine will actually be useful. Okay, we're heading in this direction to find this black box that they've highlighted, and then we'll camp it for a while. Although my highest weapon's only at level 4 right now. So, oh, it's right there, to my right. So we'll keep that in mind. I'll camp right here and kill stuff for a little bit. BRB, okay. So the mine is popping a little bit more quickly than before, and it also has a wider spread on it, which is good. What's not good is the number of spiders that are coming my way. Also, I don't know if that big shieldy dude right in front of me is gonna shoot projectiles. We mine blast the spiders because they suck. Shred them, get them. Boo, I was hoping my mine would go off before I took damage and had to blast there. Brain blast! Mind blast. Alright, once that's at level 5, it'll stop showing up. So, there's that. We'll take a shield. Shield in more ways than one. I hate that I have to keep, like, pixel walking a little bit. If I could just kill ever so slightly faster, we could stand perfectly still and then my mind would, like, incapacitate people. Okay, Mind Blast. We're never gonna see it again. Thank you for not showing up anymore. The reason I'm not really using Mind Blast unless armored enemies come around is because armored enemies are the only ones you can use it on that'll still drop XP and stuff. If I use it on these normal-ass enemies, they stop dropping experience, which is like the whole point of killing things. Blueprint? I'm good. Okay, volt's up to 5. This is taking a long time, mostly because I'm not actually getting weapon upgrades in my XP selection. Or my upgrade selection. Hi, Sparrow! Just woke up and popping in to say you're all fantastic before you get your day started. What's your day looking like, bud? Tell us all about it before you inevitably have to leave us forever. You're fantastic. We love and miss you, Mang. Supervive soon. You and me. Day drinking? Wait, really? Nice. I thought you were like had to work or something. I thought you were gonna be not around. You gonna pop in while you're day drinking? Or after? I'll be live for another like 3.5 hours. Methinks. But I have family din-din tonight because we pushed it out a day, so I'm not like streaming the night away, unfortunately. Well, it's not for bad reason, but originally when I took today off, I was like, yeah, stream all fucking day. And then we pushed dinner back a day, and I was like, oh, well, stream part of the day then. Dude. I am being disappointed by my current selection of goods. Again. I'll be at your friends in like 35 minutes. It's a public holiday today locally. Going to the supermarket and liquor store at 9 a.m., then back to theirs for drinks, jello shots, movies. You'll make French toast, and your friend has secured arcade guns so you can play Time Crisis. That's fun. That sounds like a very lively day. Okay, so I won't expect you to be around then. I mean, I don't ever expect anyone to be around, to be fair. Because it's not an obligation. But that sounds like a great day. I hope you have the best time. Do enjoy your public holiday. You won't be, but you'll miss me. We'll miss you too, man. But it sounds like you're gonna have a great day. So, no issue whatsoever. I hope you have the best time. I hope you enjoy your Frenchy toast. Ooh, one more volt charge upgrade, and then we can whatchamacallit it. Prototype it, except I'm gonna die because the fucking spiders are here again. I expect you here if you're not dead. Not really. Sometimes I hope you're sleeping. Stasis Mine now sucks people in. That's what I love to see. Suck them. Oh, hey, I'm dead again. Fuck, dude. These little spiders are the worst. What weapons do I need in order to thrive if the fucking chain lightning doesn't do it? What's the actual answer? Why is this actually difficult? We're playing as the character that doesn't suck. You're back? You came back at a great time. I lost again. Drone strike because it drops health? Plasma tower can be fun. Maybe the answer is just auto gun. If you fully upgrade the auto gun, it like never stops shooting. So maybe that's the trick. You are, and you just secured a date tomorrow night, which is exciting. I hope it goes well. Dating in the modern era seems like a fucking nightmare. And I don't envy anyone who does it. I'm not saying that I, like, am immune, but I'm not exactly seeking out. Oh, ew. I don't want any of these. I'm not exactly dating. I live alone. And that's the extent of it. I'm not really interested. Long-term effects, man. What do we want? I guess I gotta try drone strike, because of the 3 options, it's the least useless. But not by much. Sleep? What's that? You sleep sometimes. You should sleep more, though, is the thing. We auto gun. Look at my auto gun shooting 3 times now. This is just like Mega Bonk. We increased our projectile count. Rat tat tat. Sleep is good but difficult. I know. It's made even more difficult by the fact that every time I stream you refuse to sleep. So, that's some bullshit. You literally said earlier, after stream ends, I get to sleep. Yippee. It's like, here's a counter. Sleep anyway. Sleep before I end. Or you could just sleep.
trees.
After stream, it's bedtime. Yeah, it could be bedtime anyway. It could be bedtime regardless. Our overseas friends know that because I stream at night for me, and then they're like, "Fuck, man, it's sunrise time. I should probably go to bed." Or it's like, dang, I was gonna go to bed 2 hours ago, and then you made me open Bcarbonize, and now I'm going to bed 2 hours late. Gotta keep your streak alive? Yeah, pop in long enough for it to trigger, and then fuck off and sleep. Respectfully. Gotta take care of yourself. Like Danny. What does Danny just pop in and claim stuff and then go to Betty by? Maybe. But we do be keeping the homies up inadvertently. Although not really. Most people eventually go to bed. You're the exception though. You like refuse. I don't know why. Bad for you though. You should be eeping. Does it in gigglies? Nice. You're the only one who refuses? Yeah. A lot of people fall asleep to my streams. Not a lot, but a number of people have expressed that they'll fall asleep to my stream. They let their body give in. And they leave the stream on, so they're still like supporting the stream. Although, you know, if they're not talking every 30 minutes, Twitch doesn't think so. You do that sometimes? Not really. And if you leave the stream on while you sleep, you're not actually sleeping. You leave your like third ear open to listen for things you want to comment on, and then your eyes shoot open. You start tippy tapping a response instead of eeping. Listen, that's what you're doing when you're sleeping. That's the problem. You should be eeping. The only time people ever wake up after they fall asleep to my streams is when I raid out and the vibe changes, and then they feel it in their bones and they wake up and, you know, turn the stream off and go back to bed. The white noise of my babbling voice and my elevator music gets disrupted when I raid out, and then that's it. Alright, we gotta get this auto gun to level 8 so I can start killing stuff. Cause like half an hour go by and then you say something, either I say your name or it's some shit you started that day in stream. I know. I'm getting the facts wrong? No. I'm just changing the narrative so that it benefits me. I'm manipulative. But it's only in ways that don't matter because it's funny. Meeps, you have to shut your PC down when you go to sleep, otherwise you'll just keep watching. And then you won't sleep. That's how I am with my TV. I can watch YouTube videos or whatever until the cows come home. I gotta like force myself to sleep. And then the sudden silence doesn't serve me and I like start thinking of stuff and my head keeps me awake instead. You never gets facts wrong, he just moves the goalpost? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Literally pass out on your couch? What do you mean? Well, no, I mean when I go to bed. No, you're right. That's an important clarification. I fall asleep with YouTube on all the time. Like after I first eat a meal, and my body is adjusting to being full and hungry and warm and starting to digest stuff. Well, like if I'm trying to go to bed and I have YouTube on, I will just sit there in a like exhausted stupor, just drinking it in. That's also like when I degen game until 5 in the morning, like my body is crying out for sleep, but if I were to listen and I'd try to give it to it, it wouldn't take it. So instead I just keep gaming. Running my health into the ground as I age, and you know, my aging does that for me. I help it along by making poor sleep decisions. God, I hate these spiders, dude. They're so fast. You'll be so sleepy at your desk and you're literally falling asleep, and then you go to your bed and you're not sleepy suddenly. Yeah, it's because the actual action of like getting up and doing stuff will wake you up. Sometimes I'll be like falling the fuck asleep on my couch when I have to actually sleep because I'm exhausted because maybe I didn't nap that day or whatever. And the act of having to get up and like just feed my cat real quick or brush my teeth and take a pee or whatever will immediately wake me up and energize me. It sucks. I'll be on the brink of sleep. I'm like, no, I can't sleep yet. I have to like close the house down for the night. And then I slog through that, and by the time I sit back down, I'm just like riled back up. And even though I'm exhausted, I have enough energy to never fall asleep again. It's the worst. Riley, well, that call went well. Are you being serious or sarcastic? I think you're being serious, but the phrasing could easily be taken sarcastically. So I'm tempted to ask, how did it go? Serious? Oh, good. Well, that's good. I will not ask for further context if it's like personalized or whatever. But good is good. New stuff is fascinating. Neat. Well, good is good after all. So good. Hopefully I can traverse however far I have to go this way and then back 100+ meters in the time allotted. Nice. Oh, sorry. Doing anything wakes you up, it's annoying. Yeah, same. And being so sleepy you can't sleep is annoying. Woo. I saw a TikTok the other day where somebody claimed that being so tired that you can't sleep is something that neurotypical people don't experience. And I was like, I think that's probably a load of malarkey. I can't picture that literally everyone doesn't experience that, because it doesn't really seem like a brain chemical thing. It just seems like a standard human behavior thing. I don't think I'm autistic or whatever just because I can't sleep well. I think I just make poor decisions and they lead to having a bad sleep experience. What are we on about? Nothing. What don't neurotypical people experience? Yeah, having bad interrupted sleep patterns. You just can't sleep? Yeah. I feel like you fall victim to like your own behavioral stuff. And sometimes people can't figure out what behaviors they need to follow in order to fall asleep consistently. That's all. But I'm not a doctor, so I should leave it to the professionals or whatever. Your brain won't shut up? Yeah, it's because you're neurodivergent. Don't you know? It's not your fault, it's your brain chemistry. Don't you know? That's not to make fun of, like, that whole thing. But some of it seems a little convenient to me, I guess is what I'll call it. I think part of the whole mental health diagnosis stuff that irks me is that some of it acts as kind of like an it is what it is sort of thing. Like, oh, you can't help that about yourself, you were born that way. And I'm sure that's true to a degree, but I don't know. Certainly there's some amount of like behavioral discipline that can combat that and not just chalking it up to, oops, my brain chemistry is wonky. But I also don't want to like invalidate certain things that I don't fully understand. But that's how it sounds to me on certain reads when I hear certain stuff. It's like, I don't know. You really can't enforce behaviors that counter this, and you really just have to chalk it up to bad brain chemistry. That seems a little too convenient. You're telling me literally everyone doesn't stir around awake at night with their thoughts racing through their head because they aren't preoccupied by scrolling TikTok and liking things on Instagram? And now that they're sat there left to their own devices, their mind starts to wander because you can't just sit there thinking of nothing unless you're a fucking thumb that says, I was doing like thinking and... You know, you're just sat there with no distractions, so you're left to your own thoughts. I think that's completely reasonable to think without defaulting to, oh, you're neurodivergent. Your brain chemistry is silly and betraying you when you can't sleep. Anyway, I wasn't trying to make a soapbox stand about whatever. I just thought that was an interesting thing to hear the other day. When a girl was like, yeah, I just left like a convention about mental health and they said that if you can't sleep, it's like an ADHD tendency and you must be, it's something that neurotypical people don't experience. And I was immediately like, press X to doubt. You can't tell me that people falling victim to capitalism and, you know, consumerism and distractions and like who live all their lives scrolling TikTok and shit that don't get a moment to themselves outside of their shitty job and their shitty existence until they lay their head down and have to dwell on it. You can't tell me that every person doesn't experience the whole, I try to lay down and my brain wakes up thinking about everything I've ever, you know, thought to think about. Because you finally get the chance to do it, or you finally stop distracting yourself long enough to do it. You can't tell me every single person doesn't do that unless they're like downing a bottle of ZzzQuil before bed and they skip that phase of the whole settling in process. I gotta get caught up on chat, sorry. I'm playing the game and rambling. Which I'm gonna do until I get to this sexy black box, and then hopefully I start killing things. Oh, and there's a frenzy zone here. Wait, what do you mean this isn't one with a weapon upgrade? Ah, fuck. Never mind, we don't thrive. I've been betrayed. I really need to prototype my auto gun or I'm gonna fucking die, bruh. It might be right now. It might be right now. It might be right now. Start killing things! Start killing things! I need to kill things! I need to kill things! Please! Kill things! Please! 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 I took damage right there. Are you fucking kidding me? Now the tower is dead, and now my dreams are dead. I can't believe I didn't get a gun upgrade in that box that I chased. Alright, I think I'm never gonna level up again, and as such, I'm not gonna, like, pause my game. So, I should just manually pause my game and get caught up. What are we on about? Nothing. I hate having to try to force myself to sleep. I agree, but being so exhausted that it doesn't come naturally sucks too. Haley, you keep having coughing fits and they're making you sweat and you're overstimulated and also you ran a fever earlier? What the fuck is wrong with you? Maybe you do need to go to the hospital. Coughing fits? From what? Do you actually think you're sick? Like you have a cold or something? When you feel so tired but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. Oh yeah, I just can't sleep. My brain won't shut up. Yeah. So I have so many stories and things because I sort of like wipe my brain of reality things that lets me drift off into dreamland. Yeah, self-induced delusion. I like it. Not delusion, but like distraction, I guess. Yeah, I have that, but also I get so beyond sleepy I can't fall asleep because I'm uncomfy. Yeah, that's true, actually. Like physical discomfort from being exhausted. And physical things being blamed on anxiety. I mean, I don't know. There are physical stress responses, and anxiety is just like a manifestation of stress, so I can see that. Things like ADHD are apparently a result of dopamine pathway being underdeveloped. Also, one test that they used to do and still do in some ADHD tests is to leave someone alone in a room with no phone or anything for 30 minutes to see what you do. You'd sleep or try to. I think it depends on the space. If the room was boring or too bright or whatever, that probably wouldn't work for me. I'd probably bounce my leg and I'd start drumming on my shit and I'd look around the room for things, or I'd sigh deeply and slump down in the chair. But I can be patient if I have to. And if I know I'm being watched, I'd probably be too stressed about it to, like, do anything specific. You love bouncing your leg? Yeah, me too. I like drumming on stuff too. I'd probably sit there and whistle, as we know. But if I knew I was being watched, I'd probably not do any of that stuff because I'd be nervous. It'd be like watching someone before a fucking job interview. It's like the same thing. Nipsey, I think the main reason is because humans are meant to be outside and being active most of the day and getting sunlight, not sat at a desk for hours or doom scrolling on phones. Meant to be outside, huh? Can't relate. You're probably right. Haley, I don't know. Don't feel sick, like feverish, but other than that, you also are coughing for some reason. Last time you were just too warm. Have you tried sitting in the doorway again? Last time you felt weird, you were too hot, Haley. I can't imagine that's just it again. I haven't. I may do that. It's nice and cool out. Been told this is all anxiety related several times. You started Zoloft and it didn't help. Nice. But to be fair, you probably did. If anyone's gonna have anxiety, it would be you. Mostly because you're young with health issues that you're not getting solutions for. This is fucking miserable, dude. I don't know how to, like, start strong enough where I actually level up. Well, the answer is I need to prototype the auto gun, but I got fucking jebaited that last time because the black box didn't have a goddamn weapon upgrade in it. It had a blueprint I didn't need. Or no, it wasn't a blueprint, sorry. It was a suck in all the XP on the map, but I haven't been killing things, so there wasn't any XP to suck. Let's try a shotgun. Let's just try a gun build. We take shotgun, we take auto gun, we take blaster. Bullets aplenty. And then we prototype the auto gun, because it then becomes a, like, never finish firing. Oh, look, a blaster. It then becomes a never finish firing machine gun of death. I'm bouncing my leg right now. Is it vibrating my camera? I'm gonna stop doing that. I got my foot on the back of my desk and I'd be bouncing it. Because I have ADHD. I say that as like a meme because I've not been diagnosed and I don't care to go find out. A letter assignment's not gonna change my lifestyle. Bouncing it? Fuck yeah. Bouncing on that dick. Sorry. I guess with how much I bounce my leg, I'd be good at that though. Hate that doctors make out like anxiety is the cause of shit when that's the symptom of other shit causing it. Oh my god. Fucking preach, dude. But you know, some people just have brain chemistry stuff, which means that they get anxious more often. It's like, no, most people can't afford their fucking rent and they work 70 hours a week and still can't afford basic necessities. That would stress out literally anyone. But you know. Surely a medicine will fix how people feel about not being able to survive freely. Surely, truly. Big Pharma thanks you for your being stressed about the 40-hour work week. Big Pharma thanks you for hating capitalism enough to be prescribed anxiety medication. Let's just throw pills at it and hope the problem goes away? Yeah. Yeah, man. Prescriptions are just another sold solution to a problem that's, you know, made by the people that provide the solution. You hate seeing ads on YouTube, so you buy YouTube Premium. You hate being stressed out by capitalism, so you pay money to get a subscription that fixes it, but doesn't actually fix it. You love your prescriptions, you're non-functional without them. Does that mean that you're free of anxiety or whatever? Things don't stress you out because you're wee happy feeling your way through life. I'm not saying there aren't prescriptions out there that actually help people, but I don't think that, I think to Meepsy's point, I don't think they actually fix the causes of stuff. They just kind of band-aid the symptoms. But also, I'm someone who doesn't like using medication to get through life because I feel like I don't want to develop a dependency on something where I can only live if I have that substance. Although I kind of do that already because, like, I drink water, you know? So, shit. Busted, fam. If I don't have water, my lifestyle is ruined. What is water if not just, like, disguised Zoloft or whatever? You're 100 times better than without them, like you said, non-functional. No, I follow. I'm not trying to say there aren't medications that help people exist. I guess what I'm just saying is, like, a lot of times we're treating symptoms more than we're treating actual problems. But also, some people have internal actual problems that I guess are fixed by medication, so I don't know. It's not exactly a blanket statement that I'm making. How'd this all start? Oh yeah, the whole not sleeping thing. I don't believe that there are people out there that truly just, like, have an easy time sleeping 365 nights a year, and they don't let their mind wander when they're not doom scrolling Instagram or whatever. I refuse to believe it. And I think it's because it's a societal thing more than anything. It's not a brain chemistry thing. It's not a neurotypical, neurodivergent thing. I think it's literally like, we live in a consumerist society where we're constantly being advertised to. We constantly have things shoved in our face and shoved down our throats. You can't listen to music on Spotify without getting ads. You can't look up a video on how to fix your washer without seeing ads. You can't walk down a street or drive up a road without seeing a billboard. You can't put on the radio without them telling you about some new product. You can't play a video game without them having microtransactions or having an item shop or advertising the next game in the franchise. Can't go to a sporting event without them taking a pause to, you know, introduce a sponsor or take a moment of silence for someone pushing an ideology or whatever. It's just like everywhere you go is consumerist stuff. You're constantly being bombarded with stuff. You're constantly having your attention drawn to stuff. And then you lay your head down to sleep and you finally get a moment to yourself and your mind wanders. I feel like that's just part of the human and societal experience and not indicative of certain mind type. But, you know, some people lay their head down to sleep and they're so physically exhausted from working 80 hours a week that they don't even have a chance to, like, settle in and let their brain do that because they literally cannot exist anymore and they literally just hit the hay and pass the fuck out. Or people are, like I said, taking stuff in preparation for bedtime so that they force themselves to skip that phase through, like, ZQuil or whatever. Or some kind of prescription that's, you know, accomplishing the same goal. But I still think if every person was subject to just laying their head down to sleep and then being forced to, like, drift off, that it would be natural for people's minds to wander and get stressed out by stuff. Unless you're like me and you know, constantly play video games, so whenever you lay down to sleep, all you think about is like, boy, the next time I play Stardew Valley, I really need to do these tasks, and maybe I should rethink my farm in this way. Dude, when I was playing Stardew, that constantly plagued my shit. Whenever I tried to settle in for sleep, the only thing I would think about were my next steps in Stardew Valley. And honestly, I was thankful for that, because I stopped worrying about bills and how shitty my job was and stuff, but I was also stressing about Stardew, if I'm honest. So, like, it didn't actually, emotionally speaking or whatever, well-being wise, it didn't exactly, it wasn't a good change. It was like a different flavor of the same thing. But anyway, I wasn't trying to take a divisive stance on medication or mental health or whatever. I'm not trying to be whatever, someone who invalidates that experience. I'm just saying that I feel some type of way, and I don't think it's because of that. But I've never been diagnosed, and I don't care to be. That's all. Not saying you can't be, or if you are, that it's bad, or that you, if you do have to live life medicated, that it's a bad thing, or says something bad about you, or anything like that. I'm just saying it's not how I'd prefer to live, and I'm not convinced that, for me personally, that I would enjoy having to rely on like a medication or whatever in order to get through it. But also life sucks, and if you're just, you know, wired a certain way and you don't gel well with the society that we're in, because how could you? It sucks. then, you know, if a medication helps you reorient in a way that fits a little bit better, then by all means, engage. But, I don't know. I'm thankful that I am not so misaligned or whatever with the needs of society that I can force myself to function in it for the most part without stuff. But also, if that wasn't the case, again, I would not seek a solution. So, I'm probably just jaded, or whatever proper term would describe my lack of desire to seek out a true fix for stuff. But anyway, I wish sleeping was easy. That's the root cause of this topic. I wish sleeping was easy for everyone and we could all get enough at normal and reliable or consistent times. I also wish I could beat a run in this, not to pivot, but I'm noticing myself get swarmed right now and I'm scared. Although I kind of forget that I have repulse, which is knocking people back every so often. And the only reason I have it is so that when this happens, it will have a chance to not be all that bad. Just kill everyone easy? That's true. I shouldn't let them come, I should kill them all. True. Come! I need to get my one shooty bit to level 8. You see under my character head there? Oh, you probably don't, actually. My camera covers some stuff. Well, my camera is only covering my movement burst and how many XP boosts I've taken. They both say 3. You're all caught up. But anyway, that gun underneath my blindfolded lady up there, that little crosshairs that has a 7 next to it, that's my auto gun, my starting weapon. When that gets to level 8, we can find a special box that'll bring it to level 9, which is the highest level for some reason. I don't know why they wouldn't push it to 10, but it probably has to do with the scaling in the game. And that'll make my gun, like, way better, because it's kind of like a mutation. It requires that I find a black box, which is just like one of these boxes, but it's black and it has a health bar. Once we get there and do that, though, we be thriving. Sir thriving. But I need another weapon upgrade before we get to that point, and that weapon upgrade has to be for my auto gun. If it's for any of my other weapons or some, like, perks or whatever, then no bueno. Also, I think we're about time where next upgrade screen, I get caught up, because I'm yapping. Haley, you keep, like, randomly sweating, like you feel your temperature's going up, then dropping. When it breaks, I sweat and get hot. Yeah, sit in the doorway, I don't know. Refuse to say anything makes me anxious about my sickness because it'd be like, oh, anxiety, here's some Prozac. Yeah, I don't know. Anxious as a word is not, I don't think, meant to be directly tied to the medical diagnosis of anxiety, but because of the prevalence of mental health recognition in the modern era, the two things are somewhat synonymous. So now when people say they're anxious, they think it means they have anxiety. Or they get mad at them using the term because of the prevalence of anxiety. Or if you say something gives you anxiety, you just mean like it makes you anxious. But like, again, the medical term causes conflict. That's what they did with me in the first medicine I was on. Sent my ass to the hospital in the ambo 3 times. Nice, man. Your metropolol kind of keeps your heart rate low, so you think it does its job. Fortunately, no fucking symptoms can be helped with issues I have. Only real symptom can be medicated is tachycardia. Well, the problem is you have like a multitude of things going on where the solutions kind of conflict. So you solve one thing and you exacerbate another. So that's kind of hard to balance, I think. Crazy started keeping you up at night. It was dominating my life, man. was playing it every single day for like 12 hours a day, and then I'd end stream like, okay, tomorrow we're gonna try to do this, and then I'd get off stream and think about how I would do that. So I'd have a plan for the next day. It really doesn't matter, but that's how my life used to be. You hate having to wake up and take 6 pills, but I mean, gotta do it, yeah. That's how old people exist too. They wake up and they just have to like keep their body going by taking things that like regulate their bodies in a way that their body can't do anymore. Take a pill to keep your kidneys online, take a pill to keep your blood pressure under control. Keep a blood thinner because your blood is actually gelatin. Rinse and repeat. Fish oil pills so you poop better or whatever. So you're not 22, old people, yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying people that have bodies that are falling apart take pills to regulate them. I think you fall into the category of body falling apart because of your chronic stuff you got going on. Makes you so angry you get anxious about fainting in public, any human would. You do have anxiety, but anxiety is not why you faint. Yeah. You have happy pills and a heartburn pill. Yeah. Yeah. Happy pills is funny because you don't strike me as someone who's gleeful. But not unhappy pills. Hello again, back with Doggo. How is Doggo? And welcome back, Glenn. Glenn, I gotta ask you a question about your username. It is personal and don't feel offended. It wasn't until I think I messaged you on Discord that one day that I saw your name on Discord was Glenn1N. Because every time I've looked at your name, I thought it was pronounced Glenonin for some reason. And I realized that your name on Twitch is not actually Glenn, Glen, 1N. Because there's 2 N's on it. Can you unpack that for me? When I messaged you on Discord and I realized that your name is Glenn1N because you spelled Glenn with 1 N. And then I looked back at your Twitch handle, I was baffled. And then I felt stupid for not recognizing it sooner. Even though how could I? Is there a reason why your Twitch handle has 2 N's on Glenn? It's also not that important, I was just curious. I should see you without him? I could. I think I'd still like and respect and support and care for you. But also, you know, if you feel better with them, then maybe keep them. Haley, I have happy pills and heartburn pills, and no Zoom heart pills, and vitamin D, and 2 allergy meds, and salt. I don't think the salt counts as medication, but you know. Teeter? Why'd you say my name? F just to be funny? What, the extra N thing? You've changed your name on Twitch a few times, told you being a dick. Originally it was Glenn1N, and then Grumpy Glenn. Then you switched it back to Glenn1N, except you had done so within 6 months, so you couldn't take the same name again or something, so you had to have an extra N? Is that the takeaway? Is that Teeter because you ran about this dude's name? I'm allowed to be curious, am I not? I ask people what their handles are from all the time, and people ask me sometimes. We all have stupid little names, and sometimes we're curious about where they came from. Although I guess I never asked War where War Never Changes comes from. But I assume he just likes Fallout. And then I move on with my day. With an extra N because it's funny, right? Right, guys? Right? I guess it is funny, but for some reason I didn't pick it up that it was Glenn with 2 N's saying 1 N. I'm stupid and I just thought it was pronounced Glenonin. And it was meant to be a play on some word I don't know. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just stupid and I whoosh the joke. Whoosh gotta. Me too, I'm only 22, lol, it's fine. Wait, got me beat what? Oh, for now anyway, I'm getting older. Nah, she'll probably always have you beat. She's young and like strung together with something. Salt. Back with Macdos? What get? True. What get from Macdo? You also never asked me where my name came from. And don't say I told you because I didn't for a while. Well, when I met you, your name on here was Haley3355. And then you changed it to Haley Hurricane. And I was like, why'd you change your name? And you're like, because this has been my handle forever. So I just like went back to my old handle. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I didn't care to press. Especially because you're like 5 years old. So if you went back to an old handle and it was one that you like threw together when you were young. My handle's one I threw together when I was young. I've been Teeter Totter 24 since I played the first Call of Duty Modern Warfare on the Nintendo Wii. So, block that. But also, it's like akin to my surname or whatever, so that's why I keep the whole Teeter nomenclature. It's like a personal identity thing more than a, you know, whatever. But my username is old as shit. Well, something you don't remember from interactions, that's a first? Yeah, man. I remember that. Your name was 100% Haley3355, and then one day your name changed. I was like, Haley Hurricane. Wait, are you Haley3355? Why'd you change your shit? And then you just said, yeah, it was my old name, and it's my name on Xbox and shit or whatever, so I changed it on here. And I was like, oh, cool. Okay. War, you were playing a lot of Fallout at the time. That Xbox made me change my name from Wang-tastic. Damn. Too bad we all can't be named after genitals. No, it's my fault. No one else's. It's always me, according to my ex. Nah. I'm very flawed, so I get that I missed the joke. My first Twitch name was Tottenham Blade. And I started streaming in 2021, so decided to change it. That's fair. Oh, it's probably pronounced Tottenham, huh? It's not Tottenham. Is it a place in England or whatever? Tottenham. Maybe I have Big Mac meal with chalky milkshake and some mac and cheese bites. They have mac and cheese bites at McDonald's. They also give me a free chicken mayo burger. But I guess I'll save that for later as too much to eat all now. Damn. Free burger. I know it was Haley3355. I was also yellow, then blue. I don't remember you being yellow. I think you were blue. I also remember shortly after I changed my name, Dior unfollowed. When I refollowed, you were like, oh, hey, Haley Hurricane. Wait, the what? Yeah, I don't understand why you followed me after you had been followed. Eight gifted subs? You're my hype train? Wait, really? 8 subbed gifts. I don't think that's true. I think 3 people subbed with Prime and then Riley gifted 5. Did I miss 3 gifted subs? I think Twitch just keeps lying to me. It says that War subscribed, but he didn't. According to him. It's saying 8 people gifted, but I think 3 people gifted themselves subs, which isn't the same thing. Which has issues? Oh, it's so true. It is, it's your football team you support as well, I see. Like Tottenham, yeah, Tottenham. I see. You do want to change your name one final time? You're not sure what to, though? Glenn something something? You could change it to Glenn Wang-tastic. Nah, I'm kidding. Don't make War jealous. Sub says ends today. Your Prime sub will be available later today. Twitch has issues. Oh. Well. Is it gonna automatically subscribe to me at the end of the day? Because it said so? If you can use it elsewhere, feel free to. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm curious how it'll work. Don't know, we're wondering that too? Yeah. Well, I guess just let the day expire and see what happens. I don't know. And then do what you want with it. Fuck. I wasn't actually trying to get hit there. One of my guns is going hog wild. See that other gun I have that's going da-da-da-da every so often? If I get it to level 8 and then get it to level 9, big ask, I know, but if that happens, it will never stop shooting, much like this blaster that's not killing anything, but it will deal more damage and actually kill stuff. Hi, there's a big baddie coming. Can we shoot it, please? Thank you. I wish I was killing things and leveling up, you know. It's not supposed to auto-renew, but I don't know if they made a change. Your Prime sub seems like something you have to actually allocate each month, so I'd be surprised if they could just take your Prime sub from you and auto-allocate it to a streamer. Fuck, I want the auto gun upgrade, but getting a 24% XP boost is impossible to pass up. Also, 24, good number. We love 24. You know what's better than 24? Snickers 25. Disagree, SpongeBob. 45. Oh, man. I was messaging him after that because he tried Absalom and he asked me some stuff about the game. And then I made a joke about that and he was like, ah, man, you're never gonna make me, or let me live that down or whatever. And I was like, man, like, it wasn't actually that important that you didn't, or that you, like, misconstrued an internet meme, but also it's like, teehee, you're old. So, it is funny in that way, but it's really not that big a deal. He was quick with Go Elsewhere. Dude, people who were here for Go Elsewhere were probably as flabbergasted as I was that you said that. We all lacked the context that you had about the meaning or whatever of hi elsewhere. So instead of typing hi, typing go elsewhere is how we all recognized it. Instead of saying hi, you fat-fingered to go elsewhere? That's insane, dude. How dare. That's so disrespectful. So yeah, man. People who were here were all like, what the fuck? Rightfully so, I think. I think it is important, though. I'm gonna have to go back and highlight that the way we did the trees thing. Because it immediately became, like, cemented teeter chat Haleyism lore. And now people are gonna come in seeing people say go elsewhere to each other and be like, what's all that about? So if people actually care and they want to, like, you know, watch the lore dump video essay, then they'll have the option to if I highlight it.
Trees.
Also, bro, I'm about to die again. What the fuck? Why am I not slaying? You know why? Because I have to go down. I have to travel downward if I want to get to where I'm going. And that's never good. We die here. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I can't kill anything. I 100% need to get my auto gun online. So even if I took the level 8 thing... I would have had to find a black box, and they made me go downward, which is much harder to do. Obviously, with the way that the plane is shifted, I can see much more going up than I can coming down. So I can navigate better. But alas, when they say your objective is that way, you're subject to whatever you waltz into, which fucking sucks. Okay, I turn blind to everything and just take auto gun. That's it. I'm sick of playing this game. I want to get this dare done. You know what's crazy? I should have rejected that dare to get the first boss dead with no upgrades. I should have rejected that and done the one where you prototype all of your guns and then just grinded the second map and be like, okay, we take 5 weapons, we prototype them all. We take 5 new weapons, we prototype them all. We take 5 new weapons, we prototype them all. And then in like 3 runs, we would be chilling. Can try diagonal movement? Not really when there's like a bamillion enemies coming. I'm not going straight down. I'm trying to like pixel walk between them all, but even then, I'm fucked. Anyway, Haley's gonna tell the story wrong because she has her own personal bias about what she think happened. Don't listen to her. Grant came in here, we were messaging like the minute prior privately on Discord, and when he came in chat, I tried to say hi, but Sausage Fingers typed hi, or Grant, go elsewhere. No, see, you're already fucking it up. Haley meant to type hi to Grant, but because they had been talking in Discord, she was trying to say hi elsewhere because they had already said hi in one place. But none of that was apparent to anyone in the chat, so Grant Combini TV comes in and says, hey guys, what's up? And in response to him, Haley tags him and says, go elsewhere. That's what happened. And we're like, what the fuck? Go elsewhere? He just got here. What's wrong with you? She's like, oh my god, no, it was a typo. I meant to say hi. And then I said, how the fuck do you go to say H-I and type go elsewhere? And then she said, no, I meant to say hi elsewhere because we were talking in Discord. But the presentation of information was awful. So for the first like minute or 30 seconds or whatever, it's just go elsewhere. Oops, I meant hi. What? So immediately, go elsewhere became a thing. Because it made no fucking sense. And even after the explanation, it was like, those two things aren't equivalent. Hi and go elsewhere are not equivalent. So for those of us like confused as shit for the 30 seconds or however long that all played out, it was hilarious. They are? No, they're not, man. H-I enter and G-O space E-L-S-E-W-H-E-R-E enter are not equivalent. The letters are right by each other. Right. H is next to G, I is next to O, and then I lose the plot at elsewhere. So saying I was trying to say hi and accidentally typed go elsewhere because I missed H and I missed I is not a proper explanation. Because I was saying hello elsewhere. Right, you were trying to type hi elsewhere, not go elsewhere. I get that. But every time you try to explain it for some reason, you say, I was trying to type hi, and I shout out hi or go elsewhere. That's not an equivalent, like, oops, I mistyped a thing. That'd be like if I was trying to say, you know, hi to Tony. So I said hi, duck. But instead I said, hi, fuck yourself, you're a loser. Oops, I typoed. I meant to say hi, duck, but the D is so close to the F that I said, hi, fuck yourself, go elsewhere. Hi, fuck yourself, I hate you, crawl in a hole and die. Oops, I meant to type hi, duck. That's not how that works, man. So anyway, it was a big deal in the moment because Haley typoed, and then in her floundering to explain what happened, she was making things more confusing. And it's just one of those things. Kind of like that time she types trees at random. We're like, what the fuck is trees? I just woke up and I like drag typed trying to say hello, and I said trees.
Trees.
Trees. Go elsewhere. It was my autofill, yeah, because every time I say go, it's not like I have to say I need to go to the bathroom, or go get me a thing, or go get 'em, or you go girl. My phone defaults to saying go elsewhere, because every time I talk to someone, I'm telling them to fuck off. So my autocomplete, whenever it guesses a word after the word go. Here, I'm gonna text someone right now just to see, because I have like predictive messaging on or whatever. I'm gonna say to my mom, go space. Actually, that's funny. The first suggestion is actually elsewhere. Elsewhere 2 and ahead. So I might actually have to give you the benefit of the doubt here. Here, I'll even show you. I'll even prove it. Look at my keyboard. Can you read that? Go, and then in the suggestions it actually says elsewhere 2 and ahead. And I don't usually say go elsewhere, so... Okay, fair, maybe. That's wild. But also, like, you'd have to actually touch that. You touched that? You were like, that's the right one, and tap that? That's actually really funny, though. I can't get my Epic Games launcher to update. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Update required. Anyway. Were you actually trying to say hi, or were you trying to say hi elsewhere because you had been talking in Discord? Was it both? Like your intention was to type hit elsewhere? So instead of hitting HI go, you typed in HI that thing go? But you didn't type the word elsewhere? So it was one extra press that you didn't think about. You mistyped a word, it auto-corrected or whatever to go, you hit elsewhere and hit send. That I can actually understand. But if you were typing the word elsewhere and you didn't recognize that you said go first, or whatever, that's inexcusable. Your phone suggests to, ahead, and on. Go to, go ahead, go on. I think go on is a common British phrase, so I guess I believe that. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on then. I will say go elsewhere is really not that common of a phrase, though. If I were to think of words that follow go for me a lot, I mean, sometimes I say go elsewhere, like I have to go elsewhere, but not really. I don't want to go there. I have to go to the store. Go fuck yourself. Definitely more common than go elsewhere. You typed the word elsewhere in full? I see. So then, yeah, you are subject to the same amount of ridicule. Because if you typed an entire word after go and you didn't notice that you had typed go elsewhere, that's hilarious. So go elsewhere is still hilarious. But also, it's a fun little Easter egg that I was curious what my auto predictions would be, and elsewhere was top of the list. That is funny. This is leveled up to a full soap opera arc. Dude, it always does. That's how trees originated, too. I was so confused. Although that was much shorter. That was like, I drag typed poorly. It's like, oh, okay. But how the fuck are you trying to drag HI and then you type in a 5-letter word? I think that was the soap opera part of it all. Press X to doubt. HI is 2 letters, but trees is 5. K-Pasol.
Trees.
For sure, but either way, it was 100% your fuck up. Yeah, I know. It tends to be. But it's funny. I mean, I don't know. Also, whenever you mess something up in a way that's offensive, as long as I immediately ridicule you, like, it's not that big a deal. Well, sometimes. Most of the time. Most of the time, things can be ridiculed, or can be mitigated with ridicule. You always immediately freak out? Yeah. Because it causes a commotion you didn't intend to cause. Which is just funny to me. And then the backpedaling you try to do to like fix it is always so confusing because it's like at best 80% of an explanation. And then that causes even further commotion because you're still not clarifying. It's a whole thing. But it's become so commonplace that it's, you know, expected or whatever now. So, congrats. Everyone knows he means zero harm, you hope, but it's easy to start shit. Well, I don't know, man. Unfortunately, character doesn't always define, like, meaning, you know? That's one thing I learned being in a relationship with someone for, like, 7 years, is that all it took was, you know, the occasional improper way of phrasing something that immediately made them demonize me. Whenever we would get into a spat and I would, like, say something with ever so slightly the lack of tact, they would suddenly mischaracterize and misunderstand, like, all of my intentions because I misphrased something in a way that could be misconstrued in a way that was, malicious. And I'd be like, you've lived with me and I've cared for you for 7 years, and you're telling me that out of the blue, I'd suddenly, like, be malicious toward you when in no other context I would be? So because I like said something in a way that wasn't abundantly clear that I was still being supportive even though I'm upset, it suddenly means that I'm like a malicious asshole that doesn't approach things in the same way I do every other second of every other day. But that also doesn't absolve me of like just being able to speak any kind of way and just hope people understand my true intentions. I was talking with someone the other day and I was saying some shit that I thought about stuff, and I realized in like afterwards that I felt like I came off a certain way. Like I felt like I came off judgy, which in some cases I am kind of judgy, but sometimes I'm just thinking out loud about stuff like, hey, this is thought-provoking. But I realize that sometimes when I sound thought-provoking, if I word it the wrong way, it just sounds like the thoughts I have are negative or like judgmental of what's going on. And then I felt really bad because I felt like I like mischaracterized myself or came off in a bad way. But, you know, I'm not usually like that, or, you know, I'm not bigoted in any way, or I try not to be. So it's completely out of character, and it shouldn't be necessarily taken that I'm being judgy. But I was spazzing about being judgmental sounding because of the way that I had managed to like phrase stuff. That was like this week, so it's not like I'm immune to it. And I hope that like my established character or whatever around people would understand that like I'm not all of a sudden out of the blue being judgy and like bigoted or whatever. In this case, it wasn't bigoted, or like, you know, it couldn't be misconstrued for bigotry necessarily, but it would be misconstrued for like being inconsiderate about certain things. And I wasn't trying to be. I was just like, yeah, that makes me think of like this potential thing. And it didn't really come out that way. I was like, yeah, this is some food for thought. It was literally like, oh, that's stupid. And that's not what I was trying to say. But it happens, I guess. But anyway, yeah. People knowing how you're like or whatever, unfortunately doesn't absolve you of being capable of saying shit that's just like off the cuff, like, whoa, wait, man. Hey, man, what does that mean? Go elsewhere. The fuck? But it was funny. That specific time was hilarious, and everyone who was around was like, lol, go elsewhere. So, it will live in infamy, alongside trees and the like. This lady thinks she's too cool to walk. She's also too cool to, like, not exist with a blindfold on. She's like, fuck, man, I don't need to see what I'm doing. I'll just float around with my eyes covered and just, you know, do shit. She's better than all of us and lets us know it by the way she presents herself. Must be nice. She's not a pleb like us. She doesn't need to walk on Earth. She doesn't need her feet to be dirtied by other people's footsteps, you know? Everyone knows I mean zero harm, but this is true. Yeah, I hate people like that. Dude, I do too. But also,
Trees.
It's, you know... I think sometimes when people are interacting in a way that's unfamiliar, like if you're arguing, for example, with people you don't normally argue with, it feels like untapped territory. So thus you take everything at face value because you're not really sure how to navigate it. Or sometimes people reveal themselves when they're riled up. So you take everything at face value because you might just be thinking that the people being riled up is them like revealing themselves in a way that they hadn't otherwise, but I don't think that's entirely true. Like if you become a different person just because you're angry and all of a sudden the way that you present yourself or the way that you, the things that you say or whatever are different just because you're mad, then you're either bad at communicating as it stands or you're just not actually like, you know, presenting yourself to people in a genuine way. And if that's happening with like a romantic partner or whatever, then, you know, then maybe it's better that you're revealing yourself during a fight. But I think generally speaking, you can trust that if you're with someone to that committed extent, then they should probably know how you're like. And if you're just like being portrayed differently during an argument or whatever, then it might just be that the emotions running high are causing you to like present yourself in a way you might not intentionally mean. But again, that understanding doesn't absolve you of the things that you're saying. So, you know, you're still on the hook for the things that are coming out of your mouth. You can't just say, oh, I was riled up. But I feel like there's a certain amount of like leniency or whatever that can be had. But, you know, if you completely character flip just because you're angry, or, you know, your dark side comes out because you're a little riled up, then, like, that's problematic and not exactly aligned with what I'm saying. Raquel, hi. Is Conversations Deep? Yeah. Welcome to the stream. We dabble in hating capitalism and dismantling things that aren't that important. I become an armchair whatever and judge everything. I don't remember how this started. I think we were originally talking about not being able to sleep, and then it like piggybacked into all this shit. Actually, most recently, this piggybacked off of a Haleyism that happened the other day. What's up, Raquel? How are you? Happy Toys Day. I don't normally stream during the day, but I took the day off because I got to work this weekend, and I was mad about it, so I reclaimed a work day for myself. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Just working and living the dream. Hell yeah, buddo. We love work. Not true. Well, I hope you're having a decent enough work day. We say boo work around here, but, you know. Hopefully it's been an okay work day so far. Whatever it is you do for work. Definitely feel like you can get to a point where I do kind of lower your guard and just say, fuck it, I'm saying what I need to say, but I don't change personality or whatever unnecessarily. Let your guard down. I mean, I think the only thing I can say for myself that's like related to that is like, if I ever get into an argument with someone and I feel particularly unheard, and I feel like the way I'm normally communicating isn't effective, and thus I'm getting tired of trying to be tactful or trying to portray what I need to say because the efforts I'm taking aren't being received, then I'll lose some of my tact or all whatever you're phrasing. I wouldn't say let my guard down necessarily, but, you know, I will kind of be a little bit more brazen with what I'm saying because it's not being received otherwise. And sometimes that can be surprising or hurtful or whatever. But the reason that happens, right, just like we were saying before about symptoms or whatever, that's a symptom of the fact that I'm not being heard in the first place. And I feel like I tend to communicate pretty well, or I at least tend to try to lay out what I'm thinking in a way that's not meant to be malicious or attacking in any way. Unless we're joking about things that don't matter, like I'm gonna make fun of you for drinking ranch or whatever, but, or, you know, Tony for losing at Overwatch or whatever else we were saying today. But, you know, and things that don't matter, then sure, you know, just taking the piss or whatever. But if I have an actual problem with someone I need to communicate, I try to be pretty upfront about it. And, if whatever I'm saying is not being received, or the point I'm trying to make isn't being received well, then I'll get a little bit, like, prickly about it and say, I'm trying to say 1,000 times over this thing, and you're very blatantly either not understanding or choosing not to hear me, and you're still demonizing me, and I'm talking in circles trying to, like, fix my own character here, because the things I'm saying are being intentionally misunderstood for your benefit. So, like, let's get on the same page, please. Because I am literally getting exhausted of trying to have, like, a productive, whatever, conversation here and be an actual decent counterpart of this discussion we're forced to have. And it's just not working. And I don't think I'm at fault for it not working because I'm trying my best to communicate in a way that's, like, able to be received. And, you know, that I know that you should be able to receive. But under these circumstances, it's not working. And then I get a little, like, prickly and it gets bad. But I do my best to communicate effectively, even when it's, like, rough or the subject matter is difficult or whatever. Just doesn't always work that way. But it's also not that hard to be understood, I don't think. And it's not that crazy to, like, I don't know, have to navigate a conversation with someone without it getting too crazy. But that's not actually universally a thing, so it can happen. It could be rough, but I don't know. Raquel's been uneventful today. That's good. I like an easy coast through it work day. And we're 2 days out from the weekend, so that's good. Unless you work weekends, then maybe that's not good. Struggle to communicate, but you've gotten better with just saying what you need to say. Yeah. Again, some tact could be good. If you're just, like, emotionally spewing some stuff that can be taken like you're scorned, or like the person you're talking to like did something or whatever, and you don't necessarily mean to be so like piss and vinegar about it, then it can be a little bit rough. But sometimes you do need to just like communicate what you need to communicate. But again, you're still on the hook for whatever like impacts what you're saying have. So I don't know. There's a degree of responsibility still, but like I said, sometimes tact has to go out the window just so you can be heard a little bit. But the problem is, if you say something in a way that is heard, but you didn't actually mean what you said, then oops, maybe you shouldn't have been heard like that, you know? I don't know. Depends on the context, of course, of whatever you're talking about or what has to be said and the effect that it has. Used to be so scared to talk with your dad because he used to say you use your mom as a microphone because you wouldn't talk with him. That's a brutal thing to say. I mean, don't say what you don't mean. Well, sometimes you can say what you mean, but it carries another connotation because you're upset, right? You as a general statement, not you as in Haley. So, you know, presentation matters. It's kind of like if someone hurts you, right? You can say that, like, somebody hurt you, and you can demonize what they did to you, to them. And you could say, like, what you're doing is a problem. You, point the finger, cast blame. Or you can say the same thing by saying, I feel affected in this way, which is natively a result of what they're doing. Without pointing the finger, you can just say, I feel affected. I feel hurt. When this happens, I feel bad. And you can redirect the focus of it so that it's not as demonizing, but it still communicates the same thing. And some people need you to do that, because if you point the finger at all, some people get like immediately defensive and contentious, and your conversation or whatever, your discussion just goes south. It becomes a pissing contest of, well, you do this thing and blah, 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 and then it's just finger pointing and it's not, you know, constructive in any way. So yeah, like the way that you present things matters. And even if you're saying stuff that needs to be said, or you're trying to communicate a point, like how you do it matters. Or you could just be stirring the pot accidentally and not realizing it because you're just like emoting. So I think that's the difference. But yeah, I don't know. It absolutely sucks to not be heard 100% or not be understood, especially by people that should understand you because you have a rapport or you think that they kind of know you or whatever. You're convinced that you normally communicate well, and then you put on display the fact that you don't. Like, that always sucks. Think you know a guy type shit. But, I don't know. Part of the human experience, I guess. Or growing, or whatever. But the whole point of this was that saying, people should know I don't mean it, is very easy to fall into the pitfall of. Because you hope that you establish yourself day in and day out as being a certain way, and that people that come to know you come to expect certain things from you. But the reality is, even if you do characterize yourself in a certain way, there are still ways to present that contradict that are confusing, but people will still take at face value because you're saying it. Apparently. So, presentation is important, and, you know, when you tell Grant to go elsewhere, we hear it as go elsewhere. But that wasn't meant to be like a huge dump thing. I was just trying to say, like, teehee, well, you say go elsewhere, we take it at face value, even though you wouldn't be doing that because you said it. So we're like, what the fuck? Anyway, yeah, your mom is your microphone because you wouldn't directly tell him stuff. Like, you wouldn't tell him you don't like Tina, but your mom would. So in turn, that's why everything was mom's fault now. I mean, you know, parental stuff is a little bit different, I think. If you have especially if your parents are divorced, I feel like it's easy for your parents to like demonize one another. So like if you have a problem with if your parents are divorced and you have a problem with your dad, and you tell your mom and she tries to present your information for you, your dad can easily think that it's your mom's idea or your mom's perspective, and she's just using you as a scapegoat to communicate her own perspective or agenda or whatever. So it could be valid, but it could be hard for your dad to see it that way if he's just like assuming your mom is operating out of malice or with a bias or whatever. So if you have a problem with your dad's girlfriend and you tell your mom and your mom's like, our daughter doesn't like your new girlfriend, sincerely, your former wife. Like, you know, press X to doubt is possible for sure. So things get a little hanky. But, I imagine that's tough with, like, young children, too. You ship your kid off to dad's house for the weekend and they come home and they say something about dad. It's like, well, dang. Maybe your dad should know. But do you tell your young child to go tell dad their issues, or do you have to go to dad yourself and be like, young child told me about issues at your house? And then dad has to be, like, receptive to that, you know? So I'm sure that's part of it. But use your mom as a microphone is like a crazy way to talk to your daughter also. I mean, don't say what you don't mean. Yeah, that's true, but usually in that circumstance, they don't hear shit you have to say. Yeah. That was one thing I was struggling with in my last relationship. But also just day in and day out, it just seemed like I was misunderstood or misheard, so we were probably just incompatible and in denial of it. You're one of those people who, if you hate something, started with, or where you hate if something starts with you, whatever. Yeah. Because that's all it is, right? Like, even if they're trying to say that they feel some type of way about something you're doing, the second they say that you're doing something, it is pointing the finger, it's playing the blame game, and it's just deconstructive. Because why are you sitting there just blaming someone for shit, even if you feel some kind of way? Why are you just pointing the finger and blaming someone for something if the whole point is to just communicate how you're feeling and what things that you need? It just kind of sucks and is bad and leads to worse things. But it happens a lot. Because that's the root of it, right? Like, in the moment, you're feeling like the whole reason I feel bad is because you're doing shit. But if you want someone to, like, fix something they're doing, the last thing you should do is, like, make them upset about the things they're doing in a way that's like, that feels like an attack, right? Like whenever people get into arguments and they feel like they're being attacked, like that immediately breaks everything down. Because you're not exactly having a constructive conversation that's meant to like help either of you. You're suddenly at odds, playing a blame game and trying to make someone feel bad. And that doesn't really fix anything. So sentences starting with you, unless it's something supportive, or like you're trying to say, you seem to feel this way or whatever, like those yous are fine. But if you're saying like, you did this, you do this, you're the reason why this is this way, like that's all very combative. So, is bad when trying to have constructive criticism or like a constructive conversation. But it happens. It's also easier to default to that when you're feeling some kind of way. So, you know, not the craziest thing that, oops, while I felt affected by someone, I said it. You make me feel affected. But it's just no bueno. I mean, I made it obvious while I was there. I didn't like her. I'd always cry when I was with her. Oops. In any way, even with dad, it was rough, but no, it's mom, all mom. Well, that's just a convenience thing, I think. A scapegoating thing. You don't like my new girlfriend because your mom is in your ear or whatever. Also, I 100% need to prototype this fucking auto gun and then we're chilling. I keep getting it to level 8 and then dying. I don't really want to play this game anymore. I just want to get this dare done so I can be done with it. I've done everything else in the game outside of like completely filling my skill tree, which I had to empty to do this challenge. So we are gonna get a gun online where we can beat this boss with no upgrades. It's just happening very slowly. Also, I should probably start taking health upgrades. The problem is the game keeps presenting me with new guns I don't want. We'll stasis mine, and hopefully the mine will help me not die eventually. Oh yeah, he said some wild things to you. I know. Your dad is, which I've been saying for a while, not worth staying in contact with. So I believe you. I was gonna feel remorse for what you did if you hurt someone, but don't blame me. I understand I did it. I'll take accountability. Just don't pin it on me. Yeah, I mean, it still has to be communicated, right? But if you already know, I guess you don't want to hear it again. But maybe they don't know that you know for whatever reason, or if they're just repeatedly bombarding you with, this is your fault, this is your fault, this is your fault, then that's different. But it's dependent on the situation and conversation and blah, blah, blah. So not exactly a blatant statement.
Trees.
Trees. Let's see, don't make me pressured. That's an issue I can't work through. Well, yeah, that's it, right? Like, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about combative phrasing or whatever. Is that it changes the tension of the conversation. It just makes everything worse and harder anyway. So, true. Talk with my feelings. If I'm sad, I'll say I'm sad because, and go on that. If you did something that upset me, I'll say it, but no blame. Maybe. If you're riled up enough, you might maybe not think that tactfully, and I think that's the thing. If you're backed into the right corner or whatever, or something's happening in your way, like someone is saying shit about you in that way enough, it might feel like evening the playing field to be like, yeah, but you think that? Well, what about when you blah, blah, blah? Which, again, that's just like a product of the stressfulness of the conversation or whatever, because it's just suddenly high tension because things aren't being handled in a way that's conductive. So, I've fallen victim to that too, where it's just like finger pointing nonstop. So in response, I start saying A2 Brute and whatever, just deconstruct stuff, and it is bad. So I try to avoid it, but I will say I don't often get into spats with people where like our communication is broken down in that way nowadays. It's just something that used to happen in my relationship because we were bad at communicating. Or like incompatible or whatever. So, but I definitely understand where it comes from. A lack of tact on both ends, or someone kind of like demonizing the other person either on purpose or accidentally, and that person reacting to feeling demonized or whatever. Which is natural, you know, if someone's levying things your way or whatever, and you're just sitting there taking like, you're a piece of shit because, without those exact words, then yeah, man, of course you're gonna feel some type of way, and you're gonna get defensive, and you're gonna whatever, either say nuh-uh and they won't agree, or you're gonna say like, but you do shit too, we both suck, and now I feel better somehow. Which is not how that works, but it's natural, I think. But yeah, tension pressure not good for that, and blaming makes it worse. Yeah. Hate that, don't think about what others do. In that way, I guess. I also hate the blame game. Tell me what I did, or what you feel, whatever you want to fucking say, so we can move on. I'll apologize, we get ice cream, we're good. Nah, not really, though. Not really, though. Because that's a bit of, like, sweeping it under the rug. Tell me what you're upset by, what I do. I'll say, oops, sorry, I won't do that anymore. Well, I mean, sometimes that's all I guess you can promise. Like, I wasn't aware I was doing that thing. I'll try to correct my behaviors around it and not do that anymore. One problem that happens, though, is when people tell you that they feel affected by something you do and you see it as a non-issue. So you can't actively remind yourself not to do it because you can't internalize it as an issue. You just feel like what you're doing is being misconstrued. And it's easier to try to convince the person that what you're doing isn't a problem than actually fix what you're doing that they feel is a problem. Which is like a personal adjustment problem. That's not actually the solution. Someone telling you they feel like affected by what you're doing, you're like, but I don't mean it that way. So like, you know, get over it. Isn't really a fix, but it's one to like rely on, I guess, sometimes, if you're not willing to like actually change what you're doing. But not actually good to do that, believe it or not. Sorry what you're feeling is bad, but it's from an unfair place, so get over it. It is a common thing though, or like a common way that certain disputes get handled. But sometimes that is the case. Sometimes what you're doing is being misconstrued and all it takes is a clarification to fix it. But if it's a persistent thing, and then you just say, no, you don't get it, here's the explanation, now whenever it happens, like, just completely disregard the way it makes you feel and remember that I told you this. Like, that's not exactly how that works. But sometimes it is just a matter of, like, no, it's like a miscommunication, as opposed to just, like, whatever, something that evokes a feeling. But I don't know. It depends on the thing. It depends on how the person you're explaining it to receives it, I think. Because sometimes it's, oh, I didn't understand that, now I see it, and now when it happens, like, I'll actually receive it right. Or sometimes it's just like, it doesn't really matter how you meant it, like, regardless of how you mean it, every time that happens, it comes off the same way, and thus you should fix your approach. But, I don't know. The B Lurky's now gonna play some Escape Sim. Enjoy Escape Sim. Solve them puzzles and shit. Appreciate you lurking. Love you, twin. Have fun. I've known you for over 2 years. Have a real conversation or two, you know? I know that's not how you are. Yeah, but we've also had real conversations in ways where I haven't backed you into a corner, I think. So who's to say what happens when you get backed into a corner? You know? But I know how to communicate with you in the ways that we communicate, so I can understand and speak to that. But not everyone you communicate with probably communicates to you in the same way. So there probably are situations where you're backed in a corner and things happen a certain way that are different. Because the things I described just now, I've been through, but like, you probably haven't experienced. Or other people I've had spats with in recent years that are like willing to hear things I have to say, or like my side of things. Probably haven't experienced that, you know? But it happens, or it used to anyway. I don't think I'm immune from it happening again. It kind of just matters who I'm communicating with or how it goes. So, that's how it is. Different strokes, different folks, whatever. But in a communication sort of way, and not like a I prefer Pepsi over Coke kind of way. Wait, follow the drone. When did a drone spawn? I was probably reading chat. It's fine. I don't need a drone. Communication is hard. Yeah, that's why in school they teach you, you know, you respond to every question by restating the question and then giving your answer. You restate the question to pretend you understood what was being said, and then you give your answer. That's the secret to real communication. Blah, 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 because. No, you huh? And then immediately answer? Yeah. Or, you know, you give yourself a second to think, so you go, and then you answer. How's everyone's day going? Yeah, I, am working on, Anyone who's heard me bitch about work within the last week understands where that's coming from. Please don't do that, though, for the love of God. I was saying that as a joke, or like to dog on someone I know who does exactly that. Please do not ever do that. Anyone around you with 2 brain cells will hate you. Please do not answer questions like that. I was doing like thinking and The other day we got on a meeting. We're supposed to have like a team meeting with my manager where we like talk about what we've got going on or whatever to like check in. And she didn't join. So that guy was trying to fill the air with like water cooler chats and whatever, casual talks, you know? So for the first 5 minutes or whatever of this, we talked about the weather, which as you know, is a throwaway conversation. And then when that was over, because you can't talk about the weather for more than like 2 seconds, there was a brief pause and he hated the silence. So he's like, yeah, so I ended up making a couple bucks this weekend, you know, through like sports betting or and something. And I was just like, ew, scourge of society. And then I left the call. And then 2 seconds later, my coworker messaged me, or a different coworker messaged me, and they were like, "Did you just drop from that call?" I was like, "Yeah, our manager's not showing up, and I joined that call to like communicate with our manager. I don't sit there to hear Tweedledee fucking talk about sports betting." And then a minute later, I saw that guy who was talking about sports betting message our group chat saying, "Yeah, we ended up dropping from the call because you didn't join, manager. So, you know, if you want to reconvene, let us know." But we all ended up leaving the call. I was like, that's funny. Is it because I left? I didn't say a word during this call. I didn't talk about the fucking weather or whatever. I just listened to them riff on about stuff. And then the second he pivoted talking about sports betting and his own personal endeavors, I was like, I don't have time for this. This isn't why I'm on this call. And I dipped. But it was funny to see immediately after that, everyone else left. I always try to describe stuff like that as breaking hearts, but it sounds different than I mean. There's a card game that comes installed, or it used to, on all Windows computers called Hearts. And the way that it works is you divide a deck of cards into quarters, and everyone has to play a card one at a time, and then the highest one of the first presented suit gets all the cards. So like I play a 2 of clubs. And if you have a club, you have to play a club. So if you're forced to play a 4, yours is higher, so you might win. But if you don't have clubs, you could play a different card. But the only suit you can't play by default, like if you're leading something, is the hearts. Because if you collect any heart cards, you get points, which are bad. If you get to 13 points, you lose. I think it's 13, or maybe it's 26. I forget what the count is. But basically, if you don't have the suit that was first played by the first person, you can play a different card. So if you play a heart, they get points. So eventually you can start a round by playing a heart, but it's only if you have no other valid cards to play. And if you start a round using a heart, it means that from then on, anyone could also start a round with a heart card. And that whole transition thing in that game is called breaking hearts. So it's when you're forced to like do something that irrevocably changes the rest of the game. For some reason, I've always internalized that as a thing. So whenever I do something that causes something else, I refer to it as breaking hearts. And I hate that I do it because no one understands that it's a niche card game reference as opposed to just like, you know, someone lusts after you and you deny them. That's a completely different thing. And I hate that I think of that because it's so easily misconstrued. But, that comes to mind whenever I describe stuff like that. So the other day when I ruined our work call because someone started talking about sports betting and then everyone left, I wondered if I caused it. Anyway, I can't believe I've been playing this game for like 3 hours. It should not be taking me this long to do this fucking challenge. The runs themselves are only like 30 minutes long. But I am mega struggling. And I have a path forward, I just can't do it. I am inept. We see autogun, we take autogun. This is the way. I do remember earlier I said that the real secret should be I seek out frenzy points and just slay. And I haven't been doing that. So maybe I should be doing that? We get this blueprint first, and maybe this box right here. And now I go back, I think I just passed a frenzy point, so we'll go to the frenzy point. I can move down right now because the screen isn't cluttered with shit, but the second it starts getting enemies everywhere, we won't be able to move straight toward the camera, or things will be bad. Oh, I want more credits. Give me credits. I do wonder how many credits I have now. I had like 22,000 or something after I refunded everything. But... Also, hello, where's this frenzy point? Oh, I passed it. It's up here. I should just farm enemies without the frenzy point until it starts getting gnarly, and then we step in it. How about that? Maybe I should be taking damage. You know what? Let's just spec into damage, because I never do. And then I start to not kill things. I'm like, poor K, why I no kill? Maybe it has something to do with me not dealing enough damage. Double, triple, quadruple checking my decisions real quick. No big deal. Ew, I never noticed the sound they make when they die. I'm too busy yapping. I will eventually take the shield, but it won't be until I needs it. I'll take an XP boost early. The goal, for those who don't know, is to beat the boss on this level without having any armory upgrades. So even though I have every weapon unlocked and we're playing as the second of two characters because she's stronger, I have no armory upgrades, which are why all my XP pellets are blue and not actually giving me any experience. And it's been challenging, to say the least. Speaking of how's the weather, he's not messaged me since, and I said snow is gross after he got home to snow. So like, not only was it how's the weather, it was the most open-ended thing possible. And he still didn't respond to you after you were like, it's true, your weather sucks. How's the weather? It sucks. Do you agree? Crickets. Yeah, I don't know, man. I still stick to what I said originally, which is just, I don't think it's worth partaking. But I understand your hang-ups or whatever. That is really annoying to hear. I always wonder if I were to talk to my dad again, how it would go. Outside of like, I 100% would tell him how big a piece of shit he is. And then he probably wouldn't want to keep talking. But I wonder how he would approach it. I wonder how you start talking to someone that you never had a relationship with after 20-some, 30 years. You wish you could just drop them? That's the thing, though. You 100% can. The only thing that's stopping you from doing it is yourself, technically. But it's tough. But you 100% can do it. Even if it's something that's like incremental or that you have to like convince yourself to do over time, you 100% can do it. Given the shit you were talking about the other day on stream, I am baffled that you stayed in contact whatsoever once he started like not being around that much. Like the worst thing my dad ever did was be negligent a little bit, but not like in a safety way, just like he never spent time with or cared about or whatever us. He just stuck us with his girlfriend and like watched NASCAR. And that's the extent of it. I was never like properly abused or anything outside of like being bullied a little bit by her children. Like the time I was locked onto a roof naked because they threw my underwear on the roof after a shower and shut the window. Or like the time I had to sit at the dinner table for 6 hours because I refused to eat the mac and cheese I was given, and she hit me with the, you're not leaving this table till you eat your food, and I was more stubborn than her. We were at odds and I did sit at the table for like 6 hours not eating mac and cheese. Those are like 2 of the maybe 4 the harrowing stories I remember from my childhood, and they're really not that bad. Not allowing me to leave without eating dinner, I think, is valid. Like, I should probably eat dinner, lest I go to bed hungry. But also, you should probably, like, make food that a kid can or will eat, because kids are picky. And if I am, like, genuinely disgusted by mac and cheese and can't eat it for the life of me because I am disgusted by it, then, like, you know, maybe consider making some alternative food just so I will eat before bed. But, you know, you could argue that food shouldn't be wasted and it's valid to force me to sit there until I eat it. Except for the fact that at the end of all of it, I still didn't eat it, and then they still didn't give me other food, so I did go to bed hungry. But you know, it's neither here nor there. But the point of what I'm saying is my dad was never directly abusive in any way. He was just negligent. Like that time he made me sleep in my pissy onesie because I tried to wake him up after I went to bed, and he said it wasn't a big deal, go back to bed. Those are all kind of minor things in comparison to, like, I don't know, getting sick on a camping trip and forcing me to just wallow in it, or things like that. That's not minor? What? Not having my piss cleaned up? I mean, I didn't get a UTI or anything. Although I suppose I could have. So maybe that isn't that minor. Piss boy. Yeah, that's where it started. Peter Parker got bit by a radioactive spider. Me, I pissed my Buzz Lightyear onesie one night. I mean, to be fair, I was of the age where you, like, piss the bed, but... Oh yeah, I got an achievement for failing. But anyway, the point of what I'm saying is, like, I recognized enough that just my dad didn't care about me and that I was wasting my time and effort trying to establish a relationship with someone that didn't want one with me. And once I came to that realization, it didn't really matter how much I wanted a dad or wanted my dad. It was just, it wasn't something I was going to have, and trying to seek it somewhere I wouldn't get it was pointless. And it just so happened I recognized that when I was, you know, 7. But other than that, you know, I understand wanting the tie or, like, saying, well, they wouldn't be a parent if they didn't want to be a parent, so, like, the fact that they're my dad at all should mean something. But the reality is people are parents when they don't want to be all the time. And if you just happen to be stuck with one of those parents and it takes you a while to realize it and that you should just abandon your efforts to retain a relationship with them, then, you know, it's just something to eventually hopefully come to grips with. But everyone's situation is different, and, like, time can heal wounds or whatever. Maybe people change over time. Maybe one day my dad will wake up and just be, like, fitted with guilt and regret that he abandoned his kids or whatever and allowed them to walk away and not be in contact with them for 30 years, and he'll have a midlife crisis about it or whatever, and then use that to be some reason to reach out. And then it will go poorly because I vehemently hate him, and, you know, having late stage remorse or whatever isn't really enough to, like, heal the wounds or whatever that he caused by being an absentee father. So, you know, live with your guilt, live with the repercussions of your own actions. Don't seek me for validation or whatever to fix a problem that you caused. And, you know, your guilt doesn't absolve you of all the things that your absenteeism caused for me as a kid growing up without a father. Blah, blah, blah. But the point is, if your parent sucks and you can't have or don't want a relationship with them, like, you were 100%, you know, able to walk away from that. Outside of, like, if you're stuck living with them or whatever. Because some kids are stuck just in shitty households that they can't escape. Unless it's, like, so bad that CPS has to be called or whatever, and then they're in the foster system. That's different. But if it's just, like, preferential relationship-y things where it's like, uh-oh. Things and stuff. He isn't the issue, well, he wasn't, like you said, Tina, blah, blah, blah. Well, the thing is, like, you say he's not the issue, but before Tina existed, he was negligent, and after Tina has existed, he's, you know, messaged you once every 6 months to ask about the weather and not how getting your fucking gallbladder out was. I don't think that's Tina's fault, to be fair. You can blame Tina all you want if it's an easy scapegoat and tells you, like, my dad's not the problem, I still want a relationship with him. But, like, his actions dictate his own level of involvement and care, and I don't know. Tina's a convenient scapegoat, I guess, and while she is probably responsible for some percentage of things, he's still to blame or whatever for certain things. And I feel like capability is a huge thing when it comes to, like, taking issue with people. Like, the second someone demonstrates that they're capable of certain activities that demonstrate a certain lack of care or a certain lack of, like, I don't know, moral perception or whatever, where they don't actually consider things that are harmful to others, and they show that they're capable of doing things that are harmful to others, or they show that they're capable of being careless about something in a way that is harmful to other people, or they're capable of being malicious, even to people they're supposed to take care of. You know, that's like a permanent branding, I think. The second you're capable of doing something, like, that's it, right? And you could try not to do it, or whatever. You could try to change and try to heal. And through years and years and years of dedicated, like, change in character, you can demonstrate that you're no longer like that or whatever. But that doesn't absolve you of once being capable of doing it. Because if you're capable of doing it once, there's nothing that really stops you from reverting. So, capability is rough. But whenever people display things that they're capable of doing that are harmful and not able to be remedied, then that just kind of permanently forces a wedge into your relationship because you permanently have that perception of them. So, you know, if a parent is capable of not caring about you, or, like, not taking you to the hospital when you need it, or whatever, or, you know, they're not capable of changing your bed sheets when you piss the bed, they're not capable of caring that you had something happen that you're seeking them for a solution for, then, you know, they will always be the parent that won't change your bed sheets when you piss the bed. Or they'll forever be the parent that doesn't care that you're going through something and can't be bothered to wake up from sleep to fix it. So, doesn't matter if after 40 years he's like, I'm a terrible father, I didn't mean to blah blah blah, because that's great. You feel bad that you feel remorse for this. You don't feel bad that, like, I needed my pissy bed sheets changed and you made me sleep in a pissy onesie. That's the difference. I don't think you've changed after 30 years. I think you just suddenly feel remorse because you're getting old and you have regrets now. That's not my cross to bear, that's yours. But anyway, I don't like the things I've heard that come from your dad. And I'm not going to tell you necessarily to cut ties or whatever, but it does piss me off that, like, you had an organ removal surgery within the last 3 months, and you haven't heard from him that much, and when he messages you finally to check in, he asks how the weather's doing, and is completely clueless to things that you have going on that are, you know, somewhat major. I mean, getting your gallbladder out isn't that crazy of a surgery necessarily, but it has before and after effects that you have to adjust to, and it can affect you in certain ways that you could use support through. And deciding not to engage with that in any way, because, like, maybe he heard that you had surgery or whatever and then didn't really care about it throughout, is a choice, and a telling one. So, I don't know. That, coupled with all the stuff you said about growing up and the way you handled certain situations and stuff, just sounds not good. But it's ultimately up to you whether or not you want to continue a relationship with him, I guess. I'm not one to tell you one way or another. I just think... And maybe it's just because I'm an old curmudgeon now, but I realize I just don't really have time, or I don't have the patience or the emotional bandwidth to, like, deal with people that don't want to better my life, you know? If I have people around me that are just insufferable to be around, or they're just leeches or whatever, like, regardless of if we're related, I'm not going to go out of my way to maintain a relationship with someone who, like, ultimately makes my life worse. So, that's just me being old and a cynic and the like. But also, I think a lot of what I feel about it is valid, at least for myself. But some people are ride and die with family, or some people feel some kind of way about, like, whatever, up and leaving certain things or whatever. But I don't know. For my own personal values or whatever, I don't really care about family ties, or, oh, I've been friends with this person for a decade. I can't let our friendship fall away just because they're acting differently, or their life changed in a way that changed how they are, and my life changed in a way that changed how I am, and suddenly we're incompatible. We have 10 years of history. I can't possibly blah, blah, blah. I'm not really like that. But I also am a hermit who lives alone and doesn't have any IRL friends, so like that's probably because of all the things I'm saying. But I don't know. I'd rather have no friends than have shitty friends. Or I'd rather have no family than like a troublesome one. So. But loneliness is a hell of a drug too. That I won't get into. But I'm not willing to make concessions like that are troublesome just to avoid one problem by inserting another. Nothing that's happened the past 22 years has been talked through about anything, so everything that's happened you still very much feel. Yeah. And even if things have changed or whatever, it doesn't like rid you of your past, or rid them of causing it, or rid you of the things that you've felt as a result of it since. So, yeah. You did ask how you were feeling. You said you were tired, and yes, why? Like, bro, you know why. Yeah, but like he doesn't care about it enough to actually, you know, register that. Like, sure, you had a gallbladder surgery anyway. Why are you tired? Sure, you have knots, but like, why are you struggling? Oh, because that's actually substantive and affects you, and your surgery had lasting results or whatever, but like, I have no reason why you're feeling any kind of way. I know of the things you're dealing with, but I didn't like think about them in depth, or, you know, I'm not actually invested enough in the fact that you're going through them enough to actually register like the brevity or the severity of it. Glad you had us to chat with and help you through your recovery. Fuck daddy issues. Wait. What, you have issues fucking daddy? I think that's what you were saying wait for, but I didn't read it that way. There you go, I acknowledged it. Absolutely valid for feeling that? I guess. I mean, literally his whole side hates you, so the only person you'd be losing is him, and it'd only upset you. It'd only upset you, so at least you can sit with that. Yeah. I guess it's worth clocking whether or not it would only temporarily or permanently upset you. Like, if it would upset you just because it's different, or if it would just, you know, be a true loss for you, but I don't know. I'm not gonna, I stopped what I was saying because my butt was gonna be, you know, saying my opinion on it, which is not necessarily, you know, my bias shouldn't really drive what you do, and I need to stop inserting it. I'm just saying for myself, I wouldn't fuck with it, but that's because I have a history of not fucking with it, and I live alone and have no friends or my dad, so not exactly a role model, but in that specific regard, I feel comfortable. What would really be different? Say what you want, like you've said many times before. Well, so like the way I view it, right? Like it wouldn't be that different. The only thing that's different about it is that you'd think about it a lot. And who knows how long you'd think about it for, because maybe he only occupies your mind space because he was there 1 second and isn't all of a sudden based on your decisions. But, you know, a year from now, are you still going to think about it? Or 2 years from now, are you still going to think about it? I think you think about it more that he's like intermittently around, and the way that he's intermittently around is bad for you because you have conversations with him and you feel unheard or uncared about because after you have a surgery, he's like, how's your fucking weather? So, I don't know. Is the way you would think about it if you were no longer in contact with him worse than the way you think about it now that you are? I don't know. It's a good question. In my experience, though, I kind of don't think about it that often. I make jokes about, like, not having a dad growing up or whatever, but, like, it's just because other people talk about their dads, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, can't relate. And that's kind of the extent of it. But I don't lay awake at night like, wah, daddy, you know? I'm not to say that you won't. But, or wouldn't. I shouldn't say won't, because I'm not determining what you're going to do. But, yeah, it's not something that's plagued me over the years. Every so often I might have thoughts about it, but it's like a reality I just can't picture because it's one I never had, and thus it doesn't affect me because it's not one, it's one that I came to grips with the fact that I'm not going to have. And, I don't know. Plus, you can find sources for that elsewhere, you know? Like, for me, my quote-unquote dad figure growing up was my grandpa. So, he wasn't exactly, like, a full stand-in, you know? Mostly because of age, like, dads are capable of doing things with their kids that just someone who's 65 plus can't do. But outside of those limitations, like, his presence as a father figure was still very prevalent. He still taught me through things and helped me understand certain things in the world. Very commonplace things. I mean, he didn't prepare me for capitalism in any way, but I learned how to use a power drill, and I learned how to be respectful to women and open car doors for girls I liked, you know? So that's about the same to a degree. And when your parents are divorced and your mom finds a partner that tries their best, like, that can sub in to a degree, maybe, if they actually care to be that sort of figure for you. Or you can just exist without a father figure, frankly. Because, I don't know, it's nice to have guidance or whatever, but you could just have a good support system through friends or relatives or whatever otherwise. So it's not really a necessary thing, but I was fortunate in that I did have like a quasi-replacement growing up.
Trees.
But not everybody do. Also, we're finally gonna get the auto gun to level 8. Will this determine the run? Not only do I have to survive to the boss... Oh wait, just kidding, I got fucking duped again. This wasn't a gun upgrade. Why does this keep happening? Are they pointing me to a new one? No? I saw some like green square thing. Oh, there is another one right here. Okay, hold on. There's no way I get duped twice in a row, right? Right? Duped as in made a fool of, not duped as in duplicated. Don't get it twisted. Certainly I don't get duped twice. Also, certainly I don't die right here, right? Right. I need that red gem thing. I need this red gem thing. You guys are gatekeeping from the thing I need. Oh wait, there, I got it. Now watch in amazement as my gun never stops firing. None of this burst bullshit. Oh wait, it stopped. Okay, well, it almost never stopped. Whatever. Asterisk. Look at how many bullets it be shooting though. Yippee. This only took like 6 runs to do. More XP please, and then we'll get another weapon online. I'm thinking the rockets, personally. Experimental blueprint recognized. I don't really care for blueprints. I think now we seek frenzy zones, and we thrive. And then we seek the occasional black box for weapon upgrades or whatever. It's honestly a good question. I don't know how to answer it. I don't expect it. It takes some thinking. Or I guess it would even just take trial and error, because you don't know for sure. It kind of comes with like writing anybody off though. You know? Sometimes when you're in a shitty relationship that happens too. Like your relationship is all you know. And you don't know what you'd do without it. So you can't really picture the world without it or how you would adjust. Until you just like up and leave it. And roll the bones. And sometimes that's bad. And sometimes you have to hope that it's good. And sometimes it's good. That's why divorce is particularly hard. Because it's a little bit more like set in stonely. Well, like, so, for example, when I was talking about all that communication stuff earlier, right? Like, my engagement was obviously flawed. We were pretty demonstrably, that's the word, incompatible. But, like, I wasn't in recognition of that enough to do anything about it. So my ex had to be the one that, like, brought up that she wasn't happy or whatever anymore and that we split. And at the time, I was in denial of it, or I felt blindsided by it or whatever, because I didn't, on the surface, feel that way, and I didn't really recognize some of the stuff that I came to later. Because, yeah, every time we'd argue, it felt shitty, and every time we would argue, like, we'd walk away with neither of us feeling like a resolution was met. We would both just, like, get out what we wanted to get out, and we both communicate that we both felt bad, and we came away with no solutions for it. And then we'd get so tired of trying to talk about it that we would just, like, let the conversation end and then just hope that some of us had enough of a recognition of some of the stuff that was being talked about that in the future we would do the stuff that was bad less. But in reality, that's not how it worked, or how it went, or whatever. And the reality was that we were just bad at communicating and kind of incompatible. So one day, she recognized that and voiced that it was time to go. And I didn't see that right away, so I was like torn up. But in the time since, came to realize the same thing and came to realize that we're both better off without and whatever. But sometimes you just can't really forecast it for yourself. And it's rough and it sucks, but sometimes you gotta just like rip the band-aid and see what happens. But it's hard when you can't be sure and you don't want to like irrevocably like fuck up your life because you're abandoning something you needed or whatever. But also, sometimes the things you think you need are bad and actually worse for you than if you didn't have them. So, there's that. Also, big uh-oh. My autogun is great, but I'm still getting swarmed by stuff. Okay, Postle.
Trees.
I'm torn. This doesn't matter that much, but I need help immediately. The claim is that the repulse thing has done more damage and killed more people than the rocket barrage. But I've had it for longer. I don't know how much longer. So are the numbers on the rocket barrage lower because I got it later and it's playing catch up, and even though they're close, it's actually doing way better? I'm feeling that way. We'll take the rocket barrage upgrade. Hopefully I don't come to regret it. Anyway, don't know how to answer it. You think it'd be like fine until the holidays or like his birthday, Father's Day, etc.? Yeah, except when it comes to the holidays, you don't think fondly like, oh no, I'm not visiting my dad. You think, oh God, he's gonna message me and talk about the weather and then pivot to, so are you coming this Christmas? So you're not exactly thinking of holiday traditions and roasted ham. You're thinking of a stressful conversation that's gonna force you to labor your way over to his house to put on a smile and have Christmas. And endure Tina. So, is that a bad difference after all? I don't know. I was still thinking about him. If you were to drop him, you'd think of the fact that you said bye. Well, you officially said bye in like a direct way. But, you know, his absenteeism and lack of care and whatever, lack of actually being a father, more or less said bye first. But, you know, just a little indirect. And whether or not you quantify if that's important or not is up to you, I think. But in my case, it was important because the whole capability thing. You're capable of not caring. You're capable of spending weeks away without even seeming to think of me. And when you come around, it's just because it's convenient or because you have to because of the title. Like, yikes, dude. So, I don't know, perspective matters, I think. But my experience doesn't dictate your experience, so I can't say just because I felt some kind of way that you should or will or whatever. But having absentee or distant or whatever parents definitely sucks. And trying to navigate what that means for yourself is definitely... It's a big deal, because I mean it is like completely life-altering to like distance yourself from or just completely write off a family member. Because of those natural and societal ties to them. But I think family works like any other relationship, especially as you get older and you stop relying on your family. Like when you're growing up with a parent, you rely on them, you live with them, you are just constantly with them. Like, once you live on your own and you just kind of keep in touch with family from adult to adult, like, having family members is no different than having friends, really, outside of the fact that you have, like, a storied history and are related, I guess. But, you know, they live distant or whatever. They have separate lives that aren't your life. You keep in touch and communicate how your lives are going, but... well, I don't know, I guess you can have interwoven lives if you still, like, see your parents or your siblings or whatever. Depends on how much you keep in contact, I guess. For me, I don't really keep too much in contact with my family. Like, I visit my family for dinner, like, every week or whatever, but we're not constantly doing things together or for each other or whatever in ways that, like, feel like we all know what's going on with every facet of each other's lives. And as such, I don't know. It's different than, like, I don't know, if we did, you know? Also, I have to kill this guy. A quarter of the time to do so has passed and I've not done so. Because I only have 3 guns and one of them is not shooting the boss. Yes, shoot the boss. Wait, I also have to live, though. Himiko, hi! Had to come put your points toward making me go shopping? Thank you. You also had to say something about it so that you counted as a viewer because Twitch hates lurkers now. Thank you. Also, happy Thursday, Himiko. How was your birthday? Did you have a good birthday? Water? I have water. Oh, this guy's shooting me again? Nice. I can get water without dying. Surely, truly, surely. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Switch hands. Wait, don't switch hands. Wait, don't take water. 35 seconds to kill this dude. I don't think it's happening, dude. My guns are betraying me. Shoot the boss, goddammit! Oh, wait, I died. At least I'm drinking water. It's okay, it wasn't gonna happen. I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling to think of what weapon I have to max out in order to do this. It appears I can only level up 1 all the way. I only had 3 weapons. Instead of 5, I only had 3. It was good you did nothing and had a chill day? Perfect! Alert, good luck, thank you. Yeah, we've been grinding and it's not working. You're never happy, really, to hear from him? You're always surprised but not happy? You usually get anxious, actually? Yeah. Because you're worried someone either, like, died 2 weeks ago and you were never told, which has happened, or he's just asking how the weather is. Nice. I'm gonna get it, no problem. I don't know, it's been 4 hours and I'm running out of time because I gotta go to my family's for dinner soon. But we'll see. I appreciate your good luckness. To your mom's side on Christmas, other than that, you don't ever see each other. You also live 4 hours from them. Well, that'll do it. Okay, hold on. I need to find a good starting weapon. Evidently, the auto gun ain't it. I need a weapon that I know will target the boss, dude. Is it secretly electric grenades? Auto targets the closest enemy. Right, that's a problem. Damages and pushes back enemies. Also a problem. Spins around player. Powerful beam that also spins around player. Attack where I face. Chain stuff. Attacks at a distance. Piercing. A zone. At higher levels, players can have multiple drones. Long range can prioritize bosses, but like, it doesn't seem to do enough damage to matter. Maybe the plasma tower would be good, but I'd have to like walk underneath the boss in order for it to work. I also wonder if the photon hammer would be good for like enemy clearing. I don't know though, man. None of these seem good. None of these seem good for how little I'm leveling up. We'll try electric grenades and we will suffer. It's crazy to me that I could have been playing on the other map and doing the whole all prototype thing by now. But we will not dwell on that fact. I don't think I care about the sniper rifle. It was Tina's aunt. One of the people on her side I like and was close to other than her and than her mom and her two sisters. You weren't even sad about her passing, you were just mad that they didn't tell you about it? Even now, 6 years later, still don't know how I feel about it? About not being told? I mean, what would happen if you were told? Like, would you have gone to a funeral or a wake or whatever? Or you just feel bad that you didn't know about it sooner because we weren't considered to have cared, even though you did? Or what's the aspect about it that makes it, like, annoying, other than the fact that she died, which is the true thing that sucks about it? Because, like, if you wish you were told so you could have done something, and you were robbed of the chance of doing something, like going to a funeral or whatever, then obviously that's valid. But if you're just upset for a reason that doesn't actually amount to anything, then I think you're just upset. Because it really would have made no difference, you know, and you'd still be upset that it happened. But I guess it depends why you're upset. I don't want more guns. I want the two that I have to get leveled up. That's what I think. Ow. Obviously you're sad, but you're running on 0 sleep, so I know what you mean. No, I know, but don't know the cause. More damage. Because more that she was sick already and you would have gone. Okay. From Michigan, her funeral was also in Michigan, obviously. He messaged you the day before. You weren't aware that she passed, let alone did you have a chance to process anything or, like, go? Yeah. You were 16? Yeah. Well, that's the difference then, right? Because if you would have gone and they kind of rid you of the opportunity to go to her funeral, then that's the kicker, and that's the thing that you will always have to be upset about with it. So that's valid. And also that sucks that that happened. So, per usual, I'm sorry that that happened. But right, so when he messages you, you get upset because of, yeah, because it's either something bad or something empty. I get it. That's why you're upset? You fought your dad so much? Yeah, well, I guess by that point it was too late. But valid for sure. You hate to see your conversation go from that? Wait, from what? I really wish I was paying attention to how much I was leveling up in this, by the way. I can't tell if using these mines and stuff is actually faster or not. Oh, you hated going to read those messages at the time. I see. You were mean? Well, you were hurt and also a literal child. So, you know. I get upset looking at messages from myself from, like, my early 20s. Now. I think just as we get older, we change and we get more self-aware. Or we, you know, have feelings about things that we do or whatever. But yeah, when you're looking at stuff from when you were, like, literally a kid, where your perspectives were different and your life experiences were different and the things that drove the way that you feel or perceive things or whatever were different, like, yeah, probably acted in ways that you don't recognize anymore. You seeing messages from last week? Why? Because you tell people to go elsewhere when you mean to say hi? Remember that time I was trying to be kind, but instead I told someone to fuck off? Damn. I'm so embarrassed. At least it was funny. I know that's not what you're talking about, by the way. Just joking. Remember that time I ignored you? You won't let me forget it, so I do. I do remember. Honestly, you probably feel the same about as bullshit as you have your whole life, if not worse now. Yeah. What, you're upset at how you messaged them back, you mean? What is this messages from last week thing? Are you being literal, or are you just saying, like, whenever you look back exactly 1 week, you're ashamed of yourself still? Which is interesting. That sounds more current than a week ago, then. But I lack the context to understand completely. I literally hate every fiber of your being. I mean, you didn't uninstall Warzone the other day, which felt like a slap in the face to me, because it was literally the only game we were playing consistently. So, I feel that you value the next Call of Duty game more than our friendship. I feel like a lover scorned. So, maybe. I might just hate everything about you in response to you displaying a lack of care for me. You uninstalled Warzone and now you don't love me. Type shit. You did care for it and I blew you off? Yeah. How dare I have a job that I have to do? You were working and we didn't play Warzone for like 6 days, so I uninstalled it, cause fuck you, I love COD. Just not the COD that you also own that we play together pretty often, kind of. True. Oh hell yeah, we die here? We die? Ah. Electric grenades did do a ton of damage. Plasma tower, wasn't it? I think I do need more than 2 weapons though, because of weapon cooldowns being shit. Is my fault you uninstalled Warzone because Blop 7 is releasing in 8 hours? What's that have to do with me? Get more storage space, loser. Can't wait tomorrow to wake up, go to the gym, and play Blop 7. If Blop 7 actually mattered to you, you'd skip the gym. Hot take. Source, I took off of work for 2 days to play Silksong and then slept through one of the 2 days I took off. So Silksong didn't actually matter to me. And then within a week I put the game down without finishing it and still haven't gone back to finish Act 3. It matters, but the gym matters more. But the gym is there every day, and Black Ops 7 isn't there every day. Until tomorrow, and then it will be. Until next year, when you buy the next one and completely forget about Black Ops 7. But you know what matters most out of all of that? me. But you uninstalled Warzone. So. Oh yeah, and when you were younger, you wouldn't text your dad on Father's Day? Or if you didn't text your dad on Father's Day, he'd go harass your mom and be like, what's Haley doing? And she'd tell him you were just chilling. And you tell her to tell him that you're not talking to him? Yeah, fuck him. Then he try to call you all the time, you hate calling? Well, that's just like a boomer thing. I don't think that's a preferences exercise thing. Don't fucking call me, Dad. Text me, bitch. I have a Snapchat. Fuck. Do kids who use Snapchat like to Snapchat their parents? I've never had a Snapchat. I wouldn't know. Text me, bitch. I 100% prefer to communicate through texting instead of talking. I'm shit at talking. My communicative skills are in the gutter when I have to open my mouth. Yet I do that all the time. Constantly sitting here mouth agape. Saying shit that doesn't matter. Rough out here. You have no fucking idea if your mom had Snap, you def send her the random ass pictures on Snap. Oh, Snapchat. Sorry, I was thinking of Snap benefits that no one has anymore. Anyway, if your mom had Snapchat, you definitely send her random ass pictures. You send on Snap to everyone. And she'd unadd you? Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I mute our group chats, because people be spamming Instagram memes. I get it. I relate to your mom here. You don't open snaps or chats, you just send fucking streaks of random shit and that's it? Yeah. You are one with the times, I can say that much. Ah, that's why? Yeah. Sometimes I'll peep and like the latest things being talked about are like an actual topic. So I'll skim it and have something to say, so then I'll say stuff. But then sometimes I open it and I skim and it's all just like memes and responses to the memes. It's like, well, I don't use Instagram, so I'm not about to open the memes. And then I can't possibly have anything to say about the things people are talking about. So I'm just gonna move on with my day. Not peep the chat for a bit. And actually, admittedly, the only times I will skim that chat is if someone else messages me. And then I open Discord anyway and have to respond to a message. Then I'm like, oh yeah, the group chat exists. Let's peek in on that. And then I'm like, oh dang, nothing I can weigh in on immediately. Well, maybe tomorrow. Oops. But yeah, that's the true lore, the true tea, the true sauce. That's how it works on my end. So if you're ever like, why don't I ever answer? That's the play-by-play. Doesn't mean I shouldn't partake in our little chat. It's just, that's how it goes. Imagine being a dinosaur, I know. I pull out my readers and I answer Discord messages that come directly to me and have substance, and I don't. I see little memes and shit by the children in my group chats, and I'm like, bah humbug. I don't social media. That's why I like when people send me stuff on TikTok, because I'm always on fucking TikTok, and they just slide into my DMs with a TikTok I can click, and then I'm like, LOL, too funny. But someone links me to an Instagram reel, and it's like, our friendship is over, dude. You send me shit on TikTok? I know. And then I watch it sometimes. Giggly's been sending me TikToks too, it's been great. Although if it's random, I've got nothing to say. Lava used to send me strings of random Instagram reels, and I would never respond to them, because I'd be like, I am watching these, I promise. I have nothing to say in response, because like, what are these? You like cats? Cool. There's a cat doing something? It sure is. That's a cat, alright. Cats are cute. I agree. There's another one. That's cool, I guess. I don't know. What else do you want from me? Ranch air fryer video was wild. You were baffled. Ranch air fryer video? What, the one with the Tostinos? Or the Totino's pizza rolls and the ranch? Everyone in those comments was pissed. But not in defense of blue cheese. They were just like, I don't like ranch enough for this. This is a disgrace. It's like, yes. You'd feel that extra strongly if you were part of the blue cheese guild. You know those little dancing guys from the Wizard of Oz that were part of the Lollipop Guild? That's me with ranch. I come to the local town to pitch, or not ranch, sorry, blue cheese. I come to the local town to pitch blue cheese instead of ranch. Come join the blue cheese guild and you'll be extra mad at ranch Tostitos or Totinos or whatever. Pizza pockets, pizza rolls. $26 gallons of blue cheese. Yes, ma'am. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Gallons of blue cheese, baby. Get on my level. Can he still attack while he's being all of those things? Oh, he sure can. Lightning, get him. Kinda did, but not really. Stasis, get him. Get his ass. Thank you. Oh, fuck, I broke open this thing and it didn't have what I wanted in it. Oh, no, it did. Damn. 13 for half a gallon? I think it was just the full gallon that they had. You know how some places do, like, restaurant quantities of stuff or whatever without actually being, like, a restaurant supplier? It was like that. Walmart used to have a section like that, actually. You could get, like, a jar of jalapenos that was, like, the size of your fucking head for, like, $4 or whatever. Or they'd have, like, an industrial-sized box of queso dip or something. But yeah, the store that has the gallon of blue cheese isn't Walmart. It's a local market. All the same, though. Mass quantities of bake, or, like, restaurant foods, toppings, whatever. Good shit. If you're selling the gallons, you can split it? No? What are you talking about? It's not like they're packaging the gallons. They get it from a supplier or whatever, so they get whatever the supplier has. If the supplier only provides gallons, they just have gallons. It's not like they're gonna split it. Silly Haley not knowing how they package gallons of blue cheese. Hi, I need my gun to get to level 8 so I can upgrade it, please. I'm a little hanky over here, though. Hello, I'm XP farming. Where are my level gains?
Trees.
Stasis mine, fuck you. What about grenades? Fuck you, where are my grenade upgrades? Ow, I got hit. Where are my grenade upgrades? Please. Increase cooldown, please. Okay, everything died and I still have no level 8 grenade. This is tragic. Oh great, now the little tiny spiders are coming. Stasis mine is level 7 now? Brother, I need either of these to get to level 8, but preferably the grenades. I was saying I was selling them? What? I said I was selling gallons of blue cheese? No. I said they literally exist as at a deal at a restaurant, or whatchamacallit, a grocery store near me. I said I was selling gallons of blue cheese? Was this as a joke or something in response to something someone said? I don't remember saying that. Yes? Oh. So you're referring to that? Oh. I do not share this memory. I apologize. But I think you're right. I just forgot. I'm very forgetful. Ooh, weapon upgrade. Okay, we take grenades and then we go this way. I forgot that those elite things sometimes do that. Open sesame. Do people still say that, or is that problematic in the modern area, or the modern era? Oh, my grenades now bounce 4 times. All right, now I got my mine all the way upgraded. Let's get another thingy. Look at all the death, dude. Look at it all. Absolutely shower the world in death. Hey, stasis grenade, get it, get it, get it. Oh, he didn't drop a thing for me. Oh, you know why? It's probably because I don't have any weapons that can be upgraded. Look at all those chickens. That's like my favorite early internet meme by a long shot. I don't think the shotgun's it, fam. I don't think it's it. Oh, Bloodo. Look at this sea of death all around me, dude. It's very pleasing to the eye. Although I did just get hit by something. What fuck? How? I guess pickup range? I don't know how big a meter is. It says like increase it by 5 meters. I know in real life terms or whatever how big that would be roughly, but that and fresh avocado? I don't know that one. That's an early internet meme. Alright, get me to this frenzy zone. I don't know, man. Oh wait, supply drop found? We might have to go for it. This way? Okay. We attempt to go... I hate going downward, though. I really do. Ow, Sea of Death, take me downward, please. Well, this thing's always gonna be there. Oh, we take shield. Shield is important. I'm actually kind of surprised my shield didn't just trigger. Here it is. Here is Stasis Zone... Level 9. Ow. Open! Stasis mine energy waves now damage enemies at range, or at a distance. Prove it. We'll see it in 1 second. Holy fuck. Look at it go. That's huge. Okay, I need another weapon to, like, upgrade. So, level up, give me weapon. I'll take whatever weapon shows up next unless it's absolute ass. None of these are weapons. We take cooling fluid, I guess. Suck, 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 suck. I will say, this is the strangest pair of weapons I've ever used in a game like this. Having no actual like bullets or anything emanating from me that deal damage, but just like painting the ground in death and then occasionally having death suckfest happen is definitely one of the most unique builds I think I've ever taken. Orbital Strike is a weird one, but we rely on it. We'll get Orbital Strike online in the next 6 minutes for sure, dude. For sure. It's great to see that it doesn't kill anything on its own, but we'll work on it. Now, will widespread liquid death and suckfest murder the final boss? Probably not, if I'm being completely honest with myself and you all. Probably not. but we'll have to try and see. I guess I'll also take a photon whatever hammer. I like damage. This provides damage. I'm only level 31 though, which is pretty rough. We upgrade the hammer. Look at this special someone not getting sucked upon. So I shield blast them or whatever a couple times. Wait, my hammer is working opposite where I'm going. Boom, get slammed. Boom, get slammed. Ow. Ow, wait, I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. Kill this man. Lightning him. Hammer him. Oh, shit. Hold on, I can't die. We finally got something online that's sort of fun, sort of. Where do I go? Where do I go? Blast me, blast me. Oh, fuck. Hammer down. Get knocked down. I can't believe he doesn't say get knocked down. What a thing. What a letdown. What a letdown. Orbital Strike level 2. Oh, and then we have an upgrade box here. Oh, lordy. Wait, there's 2 of them? There's another one above me? Okay, box me. Who are we committing to? I think Orbital Strike. Orbital Strike is the play. Wait, and there's another black box that way? Okay, hold on. Oh, I died. Sick, dude. I think this is literally impossible. I should reject it and then pick the one where we just level up all the weapons all the way. Actually, what I really wish is that I could get my concurrent viewer count to register over 15, because it's currently sitting at 14. And then I would just take another one. Like, in addition to this shit one. Oh man, I don't know what weapon to start with, because everything I pick is, like, seemingly good and then doesn't work. I can't even get to the final boss. I should just do a run using every individual weapon until one actually works for me. Let's see. I haven't actually tried starting with Orbital Strike, so we'll do that. I'm starting to run out of time, man. I was gonna play random games today. It's just been this fucking game. It's just been me grinding this, like, first level, kill the boss with no upgrades in a game that revolves around upgrades. And it's been difficult. Maybe I've been turning too much of a blind eye to the shotgun. I keep getting Orbital Strike upgrades off the rip. This is great. Look, we already got 2 of them. Holy fuck. Look at us go. And I think they are killing, like, all the time. And then for range, we'll do Flamethrower, which kind of works the same way, but in the opposite direction, which is going to be a visual nightmare soon eventually. Flamethrower kind of sucks off the rip, though. I'll be completely honest about that. It's not until you get 2 of them and they leave a burning effect that they're good, because their, like, attack range goes really far out, and you kind of just paint enemies with damage over time. It's pretty good. But until then, kind of mid. Cooling fluid. I don't think I've ever gotten the cooling fluid to level 5. Which I think offers a 100% cooldown reduction. Because I think it's a cumulative 20 on top of 20. You have an idea? What is your idea? Also, how long ago did you say that? Because I thought it just popped up, but I didn't see it on Ghost Chat. Is it run based, or is it completely not related to this game? A lot of words for what is your idea. Not related to the game, you just sent it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, hold on. Did I tab out or something? There we go. What did I do? Oh, I think I checked my viewer count like an asshole. And then when I came back to the game, I like didn't do it in a way that shows Ghost Chat. Alright, what is your idea, child? Shield, we don't care about rockets. The rockets are great, but they have not been serving me the way I need. If I make a redeem for the lurk like I was wanting, and then the redeem sends that I'm here, so Stream Elements does it this thing. So the thing is, for the viewer to count, I think, as a viewer, they have to be the one to chat it. So it would be a lot easier to do a channel point redeem, but Stream Elements sends the message, and thus the viewer wouldn't count, I don't think. Because yeah, no one's gonna know about I'm here. So it's a roughin'. I don't know. There's no way to like force and there's no good way to force engagement like that. Even if I want to give people the option in the title every day, yeah, in the title every day, or you have a permanently pinned message the way that Mama Patat does. It's all just so clunky and unnecessary, frankly, but Twitch has made it necessary if you hope to improve your viewer count, or like hope to allow people that think they're helping to actually allow them to help. As lurkers have been invalidated due to recent changes in Twitch's viewer counting metrics. You'd like to learn more without me directly addressing you? Type, huh? Exclamation, huh? No, I don't know. Anecdotally, it seems people not talking still count. Consider even the current situation right now. I see your viewer count is 12. 12 people are not talking here. That is true. And 12 people have not spoken within the last like 30 minutes, which is also true. So no one actually knows the real thing. It's all just surmising based on what we've assumed or perceived or something. So what is the true counting factor? It's not like they can detect who's actually watching ads, even though that's the whole reason things have changed. But what is the true reason? But you recognize 18 people if you look at the viewers list? Yeah. That's the thing that tipped me off to it happening. Because I would occasionally do that, like when I step away from the computer or whatever. I'd see people I know aren't bots or in my chat. And then Twitch is like, yeah, but only 2/3 of them count. And coincidentally, it always seems to be about 2/3. Because I remember complaining about that before. I'd look at the people in chat and I recognize 1.5 times my viewer count number of people that I know that have the stream up in some fashion. So for whatever reason, maybe they just do a blanket reduction of 1/3 of your views until people start talking, and then they say, okay, just kidding, you have your viewership temporarily. Might be something weird like whether or not a window's in focus. Yeah, people with 2 monitors be damned. I put up a stream on my second monitor, and then I play a video game and still enjoy the stream and still have to hear the fucking ads, but I don't count as a supporting viewer. Who knows? Literally no one knows. It's just that we're all affected by it, and we have to figure out how to game the system back because we notice our metrics are dropping and services rely on concurrent viewer count. So to suddenly have our concurrent viewer count fucking kneecapped, we have to sit and like try to game the system without any knowledge of how to do so. So I just complain about it a lot and see if that forces engagement, even though I don't want to pull people out of lurking. Because nothing makes your viewer count go up more than bitching about stuff and creating a hostile environment that people don't want to lurk in and click off of. I understand. I bitch a lot. Go elsewhere, yeah. Go elsewhere or Twitch will, you know, act like you already did. Because they'll stop counting your view. But also, not go elsewhere as in literally go elsewhere for those not in the know. Unfortunately, go elsewhere on its own is, you know, it's funny for people who know, but it's confusing it's confusing at face value, like when it was first accidentally said. But whatever. Go elsewhere. Yeah, you're safe here, but also go elsewhere. Hashtag go elsewhere. I don't know, man. I want to be represented correctly so that outside services like Daredrop are like, okay, you can actually do 3 dares. You can actually opt into this campaign that requires an arbitrary concurrent viewer count that doesn't actually mean concurrent viewers of 15. You're in the club, champ. Alright, man, we're 1 level away from Orbital Strike level 18, or level 8, sorry. Get me to 8, and then we open box. I am screaming a lot, though, so I am taking damage. I'm moving more than I have to because I'm being shot at, and I'm trying to avoid that, and I'm walking into weird one-eyed bat things, or whatever those are. I now have 3 beams, and they're about to get even more betterly if I level up and get a level 8 offer. Although I'm killing enemies left and right, and it seems that only intermittently are they dropping experience. Should be like you make it to a certain point, like you're able to get 3 dates or whatever. That shouldn't change whatever in your metrics. Yeah, I mean, it does. Also, your viewer count is averaged over time, so like, if they change how 1 viewer is considered over time, because they had the stream in focus and then they tabbed out to play a game or something, and that doesn't count, or whatever the fucking rules are, then, you know, you can retain a viewer for your entire stream, but they'll only count for like a portion of it. And then when they average the viewers you had all stream, you know, I'll have had, whatever, 20 people talking at one point because I'm stirring the pot about Ranch or whatever. And then all those people will go play a video game while I start yapping about my game because it's less talk-worthy. And even though all those people are there, my number will drop, and then my average of the stream will be like, you know, whatever number was there for longer, even though all those people are still there. And in reality, all those people aren't still there, but, you know, conceptually speaking. It's all made up and the points don't matter until the points do matter, but you can't tell the people using the points that they actually don't matter. Yay, representation, or whatever. Okay, I need to start taking health regen, frankly. Because I am taking damage and need healths. But hello, can I level up in a way that gets me gun, please? I need gun upgrade. Please? I mean, that is a gun upgrade, but not for the gun I'm trying to prototype, or the weapon I'm trying to prototype. I guess the beams aren't a gun. My Helldiver Sky Beams are technically not a gun. Damn it, the spiders are still getting through this shit, and I can't see them because my beams are too bright? Dude, this is crazy. In every sense of the thing, fuck spiders. Maybe if I mount this guy, he'll drop a gun upgrade. Max health and whatever, regen. Yes, please. Die, please. Did not drop a weapon upgrade. Cringe. You have noticed sometimes that if you're in mod view and you leave your app, it's still on mini player in the background. You're still here 100%. When you click back in, it reloads and the viewer count drops. Yeah. Yeah. If I ever look at my, like, average viewer count over the course of a stream or whatever, it shows a graph of the entire stream and what the numbers were at the whole time. And it looks like a tangent wave. Any math nerds in the chat know what that looks like. But basically, it'll like scoop up and then it will go down. And then it will scoop up and go down over the course of the stream. And I don't know why. I don't think unanimously, like, 6 people will click off of the stream. But something about that will suddenly uncount 6 people at once, or whatever the number is. And it's curious. But I'll never know, and they'll never tell us. They're never like, oh, we changed the way that we track viewer metrics. It's just kind of like, tee, we noticed a change and we surmised that they did something. But they'll never tell us, because then we would, you know, make adjustments to favor whatever changes they made. And, they probably just got sick of people muting tabs and, you know, supporting people without watching ads or whatever. I'm never going to get my orbital shit to level 8. I've leveled up like so many times and have not been rewarded with the one thing I've been camping this black chest for. And of course you can say, well, go open the black chest, which is a guaranteed weapon upgrade, and then you can get level 8 from the chest and just go find another chest. The problem is, they're not as frequent on this map, and I don't want to do that. So. But goddamn, if they are not completely... What's cucking me? Couldn't think of the word I wanted to use. Oh, I just set the box on fire. Okay, wait, it didn't actually burn to death. That's good. I'm gonna get damage touched again. I can feel it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, it happened. Okay, we pulse and we lose XP. Whatever. What'o? Tracking coordinates? Okay. Here's what happens. We burn this box, we go to the next one. Oh my god, and this was the XP collection one, dude. Why does this keep happening? Every single time I, like, camp one thinking it's gonna be an immediate weapon upgrade, it's just an XP collection thing. This is driving me insane. And then, of course, the level I gained by collecting all my XP wasn't actually a weapon upgrade. Is there something I don't understand about the drops in this game? Also, I'm dead here, I think. Okay, there's still hope. I could potentially get this box to my left and then make it to the defense system within the next 2 minutes. Potentially. But also, nothing is dying anymore. All of a sudden, everything is too strong for me, even though I've been taking damage upgrades and I have 3 weapons that are decently upgraded. Cocked, man. We're getting cocked. That's all there is to it. It's rigged. You get to 7 minutes and everything gets balls hard, just like in Vampire Survivors. You don't have all your tomes or whatever completely upgraded, you're fucked. I gotta go 136 meters in the opposite direction. This wasn't a weapon upgrade either! What the fuck? I don't need this! This is 100% rigged. Why am I doing suck all the XP up on the map when I don't have any XP to suck up? 100% rigged, dude. You can't make this up. Why are my black boxes not giving me weapon upgrades? This is bullshit. And I am upset. I'm never gonna get this shit to level 8. And the thing is, even when I get a weapon, whenever I actually prototype a weapon, I get it to 8 and then I get a red gem thing, it doesn't actually fix the run if it's going bad. So, I'm living on a prayer for no reason. At least no reason that actually benefits me. But how many upgrades have I gotten since I got my shit to level 7? I didn't actually think I had to count. But now I'm wondering. And more than a couple. There's an enemy right next to me. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know why this game started to look like Deep Rock Galactic Vampire Survivors, because it's a Vampire Survivor clone. And guess what? I fucking died, because I had a gun at level 7 that didn't help me. The flamethrower was the champ? Okay, you know what that means. We start with flamethrower then, and we get that to level fucking 8 or 7. 7.0000010 added per open chest since not getting a fucking upgrade. This is actually making me upset. I thought this would be something I can do in like maybe 5 runs if I struggled, and we've been here for 5 hours. The runs last like 20 minutes on average. Not really. 30 minutes on average. Well, no, I die early, so 20 minutes on average. And still we fail. Oh, but don't worry, I get Orbital Strike right away too. So it can continue to fail me. Don't misconstrue this, I'm actually upset. Flamethrower. I will say though, games that rely on meta progression really show that they rely on meta progression when you refuse to take any. Or when you don't have any, I guess. But like in my case, I'm refusing to take any for a challenge. And it just shows like a gaping hole in the RNG or whatever of the game when you can't put a build together in order to survive. Like, should I prioritize taking health boosts and defense boosts so that I can just tank shit when it gets too hard and all my weapons are useless? Maybe. But I'm trying to work with what I understand in the game, which is that prototypes are busted. The same way in Vampire Survivors when you get everything up to a certain level and the weapon morphs and is suddenly goated. This is the same shit, where if you get your weapons to level 8 and then get a red gem to force them to level 9, which is prototyping them, they're suddenly real good. And if you can get 2 prototype weapons before your run ends, you're fucking cruising. You doing the same challenge? Yeah, hopefully you do it better than me, or you wisen up before then and you reject it and take a different challenge. Because this is not fun. What I understand is meant to be a challenge. But you know what else is meant to be a challenge of equal caliber that yields the same reward? Is prototyping every weapon over the course of several runs. And as I said earlier when I gave you a tip, my tip was play on the second map that has copious amounts of chests because you can't help but stumble into weapon upgrades all the fucking time. And then you'll just kind of coast to the end with 4 or 5 prototyped weapons every run, and then you'll just like rip through all of the different weapon prototyping in a matter of like 5 runs. Which I would have done 3 times by now instead of doing this. Which I thought I could game, just like you thought you could gamify the achievements in Decarbonize, and then teehee, just kidding, it's too reliant on RNG to actually make these things I've mathed out work. It feels the same. I get my weapon to level 7, and then I can't get a level 8 upgrade, so that I can then get it to level 9 or whatever. It's crazy. Why 4? Is there a secret mechanic that says if your one gun is level 7 and your other guns are level 1, they will force you to take level 1 and 2 upgrades instead? I don't know. You totally fucked Decarbonize. That was on you. You weren't paying attention in run 18. Why? What happened? I mean, you don't have to tell me, but like, you're saying it was 100% on you and you weren't getting RNG'd to death? All 17 runs before that, you were trying hard to do the speed run thing? Uh-huh. And then on run 18, you had it and then biffed it? I had a run recently. This pissed me off. Oh, you paid attention and won 17 in a row, and then you fell asleep at the wheel and biffed it? I had a similar thing happen. I had a run where I had no emissions the whole time. And, I was like, sick, I can do this whole run with no emissions. And then I was trying to also get the achievement for one of the endings, and it was the go to space ending. And I read the card for the going to space, and it said, we'll add 250 emissions. And the first emissions threshold is at 250. So even though for the entire duration of my run, I had 0 emissions, and I almost got the achievement for never hitting a threshold, in order to get the ending I was going for and had built around, I had to take 250 emissions. And I was like, surely if I'm negating emissions so quickly, it will maybe bless me and allow me to negate immediately as I was getting 250 and like not invalidate my achievement. So then I took it to get the ending I needed, and it counted as getting an emissions thing, and I completely invalidated that for my run. So that sucked. But I still won or whatever, so it was fine. But, ugh, man. 2 birds, 1 stone, my butt. Rankster, what's up? Need coffee? I have coffee. Should I sip my, like, 5 hours cold, or 5 hours old cold coffee, just for you? How's it going, man? Saw you playing more Necess this week. Hope that's still treating you well. I also saw you were playing, was it Arc Raiders or something? Last played Arc Raiders. Oh, shit. How is that? I bought it, tried the tutorial, don't like it, might refund it. We'll see. It is the hot new thing that everyone is playing, and my usual group of Warzone cohorts that I play Warzone with every Monday have pivoted to it for the time being. So I will either be having a miserable time or out of friends for a few weeks, or however long Arc Raiders has their hooks in them. I'm currently undecided. I need to make a decision before Monday. Lest I join them and then can no longer refund the game. But what's up, man? Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a decent week. Appreciate you coming by. The Kofave thing. Be on running team, you were so full of yourself that you thought it's gonna be a cakewalk and fucked your math. God, I hate math. No, I'm joking, I like math. But that sucks. You're eepy? I know, I'm streaming longer than you wanted. You should go sleep. I have like 5 seconds of prep to do before I leave for my grandma's house later, so I'm gonna stream until like a little bit after 6 o'clock and make it there around 6:30. I'm all showered and crispy and clean, and I just have to check if maybe I have to feed my cat, maybe. It's dependent on if she's been eating her foods or not. She has both wet food and dry food and will eat either or depending on her preference at the time, and sometimes one bowl is empty and sometimes neither of them are empty. But she's grazing on both bowls, so I can never know for sure after any amount of time. So I may have to yield briefly and give her a little foods. But otherwise, maybe I tinkle, and then I go. That's about it. Feed cat and tinkle, fill pockets with wallet and such, and leave. Piss boy, what, you never tinkle? You wish you could in bed, but you refuse to get rubber sheets. So, or a Buzz Lightyear onesie. How dare. You need that mobility scooter Mom's been looking at? You know what they should make, actually? They should make, and maybe they do, but they should make a stair lift that hooks onto mobility scooters and can, like, lift the scooter up the stairs. So then you could just chill in your little rascal, and then you could also stair lift yourself upstairs. Do those exist? Surely I didn't just patent a really easy idea. Because, like, well, one, I didn't patent it, but two, like, surely that's not a novel concept. Like, oh, let's add a chair to the stairs. But some people are already in chairs. Oh, true. Well, for them, they can have a thing that attaches to their chair. But maybe not. You have no idea, but like, I know. You also didn't know rubber bed sheets existed until I told you about it, so like, maybe I'm just a Your Life idea factory. I mean, if it would be built anywhere on Earth, it would be in America. Yeah, because so many people here are in chairs. Because of disability, or because of being overly obese, or because of being old as shit and not having proper health care, or, yeah.
Trees.
Trees. Trees. Hey yo, 2 upgrades in a row. Can I get another 2 in a row to make my flamethrower level 8? And then get me a black box to seal the deal? But get me a black box that actually has a prototype upgrade in it and not actually just collecting all the useless XP on the map. Thank you very much. K-Possole. Supply drop located. Okay, a little premature, I'll be honest. I haven't upgraded once, let alone twice, but you know, I like where your head's at. Also, I guess I never did drink coffee like I said I would. Ah, oh my god, what, did you look it up and they do have them? Whatever. Are you saying ah because my girl keeps saying ah because I keep taking damage? Because true. Ah! Oh look, it's an XP bullshit. Who knew? I knew. That's who knew. Sure, cooldown, sure, whatever. Sure, max health, sure, cool, whatever. Oh, cool, spiders. Let's go. I love spiders. We have photos of chairs, stairs, lift, whatever, and there's a photo of a dummy in a wheelchair with someone behind just dragging them up the steps. Yeah, that's the alternative. They're trying to say, this could be you. Look at how dangerous this is. Look at how unhappy the dummy is. Buy our product. Do you want an unhappy dummy as you're dragging your husk of a human up the stairs? Buy our product. Don't turn your family member into a crash test dummy as your hands slip and you drop the wheelchair down the stairs. Buy our lift. Crazy marketing strat. It's an ad? Yeah, I would assume so. I wouldn't assume it's just a casual picture of someone depicting, you know, carrying someone down the stairs or up the stairs as a crash test dummy. I'm sure it's for the sale of a product. You know those old commercials for like bag clips or whatever that show people in their kitchen like throwing chips everywhere as they try to roll up a potato chip bag and put a clip on it because they're like, using potato chip clips is too fucking hard. You'll just see someone like tear open a bag of chips and paint their kitchen with whatever, Dorito dust. And then they're like, buy our little flexible tube thing that you can roll up in your chip bag and suddenly your hands will be dexterous and able to close a chip bag. It's like that. It's just like an outlandish thing. Like, uh-oh, drop your dummy down the stairs? Shit. Buy our chairlift. Why is there a dude dragging a wheelchair up the steps? Because they don't have a chairlift. That would be way more efficient and effective. They haven't bought the product. Instead, they're dragging their dummy up the stairs. But why does it have to be a crash test dummy, though? That's my question. Why couldn't they have used an actual person? To demonstrate that it is unsafe to use a person for that purpose? So instead they're using a dummy? I don't know. Just doesn't read well, you know? And just for $199.99, you'll get an extra dummy. Yeah. Although, they probably wouldn't want to give you a replacement dummy for your family member that gets dropped down the stairs, because then they'd be admitting that their product might drop the person down the stairs. But wait, there's more. Isn't there always? Call now and receive free shipping. Call now and pay for your chair in installments. We recognize capitalism's draining everyone dry, but we still want to shill our product on you. Thus, we'll let you pay for it in chunks. Living paycheck to paycheck? Allocate only a small portion every week to paying for this bullshit you don't need, instead of having to accumulate the lump sum. Also, we'll throw in a nice, you know, one of those little things that you wrap around a seatbelt that's got like a dog on it that makes it so it doesn't chafe your breasts or whatever. A completely unrelated and cheaply made product that we can throw in for free. Will be yours if you call now. But wait. Prototype flames! Lava puddles! Not that burst, but this burst. Yes, set the world on fire, but only somewhat. What's that thing that dwarf from from Overwatch says? When he scorches shit? You know the one. I don't know his name and I don't know what he says, but we're saying it now. We are the Overwatch dwarf. Fear us. Molten cum? I'm pretty sure that's not the voice line, but I like where your head's at. He says molten core. Oh, I guess you were right then. I mishear what Reinhardt says as, get knocked down, so... Certainly he could say molten cum instead of molten core. Cum! Molten cum! Subscription required. Product will set house on fire if payment is 3 days late. Yeah, unless you're paying in installments, then valid. Or whatever. I'm sorry, I have 13 seconds to get to that other black box. How much have I been dilly-dallying? A lot, I guess. It sounds like molten cum. I believe you. Crazy that he would shout that out within earshot of his daughter, though. Like, you got Brig in your squad and Daddy's just shouting molten cum and then thrusting it across the level for the world to see. That's pretty wild. Mood, what's up,
Trinkets and
man?
charms
Uh-oh.
gathered from
Biddies.
all the forgotten corners of the
For
earth.
me? Thanks, man. How's it going? Happy Toys Day, Watto. Hope you're doing well. Good seeing you as always. How you be? How things? I hope you're doing well. Molten cum. Is it because I was talking about Overwatch? Is that what did it? He's talking about the forgotten game. Here's money. You're good. You've been grinding a lot of Final Fantasy 14. Nice. How have recent raids gone or whatever? The grind has been good. We're at 4.5 minutes left, and I'm not thriving. The boss is gonna be here, and I'm gonna have nothing to show them at our performance review. See my kill count in the top right there, the 2070 number? Watch how quickly that's not going up, even though there's like dozens of enemies around at all times. Oh good, it was an XP suck one, because God forbid I level up another weapon. I'll be real, I need health. Drone! I need health. I also need damage, but I need health, 100% health. Orbital Strike 7. Can I get an Orbital Strike 8 before we get to where the drone is going? Place your bets now. The answer is no, but place your bets now. Also, in my efforts to damage stuff, I've lost the drone. I'm getting shot everywhere. There's 2, like, boosted enemies here. 42% of the way to me going grocery shopping. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. People want me to take care of myself. Streamagachi. Or streamer to feed self. Challenge. Cringe, cringe. Have I gotten Orbital Strike to level 8? Did I learn what it does? I don't remember. Or to level 9? Did I ever learn what it does? I don't remember.
Trees.
Well, I have to go and find another black box, I think, because I don't think I'm going to get a quest or whatever in the next 40 seconds that will point me to one. So we schmoove. Shoots down a bunch of Starlinks. Oh, that's true. I've seen that. I've had it before. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. I've been on the receiving end. I know exactly what you mean. For all the Wicked fans in chat. But even in your case, though it's the toughest case I've yet to face. Man, I just really love Wicked. Although I haven't seen the movie or whatever. Because it's a disgrace. Not entirely true. Oh hey, if you're gonna shoot me, actually I can't remain in place for this. Ow. I should have bursted when I was getting walked up upon. Ow. Then we're not going yet, but raid suggestion? Maybe. Oh, you got someone in mind? Someone I don't know. Probably close to a 0% chance I got anyone playing a game like this, so it won't be like game-based. He's like kind of almost half dead, but I don't think I'm gonna get him all the way there. Thule. I raid Thule sometimes. It's Thursday, so yeah, it's art day. Art is a different direction for sure. I will admit, I don't tend to raid people when they're doing art, because I be gaming. Not to say I've not done it, but I don't tend to do it. Suppose I could. Wait, can I cook them in 10 seconds? Can I cook them? Can I cook them? Can I cook them? Please, 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 work, 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 work. Please, 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 please. Work! No, 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 no,
Trees.
no, 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 no. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the closest I'm gonna fucking come today, dude. Come! Survive the crash site with no armory upgrades? I have to kill the boss. I think. Let me check. I'm so disappointed, dude. Defeat the first boss with no armory upgrades. Fuck you, dude. The flamethrower had 120,000 damage. The orbital strike had 33,000. It had a quarter of as much damage. And it was level 8. That close, I know, like 5 more seconds, and I would have had it. So what have we learned? Orbital strike is useless. You know, if I would have picked up a 5th weapon, and that 5th weapon would have been the sniper, maybe it would have worked. I do have to tinkle, though. We tinkle and then we go again, and we still use flamethrower, and then I pick up sniper, I guess. But I tinkle, enjoy clips. Yes, I do have to go to the bathroom. It's Peach's fault.
Any of us could die in battle.
More like PP plays, am I right?
Not when so much is riding on us. Not with the blight.
I'm kidding. I'll never say that again. There's no need to apologize. That's the kind thing to say. No! I'm running out of water.
Or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime.
To die.
Calls the survivors.
The boy who just hit the ground, prepared to die. Yes, I do have to go to the bathroom. It's Peach's fault.
Any of us could die in battle.
More like PP plays, am I right?
Not when so much is riding on us. Not with the blight.
I'm kidding. I'll never say that again. There's no need to apologize. That's the kind thing to say. No! I'm running out of water.
Or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime.
Usually can get to those buildings by climbing. Or we can go into an adjacent building and climb. I don't remember. Been a while since I've done building related stuff in Marrakesh. Vaulting, climbing, whatevering. We'll figure it out.
Really?
Yeah, we will. I have faith. I hitman enough to know how things go. See? That guard doubted me. What an asshole. Can you believe it? And here we are, just like that. What a dick! I told him I could get on the roof. Yeah, that's right. Reached like I'm the last pork rind in the bag. Oh, I have to swing here. I thought this. Yeah, just smash it up. What the fuck? As I to attack, got it. I don't know. Why is it still showing? What the fuck? Let's try this. You ready? This is the unexpected way to beat the game. What? Dude, what is happening? Here goes is great. Yeah, no, we enjoy it for sure. What? Turn. So yeah, I guess technically as soon as you can get this outfit by fighting the king. Wait. What? If I specifically bring up one of my 4 cameras, it doesn't work? Or it doesn't get rid of the clips? So if I do my zoomed in large camera, it doesn't get rid of my clips. What the fuck? Have I never done that? Why though? Why though? This is on purpose, don't worry, don't worry. Where's my camera nests? Should be clips. Oh wait, no, my clips thing is elsewhere. Oh, sound? What? Did it double or something? Sorry. Huh. I'm curious enough about this to look into it now.
Dude, help me out.
What the fuck, man? I'm so confused. Is that an OBS button that's not working? I can fix this in 1 second. This might make the stream lag though, it's loading settings. This is called BRB clips. Oh dang, show? And then hide is just 2 of my 4 buttons. That's crazy. Now if I do this, and then I do this, it gone. And then if I do this, and then I do this, it gone. Okay, whatever, dude. Crazy. That was crazy. Alright, I got time for one more run, I think. We flamethrower, we sniper, we pray.
Trees.
And then maybe I take bullets or something, I don't know. Sometimes I like bullet heavy builds. You know, you take auto gun, you take blaster, you take rocket barrage, you take fucking something else that has a lot of bullets. But I don't know. Oh great, these all suck. I guess I take rocket barrage. Or maybe I hold R to restart. Actually, does that work in this game? No. Cringe. Hold R for restart is like a must in roguelikes. Even Mega Bonk does it. Like, hot off the press is Mega Bonk, the very same. There, we get sniper rifle. Wait, why is it that it says enemies between you and the sniper target take damage, but when I try to put enemies between, it switch targets? Boom. It's okay, we only have snipers so we can use it on the boss. That's really the only reason. I peer pressured you into installing Warzone again? Yeah, man, because now you have the storage for it. The whole reason we didn't link up and play yesterday after I told you what time I'd be free is because you uninstalled the only game that we've been playing. So I was just like, okay, so much for that. And then I cried instead of playing games with you. I sat and I sobbed my eyes out, feeling forgotten and unwanted. It's my battle pass that's never going to be completed. Also, straight out the gate, this build feels like it sucks, for those wondering. There's only 1% of how you felt that time I ignored your message. Yeah, that's probably true. So what, it was just payback then? Is that what it was? You uninstalled it because one time I didn't answer you on Discord? I hate to say, but that's like completely valid. I've ignored 3 of yours. Only 3? I'm sure it's more than 3. Or I get I'm not gonna get snippy if it's true, which I think with you it is true. We've talked about it. Cause see, I can recognize fault. Unlike what we were talking about earlier with people. Basically messaged you on your birthday to give or take a few hours, and I ignored you. Was it on your birthday? I didn't know at the time. How about the ones from yesterday? Because it was during stream, yeah. And then after stream, I tried to go right to bed, so I didn't have thought-provoking Discord conversations. Yeah. That's true. And then when I woke up today, I was like, shit, gotta stream. So I didn't open Discord. Aside from when I got those pings in my general chat, so I just like responded to those using the drop-down thing, and then went about my day. It's true. And then when I ignored the request for me to play Peak yesterday, I'm just ignoring all my DMs. Also, yesterday wouldn't have worked. What do you mean? You messaged me yesterday like, when are you around? And I was like, yeah, I'll be around in like whatever amount of time. You're like, okay. And then you told me you uninstalled Warzone, so I didn't reach back out to you because I was butthurt. And then you went and replaced me with real friends that play games you like and not Warzone, which is valid. Although Zomboid, yikes. I don't think I like Project Zomboid. That was a waste of money for me. We'll get our useless sniper rifle to level 8. I don't even know what doing the sniper upgrades does. You enjoy it? Yeah, that's okay. That's why I said it's for me. Or not for me. The same way I was upsetting people earlier by saying I didn't enjoy Hades 1. It's okay. I like a lot of games, but I guess I don't like all games. Oops. It has wood cutting and guns. That is true. This game got guns, but no wood cutting. Unless you metaphorically count it as cutting wood by the fact that this game has cut down my excitement, so to speak, doing this Vidya game, or doing this challenge. I'll let you deduce why that would be considered wood cutting on your own. Dude, no. Hey man, I'm being poetic or whatever. Poetic. Dick. Poetic. I'm being poetic. Well, that one's at a 4 out of 10 too. I'm being poetic. Wow. I never claimed my humor was good all the time. 3 out of 10? Nice. At least I'm somewhat consistent. Three out of 10. It's bigger than it looks. It's not about the size of the rating, it's how you use it. Thumb. And a thumb is 6 inches. Ah, fuck. I was steering poorly because I was scratching one of my eyes I was using to see what I was doing. Are thumbs 6 inches on average? I don't think I buy that. Because usually people try to measure 1 inch by like using their first thumb knuckle, which obviously is different from person to person, but if one thumb knuckle is an inch and the thumb only has 2 knuckles, then I wouldn't think that a full thumb is 6. Are you saying, oh wait, I think I see what you're saying. If it's as big as your thumb and you use your thumb as reference, it's 6 inches. I see. I understand. I got whooshed there. It happens to all of us. You right. I get it. Thumbs are 6 inches and 6 is way above normal. I know, don't look into any scientific studies on the topic. Anyway. Yes, wood cutting. Yes, Project Zomboid. Yes. You're doing your own independent research? What, you go in the gym in the morning and you peek? You run into those old guys that have no shame and they just walk around dong out and you're like, oh, I see. Paying no mind to age and what effects it has on the body. Yes. Yes, of course. Science, though. Yes. Woo, autism. What? What, doing his own research is autistic? It's like 2 old guys in the gym, everyone else is 20 to 30-year-olds. Sure, man. Fuck. I thought I could fit there. You know, with my small... What? Fueled by Tylenol and Red Bull? Is that why I missed the autistic thing? Because you said fueled by Tylenol and Red Bull? Listen, man, there's a lot of messages going on and I'm playing a video game. I don't know if you know this about streamers, but they tend to be playing video games when you talk at them. They tend to have their attention kind of split between keeping up with all the words flying by and playing a video game. And if the streamer stops playing the video game for too long, people that only show up for the video game get pissy and leave. So they have to do a delicate balancing act of reading chat and also playing the video game. There's like 2 of us, yeah, and you each send like 80 messages at a time, unless you're B. B puts out all of his thoughts into singular messages, except for when there was that rating bout about my dick jokes or whatever. Then there was a few.
Trees.
2 of you shit out like more messages than can fit on my phone screen in 30 seconds. And thus, if I don't glance at my phone as often as that streamer girl who stared at her phone and hit a car or whatever the other day, then I miss some of your messages. It happens. I gotta get caught up every once in a while. It happens. Sorry I didn't miss your ground-shattering, earth-shaking, such important message about making a joke about Red Bull or whatever. That's on me. How dare I play the video game I'm streaming? I'm so sorry. Next weapon upgrade, I'll get caught up for you whining children in my chat. It's always the young ones who complain about it as well. You didn't reply to my Snapchat type shit. I sent that snap 20 minutes ago. There's no way you could be up to doing anything else. Why'd you leave me on red, bro? I know you opened my snap. I saw your status change and now I forever hate you for ignoring me. Or have I heard this before? Anyway.
Trees.
Children, calm down. Look, a level upgrade. Look! Oh, let's listen to all this important drivel I missed from the children in my chat. Gen Alpha shit. Fueled by Tylenol. Lol, autism. There's 2 old guys, the rest are young. Tylenol. I didn't read your message. Weh. Felt. That's what he said. Trees. Yes, there's like 2 of us. Use both sides of that brain in there. I am indeed another human. Trees. Shitting messages. The kindergarten is ass. Let's move, twin. Let's go. We outta here. None of that felt like things I should respond to, which is why I didn't pause between messages and say anything. You know, sometimes I'll be behind in chat and then I'll read one message and they'll talk about it for 5 minutes. None of that shit warranted a response, and you're mad I didn't read it. Congratulations. Gen Z high five. True, but see, I'm ancient and tend to do several things at the same time. Love the salt level. Yeah, man. It doesn't matter, you know. I'm being salty and pissy because it literally doesn't matter. So, like, I don't care to come off like I'm upset because it's such a non-issue that it's funny to get mad at it and throw shade. None of it mattered to you, really? I know. It's kind of like when you get mad half the time, you're like, you missed my messages. And I scroll up for your last, like, 6 messages, and they're either ones I responded to or ones I didn't respond to that tend to be about nothing. Although I have missed important messages from you before. But Sometimes I don't. And I'm just like, what, dude? I missed nothing important. Who cares? Half of that wasn't directed toward me, and if it was, I wouldn't have had anything to say anyway. Who cares? I think last night I did? Yeah, probably. It does happen. It's like 1 in every 3 times it's about literally nothing. And then I'm like, what, dude? What? But then those other 2 times I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But what, dude? I'm gaming. That in particular comes up enough in conversation, so whatever. What, about me missing your messages? I know. And me being colorblind? I know. So much so, I even made a joke about it when whoever, Tony or whoever, had a pink name in Discord. And I was like, no wonder I'm ignoring you. I hate you with a passion. If I did, I'd ban you. I would, like, prevent you from coming back. You're good. I just feel scorned by you uninstalling Warzone yesterday. So, get skipped over. What I missed yesterday was about your surgeries on your hands. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing, too. I don't really speak medicine anyway.
Jeez.
So when you start saying all your, like, medical conditions and your square-shaped tubes in your wrists or whatever, I don't have feedback for that. Not saying you shouldn't talk about it, but when I read it out loud, I'll just be like, oh, yikes, I guess. And then I go on. I don't know what to say. I don't speak tachythyroid, whatever, hemoglobin, whatever. My 4 fat-ass scars, woo. Yeah. Each scar tells a story or something. Once upon a time, you got your gallbladder out, and then they gave you a hernia. Now he's aggressive toward me for uninstalling a game. Brother, it's not even a game. It's literally the only game we play together. Nothing says, hey, fuck you, you've been forgotten, like uninstalling the only game we play together. I mean, it doesn't actually mean that, but, you know, I'm saying that it means that so I can pretend like I'm hurt. Because it's funny. Because I'm manipulative on stream. Because it's funny. That's the thing about humor, right? Like, people are sometimes only funny for themselves. You know? Like, it was a prank, bro. It was a joke, bro. I'm the only one laughing, and I took your shit, or whatever, in my own hands because I thought it would be funny to fuck with you. Like that. No one else is laughing. Just me. Because I'm a shitty person. Wish you could pin messages on mobile, not in mod view. Mr. Strimmer, more like Mr. Toxic. I'm sorry, did you girl boss too close to the sun? And you're feeling personally victimized by my messages that are directly aimed toward you? Sucks to suck, fam. Skill issue. I'm leaning into being toxic, and also I wanted to say, did you girl boss too close to the sun? Because it's funny. Oh god, the world we live in. I don't know, man. Sometimes I act like a piece of shit because it's like an unexpected fake personality change that everyone recognizes is disingenuous, and thus is funny because it's ironic or whatever. It's like how I call people out for shit that doesn't matter all the time. I'm being toxic about unimportant things because they're not actually hurtful, because who actually cares? But tee-hee, I'm making fun of you somehow. Tee-hee. I don't expect you to get it, you know? I'll tell you when you're older. Logic escapes Gen Z, or whatever. SMH my head, I wasn't expecting toxicity from Mr. Strimmer. I'm gonna go uninstall Warzone again after reinstalling just for Mr. Strimmer. Yeah, valid. I hope your hard drive can take all of this on and off relationship stuff you have with it. Is it getting my Christmas card this year? I kind of hate getting Christmas cards, actually, now that you mention it. You're doing me a favor, actually. They usually contain money And money makes me feel bad. Don't give me money. I said after getting the biggest hype train I've literally ever had on stream earlier today. Money makes me feel bad. Don't give me money. Thanks for hype train, though. It's funny. I funny. But it's true. Christmas cards do stress me out. You clipped the girl boss thing? Oh, man. I don't know how often I've been clipped being toxic. I am toxic, like, all the time, though. I am playfully toxic all the time. I can't wait until I, like, pop into someone's stream. They're like, oh, my friend Teeter's here. Teeter's so nice and chill. Go check him out. Here's a video shout-out. And the video shout-out's like, oh, I'm sorry, young child in chat. Gen Z stupid brain tablet-licking motherfucker. Did you girl boss too close to the sun? Perfect. But yeah, you know, people gotta know what they're signing up for, I guess. Definitely get girl boss next time, I know. I hate Haley, that's why I ignore all her messages. No, I've explained this before. I usually just try to wait until, like, people who send 6 messages in a row send all their messages and I read them all at once. You can tell that, usually when I get behind in chat, you can tell that I'm doing that. Because I'll see someone sent a couple messages, and then someone sent one after them, and then they sent a few more, and then there was a few more after them, and then they sent one again, and that'll read, like, all 7 messages across those spurts in a row. Because I try to read people's messages in chunks, because people should get all their thoughts out in, like, one multi-line messages, and instead people are just like, line, 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 and then when I get behind, I go to the first one, and I read them all at the same time. So now I'm gonna get caught up and do the same thing. Isn't it funny? I haven't paid attention truly since the ancient comment. So, we're Audi. Like you're gonna leave, but you're a car. Nice, wordplay. Haley, none of it mattered to you, really? Don't be colorblind then. I think last night you did. I read all that. Now you're missing the context before saying what does autism have to do with it? Yeah, because I missed one message from you. If only those messages were like together. Hit you with a passion, you say.
Trees.
But your hands. Okay, but you were colorblind to purple, so now it's just spite. No, I think it's just the fact that it has to do with how many messages you send and how I plan to go back to them, and they just keep coming, come in. But now you got Nicola here to compete with, so. Wish you pin me, all 4 scars from the same damn chop job, yeah. Not 100% sure it's a hernia. Oh. So it's gonna be a nernia when they diagnose you and they're like, it's not actually. You're exhibiting all the signs for a hernia, but that's not it. It's actually a nernia. Hernia, yeah, more like a hernia, no. Hernia, nah. You have a hernia, nah. Oh god. Diagnosed with knots and a hernia, nah. An appointment with your PCP soon to complain about your tilt table test. And you're gonna have him check your belly, because it does really hurt still, and there's like a weird little teeny knot, but nothing like what you've seen hernias like before. You don't really know, you're not a doctor, you're gonna assume it's an adhesion at this point, so you know otherwise. Right. True. All that during my girl boss comment. SMH my head, I read that one in real time. No Christmas card, naughty list. Send me coal. Powdered coal, and that coal's gonna go on all his clothes. Why? Uh-oh, my alarm to end streaming go to my mom's or my grandma's is ringing, but I'm in the middle of a run because people keep talking at me. What money could you give? True. Definitely get girl bossed. I hate Haley, that's why I ignore all her messages. What do you mean me and Haley send one message for all of our thoughts? He said in a separate thought. But yeah, see, I missed both of your messages because you're both doing the same thing. It's not specifically that I'm colorblind to Haley. It's just that I, like, put a pin in the 47 messages that come at once, and then I pin them together and read them when I get caught up. I've been sending bigger chats because you mentioned that and you ignore the big chats. You know why? Because you're sending a big chat in a sea of your and Nicola's tiny chats, so it gets swept away with the current. You can't do both. You have to do one. We don't spread out into like 10 chunks. Arrow, arrow, message, C message, emote message, top 3 for sure message. You don't need to say people. You can say Haley and Nicola. We're all going elsewhere. Trees. Yeah, go elsewhere. Also, I don't need to say Haley and Nicola. I could just say Gen Z. And then point to the evidence of Gen Z in my chat, sending a million messages. Haley, Nicola and I are talking more than you and I, Teeter. Haley, emotes. Haley, a hernie knot. Nicola. Me and Haley only send like 5 messages though. Nicola, I think. Haley, colon socks. Haley, yeah. Haley, and there's no complete, it's just chit-chatting. Nicola, we're both competing for his attention, for real twin. Haley, it's the rip man, it's in the rip man. Haley, laughing emotes. Haley, the kids. Haley, emotes. I'm sorry. Whose point's being proven? Anyway, I'm all caught up. B, laughing emote. Fuck me, dude. I don't have 13 more minutes to devote to this run. We might have to pick this up when I get home. I should be going. And 13, not actually 13, because the timer stops when you pick upgrades and stuff. I might have to go. We have girl boss too close to the sun for too long. Laughing turtle emotes, laughing emotes, OMGGGG. Go eat the foods? Yeah, I've got to. I gotta. I didn't get a message today saying come at 7 instead. Sometimes that happens, but it didn't happen today. I gotta be there by 6:30. You've laughed 2 tears 3 times? Yeah, man. Get absolutely ridiculed in a way that's funny so that you don't take it personally. Get absolutely manipulated. Shit has layers, man. Even my like quasi commentary of it is not serious. There's no way to tell what I actually mean. It's all a farce. I'm girl bossing you. I am the sun. And Juliet is the fucking whatever. Not the sun, because she's not the center of my universe. She's the earth, and people only care about her if they are whatever the opposite of heliocentric is. 6:30? It's 6:14 already? Yeah, it's okay. I'm usually fashionably late, and also I live like 7 minutes by car away, so I'm actually not as late as it seems. Can you pick up where you left off? No! Okay, so this is all for nothing. That's okay. Fuck this game, though, for real. I don't really want to stream it again. So maybe I will, not control the game with my keyboard. Maybe I'll reject this dare and do another one that I could do in one sitting, and then we never play this again. It is a good game, but I've already done everything in it, so... What's happening? Oh, what, did the stream die? We're leaving. I closed the game, we're leaving. What happened? Did I end? It says it is still broadcasting. Anyway, where are we going? You said Thule? Let's see. Maybe. Raquel just got on. She's playing Pokemon. I owe her a raid back. Pharaoh's on playing Hades 2. How topical. We were just talking about Hades 2. What else? Riley's on. Playing God of War 3? That's not Voices of the Void. So many options, man. Rankster said hi earlier. He's playing Arc Raiders. I don't know. Let's make it an activity thing. You guys want to see Pokemon? Or Art? Or Hades? Or God of War 3? Or Dying Light 2? Any preferences? We'll exercise them, and then the blame won't be on me, it'll be on chat. Haley votes Art, I think. Sea of Stars. Pixel? We could raid Pixel. Pixel's a vibe. Pixel's also like one of the most relaxed, chilled, calm people you'll ever see. So to go from me spitting piss and vinegar as a joke to going to Pixel, who's like, Tita, thank you so much for the raid. Whatever, you've come at a great time. But just playing through Sea of Stars or whatever. It'd be like, oh damn, what a vibe shift. Maybe for the better. Or Pokemon. I think Raquel's a little more lively. She's probably not angry like me though. Are we chaos or chill? Yeah. I can't remember last time I visited Pixel though. Although I often don't raid Raquel either, because I don't know if we stream at the same times. Decisions. If only I could raid every single homie. That's what Twitch should implement. They should implement multi-raids, where you can point your chat to different streams, and then they can opt into one of the however many streams you raid. And then, if no one answers, they go to whatever one you like prioritized. That'd be cool. Also, Tully's taking a break, I think? She streams until about 11 Eastern, so no, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll go see Pixel, only because we raided a Pokemon streamer last night. Not that anyone was awake for it. We'll go say hi to Pixel. Sea of Stars is a vibe. I mean to play that sometime, but I don't own it. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna go have some dinner. I don't know what it is, or I'd tell you. We'll be back tonight, I think. So, if you're a night owl or whatever, come back in, say, 4, maybe 5, because I pay attention to my cat, hours. And we'll see if I play this game or not. I don't know if we'll play this again. I'm getting kind of annoyed that I can't do this. I was so close that one time, but whatever. Close but no cigar type shit. Thank you all for hanging out today. Oops, I just gave myself a cow lick. I don't even own a cow, or I'd have milk. Thank you all. Come say hey to Pixel. He's chillin' cool. And he has a, you know, British accent or whatever, so he's fun to listen to more than me girl bossing too close to the sun. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night if I don't see you, and if you come back later, we will see you. Love you, bye. Come say hi. Love you, bye. And delay